Phil Spencer leads the charge every day, with Xbox ninja moves meant to slay. Two guys, one tooth, but they never give in. Always falling down, but rise with a grin. Always failing, but maybe this time gonna break free from the uphill climb. Adventure waiting just around the bend. We'll keep on trying till the very end. They've got dreams held up by duct tape, hearts of steel in digital escape. Battles fought with gamepads in hand, gaming warriors taking a stand. Always failing, but maybe this time gonna break free from the uphill climb. Adventure waiting just around the bend. We'll keep on trying till the very end. Pixelated hopes in every quest. Loading screens put us to the test. Laughter echoes with every fall. No mountain too high, no wall too tall. Pixelated hopes in every quest. Loading screens put us to the test. Laughter echoes with every fall. No mountain too high, no wall too tall. Always failing, but maybe this time gonna break free from the uphill climb. Adventure waiting just around the bend. We'll keep on trying till the very end. Always. Pixelated hopes in every quest. Loading screens put us to the test. Laughter echoes with every fall. No mountain too high, no wall too tall. Always failing, but maybe this time gonna break free from the uphill climb. Adventure waiting just around the bend. We'll keep on trying till the very end.
another one.
Code me most, the code me most, Phil Spencer, the code me most, the code me most, the code me most.
Press the square, feel the heat, it fills the air. On my screen, colors glow, level up, let it flow, flow. Xbox here, PlayStation there, gaming vibes, we feel the flare. Thumbs up flying, lights so bright, dance, we game all through the night. Game so tight, ooh yeah. Play it loud, play it proud, feel the fight. Console kings, let it sing, bring it on. Bring it on, make it move to the dawn. To the dawn.
So, do we get the win this time?
Controllers clash, sparks ignite, button smash, it's a fight. No console wars, just the thrill. Gaming beats, feel the chill, chill. Beat it up, game so tight, oh yeah. Play it loud, play it proud, feel the fight. Console kings, let it sing, bring it on. Gang it on, make it move to the dawn.
Stop! Enough!
I'm trying to use the phone!
Cross the lines, break the walls, press those triggers, heed the calls. Xbox moves, PlayStation dance, gaming world, take a chance.
On their little gaga.
Beat it up, game so tight, ooh yeah. Play it loud, play it proud, feel the fight. Console kings, let it sing, bring it on. Gaming group, make it move to the dawn. To the dawn.
Another one.
Out here grinding, spotlight shining, neon lights flicker, levels climbing. Gaming grindhouse, the vibe electric, joystick magic, moves kinetic, coins clinking, dreams in my pocket, clock ticking, but I can't stop it. Controller in hand, call it my scepter. Fingers move fast, precision like a vector. Pixels explode, chaos in the frame. I score a throne, crowned in the game, again, in the game, 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 in the game. I'm out here grinding at the gaming grindhouse, playing Mash Symphony, hands never time out. I'll grind it, shining, no rewinding. Out here grinding, my moment's blinding. Caffeine pains, I'm wired to the core. Enemies fall, the HP no more. Joystick warrior, reflexes supreme. Sweat drip slow, I'm chasing the dream. Glitch in the matrix, I'm the debug king. Every round a victory ring. Screens glow wild, it's a battlefield. My hustle raw, my fate is sealed. RPGs, FPS, strategy in my veins. Every pixel conquered, every boss slain. I'm out here grinding at the gaming grindhouse, button Mash Symphony, hands never time out. Out grinding, shining, no rewinding. Out here grinding, my moments blinding.
Let's go, grinders! And that like button grindhouse anthem in the house. Let's go! What's up, grinders? How you doing out there, man? Oh man, it is a jam. Woo! It was a party over here. It was like DJ Grindhouse in the house. Oh man, bring it down. I need lights and flashing all over the place. It'll be wild. Oh man, hope everybody's having a good time, man. Hit that like button. We are here. Gaming Grindhouse is open Monday, man. This is oof, yeah. Last week was a holiday. And now we're already back on schedule, and everybody's back from vacation and ready to cook. So as you can see, Gamepass is on the menu. But who else? What else is on the menu, right? Well, without further ado, we finally got him in the Gaming Grindhouse. Where? Now I gotta mess up my thing. Here he is. We got the Stephen Leone is here. You see him in the chat. He gives all the VIPs, gives the VIPs all the love, and we got him here on the Gaming Grindhouse because we're gonna be cooking tonight, and I need another chef in the kitchen. So what's up, Steven? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. You sound a little low. You got to increase the volume because we're loud in here on the Gaming Grindhouse. You know it's loud in this place.
I'm always loud. Hold on, let me.
All right, we need to amp you up. We have to give you 5 Phil Nesses of decibels.
All right.
In this thing.
Sound right there.
Oh man, you got the grindhounds. Oh shit! See, I said Phil Spencer, and you got the grindhounds in there. See, now we know that Steven's a true grinder. He has grindhounds. They get triggered when I say Phil Ness on there.
Yeah, my pugs are just going wild.
Yeah, I know, man. That Phil Ness is wild, man. It permeates through the airwaves.
So how do I sound, chat? Do I sound okay?
Let me go back and listen to it. You sound kind of low to me, unless I'm just loud. Hold on, let me load that thing. Actually, you know what? I could fix it in the Discord. Let me fix it in this trash ass Discord. Let me maximize you there. Let's see if that works.
Okay. How's this?
Agreed. They can't hear you.
They can't hear me?
Yeah, they said that you can't hear you.
Oh man. Oh.
Is he too low, or you can't hear him at all?
Hold up. Now, can you hear me now?
I'm increasing. Still, tiny bit low, so they can hear you, but it's low. So I'm increasing you now to 200. 200 points. You're going to put on.
Let me increase myself up to there, and let's go back over here.
Let me see.
Increase my handicap self over here.
Well, Grinders, every way with Steven Young to deal with horrible PCs. Hit that like button, and we are ready to get. We have, as you can see from the topics here.
Maximize that out.
Oh, that sounds louder. Keep going. Is it still Mac?
That's where I'm at. Oh, hold on.
All right, I think you're good. I think we're good now.
I'm just gonna blow their ears off, especially Ron M's.
There it is. Ron M. Ron, blow your ears out. Pause.
For you, Ron. For you, only you, brother.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I don't know. Phil Spencer, he don't know what's going on. It never does know what's going on. But yeah, you see from the topics we got here, I'm just gonna run it down right here. We got what we're playing. We got the marathon leaks from the playtest. We got the PlayStation 6 removable disk drive. That's gonna take forever to talk about, right? Yeah, I don't think so. And then we'll do $80 billion in games and still missing. Bootleg Jez came in the streets and gave an article. We'll talk about the bootleg. Always got a comment on the bootleg. Gears of War Reloaded, struggling. Nobody's loading it again. On the PS5, exclusive talk still happening. Shake my damn head. And then it says former Xbox executives roast Game Pass. They came out of the woodwork again. And, the Defense Force tried to hold up the waves. And, man, it's going to be a fun time. It is going to be a fun time. Oh, my God. Steve Leon, I'm just asking you to increase the volume. Holy crap. He just dropped 20 VIPs in the house.
I have to pay my tithe. You know I'm on
all
here.
All you do is turn on the volume.
Pay to play, brother. Pay to pay.
Dude, he's turning up the volume in the grindhouse. Holy crap. We're going to play the song for you while you're on here. There it is. Who'd he get? He got Octon Ocelot, Kristen Toaston, Brendan Shuttler, JT, Hindsight with Hustle, Lorenzo, Purple Metal, Brosif, Crooked Vulture. Oh, crap. We got Hulk Hogan. Holy crap. Your reach is far, man. We got Hulk Hogan. We got Free Rizzy.
I'm trying to afford him.
Hulk Hogan. You reach is Hulk Hogan. Alula TV, Wana, Game Aco, and JC, and Jesus Saves. Man, you got Jesus and Hulk Hogan in the same thing. God bless him. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. We got Jesus, and we got Bat Skeleton, and we got CBG Gigglemesh. We're cooking. Increase volume, not the members. That's what Josh says. Dude. Yeah, thanks, Steely. I appreciate it, man. And as we're doing the VIPs, I'm going to add them to the VIPs here, but I do want to let you know, too, I did put the goal today because there is a banger of a song that I would like to release to everyone, and we hit that goal, man. It is called IP Graveyard, and you can know who that's about, and it kind of goes along with my last show that I did with that. So hopefully we'll listen to that tonight, because I'm telling you, that's going to be a banger. And then the ultimate VIPs will be getting that song in their queue soon. So let me update this thing here with Steven Young just dropping to 20 here. Let me give him, 1-5 away from, you're going to make me do we're 5 away from another song. I think I have another song I got to get on there. We're going to have a double header. Phil DJ's going late tonight. But how you doing, Steven? How's everything going, man?
If you can hear me, I'm good. I am
hear you
good.
now.
I can't complain. Been gaming and playing Path of Exile 2. Again.
Oh, yeah, you still in that?
Oh my. Yeah, it's a new patch. It's a new league.
I did see that they have a patch of that. Yeah,
dude, it's harder, but I'm having fun. For me, if like Street Fighter, or Tekken, when it's hard and you can't beat it, it's fun. And just makes you think. It makes you work harder to do what you got to do.
Sure, yeah.
But I'm loving it. Playing Destiny still. Got to get into some of my backlog. It's a lot of my stuff is backlogged. I got the GoldenEye. I pre-ordered it. I know. I pre-ordered the gun.
You got the gun? Oh, man, you be running around the golden gun,
brother. Golden gun, brother.
Golden gun. Oh,
but
man.
I had to do it.
Yo, that does look cool, though. That definitely. And I'm saying, you must be a huge Bond. Like, you're a huge Bond fan.
I loved Bond.
Oh, then yeah, that's right up your alley. There.
What was it? Sean Connery. Then there was Pierce Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
And there was I was always the older James Bond.
So you're playing both sides.
The newer stuff was kind of it was kind of too serious for itself.
I think that Sean Connery is he's like, so you're playing both sides.
Yep.
That's right, man. Oh man, no, that's awesome. Holy crap! While you were there, Ron M, he got some VIPs in the house. Dude, Ron M cooking. He got Robert Lawrence, Reek L, Eric 83, Dynamite, Brooklyn 8 of mine, Panthorus, Shaku, and Sky Jen. Yo, thank you so much, Ron M. I appreciate it. And now we are going to the next song, man. You definitely get one song tonight. We're cooking with that song. We're gonna go overboard. We'll just put it up here, and I'll just add the 55. We're cooking. Well, 75 get another song. I got them. I got them lined up. I've been making them.
Roger Moore. Yeah.
So yeah,
thanks.
Roger Moore, man. Yeah, we're cooking. We are cooking. Oh man. What is this? Ronald says, "Oh God, is this the guy who thinks old games need updates? Did you hear about the fan-made mod to play the crew offline? The first crew?
And the crew? That old ass game?
I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
cool.
Wanna. He wilding in the chat. He says this the guy. He
He
said,
always-
"Oh no,
he's
Steve
always
Leona, you
talking
him?"
back in the trap. That's my brother. That's fine. I love the fact that he does it. I like to be challenged.
No, that's all right.
I don't like that Smith.
I don't know. There's something messing you said with old games, and need
Oh,
updates.
back in the day, it's because he wants all games to be kept alive. All the old games.
Oh
to be kept
yeah.
alive. And I'm like, no. Why? Why
Yeah,
should they?
it's what's crazy is speaking about that one-on-one, again, it's keeping old games. One of my game time things I've been playing. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man? One of the things that I've been doing is playing my my Kin Hank retro station, and it's a hard drive that has 1 billion games on it. It has like everything you can think of from the OG game, like from Atari all the way up to PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and then all your arcade games, and then even some other games with Technoparrot. And I've streamed it on here. I showed you all the games there. And yeah, it was sometimes. You know what I was playing today? I was playing Spider-Man. Pause.
Which one?
On the Atari 2600.
Oh shoot! Damn that pixel. Oh, I remember that.
Do
I
you
played
remember that
on
one?
my Atari. Yep.
Yo, that I was addicted to that game. I remember just running around with that Atari cartridge and just like always wanted to. I just like would hold. I love that game so much because it was one of those games because it allowed for like some decision making. It was like as open world you'll get with the Atari 2600. Like you just point and you could like shoot your web, and how you climb up the building was like your choice. And you could fall and die if you don't. Spider-Man only climbed via a web in that game. You could not climb just on the walls. You had to like use your web. But yeah, and then Goblin was always at the top, and you had to fight him at the roof. He was always on the roof. He had rooftop parties up there with the Goblin. But yeah, I was playing that Spider-Man. And then just like then just for current games I've been playing. I did Silk Song. I've been playing a lot of that. Back in I played Hollow Knight a long time ago, and again, these games are not these. I'm not a huge Metroidvania type. Like I like Castlevania, and I like Metroid, but like these kind of describe Metroidvania games, so 2D side scrolling, they just don't. I don't know. Maybe now these days I'm just not. They don't like stick as what they used to. But how are you with these Metroidvanias? You like those, like where you can't go a certain way, you have to wait to unlock something to get something else, and you got to backtrack, and these saves? Like how do you feel, Steve, with that?
I like it.
You
like
do
some
like
of
them. You like those type of games.
There's some that I like. I mean, I liked. Man, I can't think right now. I like the one that was on Xbox, Will-O-the-Wisp.
Ori was good.
Ori. That was a good side scroller kind of thing. Metroid was good.
Have you played the Silk Song, the new one?
No, it's not. You know what? I didn't play the first one.
Hollow Knight again. I don't remember playing Hollow. Yeah, I know the name of it, but I don't resonate too much with it.
It's cool that people love it. It's a cult. It's like people have it's a cult following.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not like people play it every day or anything like that.
Yeah, for me too. And like playing Silk Song, like the hype, it's just not resonating with me. Like, I'm not in this thing going like, yo, this is what we've been waiting for. Like, actually, I think Ori looks a lot better and is more of like, this game has a really different art style, but for me, I think Ori was much more extravagant, the look and stuff like that. Like, I definitely, and I felt like the platforming was tighter in Ori than in this. Like, I do think this is a little floaty, and it's because of the animation, I'm assuming, of it. And, you know, the whole thing of like this point of this game is there's no map. Like, you gotta, and again, people that played Hollow Knight be like, yeah, that's how Hollow Knight was. It's just like, basically you gotta like buy things to drop to remember where you were, and other things where you have to pay. And then one of the things sucks too is like, you gotta pay to kind of use save points. See, and this is, you know, I don't know about you, I don't know about the chat, but save points grind my gears. When there's a save point and then there's like no other save point, and then you got to pay for these rubies in this one to get save points, and if you die because of some cheap ass bug knocks you out, like, you start back in that save point no matter where it was. It could be, and you got to
Exiles for me.
Yeah. Oh, see, man, I just. Well, it's a different game, though. Like, isn't that? Well, yeah, you got to save often, but like, do you have to pay to save?
No, you don't have to pay to save.
This one, Silk Song, you got to like pay rubies to unlock save benches, which get from enemies or from you exploring those little red rubies. Some of them are free, but some of them you got to drop. You got to drop these collectible currencies to do it. So if you see one and you kind of need to save, but you don't have enough rubies, you got to go back out there and go find them and then try to get back there. And people are like, oh, that's the challenge. That's what it is. But then if you get, and the thing is that the enemies are they're one of these things where they still do their animations even though you hit them. So if they're charging at you and you're on a platform, you're getting knocked off that platform unless you hit and jump or do some sort of crazy kind of jump and slice down or something like that. But if you just want to just slice them, they're going right through you and they're knocking you off or knocking you into the spikes or something like that. And then you got to start wherever you saved. And that's the thing. Like, it's such, for me, and again, this could be just my age and where I am with gaming, and people must love it. This whole thing where games are challenging, but then they're challenging, but then annoying with the save points, where they put you back where whatever progress you made, and then you got to kind of trek back, fight the same enemies, do the same thing, and to get back to where you were. And the enemies being cheap and stuff like that, where, you know, and I know it's skill and memory, but it's always like a kind of like, oh shit, like, you know, I just wasted, and you got to go back. And the thing is, what's crazy too is that you got to go back to where you died, because that's where your cocoon is. Because when you hit your cocoon, you'll get your stuff back. If you decide to go another way, going, oh, there's nothing that way, I'm just going to go the other way, well, you lose it, because you're not going back to where you died to get your cocoon. So those are just a couple of frustrations with it, but it looks great. You could just, and also too, like, you could just walk into a boss fight. Like, you just walk in a door, and that's how Hollow Knight was. Like, you just walk into a door and there's a boss there. But and it's $20. Like, yeah, it's $20. Try it out. But it is definitely a charming game. The music's nice, and the artwork is nice. But it's just these type of games, sort of, you know, it's just the save states really just kind of drive me a little bit, a little annoying. And yeah, for some people it don't sound like fun, but I'm just talking about my experience. So, like, you know, maybe I'm playing it wrong. Pause. That's what True Virgil would say. I'm playing it wrong. And then the other thing I played was Chronos, a new Thrift in Time, whatever it is, Chronos.
Chronos. How's that one? That was pretty cool. another game that you got to get good. And it is definitely Dead Space. Like, you know, is Bloober's Dead Space. He got the same stomp, the same swing, and the same. And so the thing with Chronos, the story is kind of like almost like a told like in a Returnal type thing. Like, you just don't know what the hell's going on. They just get a mission where you just land on this planet and you got to go track somebody, and tape recorders and things like that. And it's limited bullets,
and the enemies are so far. Again, I'm only about a few hours into this thing, but so far the enemies are the same thing. And the trope is that they're these they're basically, they look like tyrants from Resident Evil. They basically have like the worm arm, the big worm arm that like kind of could hit you with, and they're tall, naked people, and they're basically mutants of the thing. And they're all laying around on the ground. So this is the whole idea, is that, and then as you're exploring, there's a flame bomb, a flame bomb. And what you do is you want to kind of, and it's sparingly, you don't get a lot of them. You get like one. And like, if you see a bunch of them dead on the ground, you want to light them up, because if they spawn, if they start attacking you and there's a dead body there, they will consume that dead body, basically like absorb it, and then stop building these worms around them, like an extra set of armor. And you don't have enough bullets. Like, you are rolling around like 5 rounds. That's it. Five bullets. And these things take about like 7 bullets to die. If you get them all headshots, maybe it takes 4. And they're moving, and the controls are clunky. And yeah. So, and that's done on purpose, apparently, so that it's challenging. Well,
it's survival horror. Almost.
It's survival horror in a sense. Yeah. And you want to kind of loot, you want to go around, and you want to kind of explore. You don't want to run through it. You want to find all the crates, hidden rooms, things like that. It looks good. I like the vibe that it gives. But it's challenging. Like, you know, and when you shoot these guys and stuff and you run out of bullets, like, all you're doing are these weird ass swing animations, which that doesn't hurt them that much either. You got to hit them a bunch of times. So it gets into this clunky thing where you're pressing R1 or you're pressing the trigger and you're hitting like 2 swings. You're like, boom, boom, 2 big heavy swings, boom, boom. And the thing is just still standing there, and then it hits you. And then you just still go, boom, boom. And you keep hitting it. And then eventually it falls down, and then you're like almost dead. So, and then you could try to stomp them. And I was trying to think this, if you stomp at a good time, they will move back a little bit, but there's no dodging. There's no block. So it turns into this kind of like just a little bit of a janky fight, where like bum fights basically. And you're just like, boom, boom, just doing this big swing, and they're hitting it. So it kind of devolves once you don't have bullets.
Well, it sounds like a bum fight fighting a professional boxer or something like that.
Yeah, it's sort of like
it sound like it's like you're getting your butt popped and beaten by something that you can't take down with your bare hands.
Yeah.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, and you don't have a dodge.
You know what? But it sounds fun to me though.
Yeah, but and it's creepy as hell too. And again, like I have it. So I turned it all the way up, like all the graphics settings and stuff like that. Like, it looks good, but the enemies, if you look at them on the floor when they're dead, they kind of look a little bland. Just so, and it's the same type of enemies. These mutants with one, with one arm of the tentacle arms, basically. So they look like tyrants, and they just they come to you, and it's all the whole thing, like, you know, going around survival horror. You got to like put the 3 cells in a thing to open up. You got to find the key, and then when you go into the room and get a key, then one of them show up. So it's definitely very scripted so far in the beginning, and it is but it's basically like a Dead Space. The one thing that I did like about Dead Space that this don't have yet, because you just have a pistol, I love the dismemberment strategy in Dead Space. So what Dead Space would do to avoid some of the clunkiness was that you could kind of angle your Ripper gun at their legs to kind of knock them out and have them crawl to slow them down. So there was some strategy in how you would do it. I would always want to shoot off their legs to slow them down, especially with some of them. Now, from what I read, I was asking, like, do you get kind of like better weapons or things like that? And people are like, it gets worse. Like, you go in a room with like 6 of these tyrant things, and you have like 5 bullets, and there's like 5 of them. So I don't know how that devolves into a fight of just bum fights of swinging and stuff. I don't know how that happens, but I heard it gets worse.
Sounds like you tied one hand behind your back fighting a freaking
It is a little like that, yeah.
That you can't beat, but they tie your hand behind us. So you can get
Steve. I was like in shock when I ran out of bullets. I'm like, what do
I
do?
Like,
I guess I just start punching them.
Yeah.
And my punches don't look like they're hurting him. It just goes like it's like bitch slaps. Like I'm giving them Will Smith slaps. They're like, and it's like they don't, and they're still just doing their animation. It doesn't look like I'm doing like a punch where it knocks them back or anything. Like they're not. It's just it turns into janky fights. So far,
Yep.
Again, I'm not far in. I've been playing it, so I got it on PC. Because I wanted to test it out on my handheld PC, which it runs great on the handheld. It has all the frame gen and has all the stuff that you need. So I ran it on my laptop and also on my handheld, my MSI, and it runs great on both of them. And and I turned up the settings epic on my PC on my laptop. And still, I was like, yeah, it's nothing like it's like incredible saying it, but yeah, no, I think it's interesting game. It's definitely survival, emphasis on the survival horror. It's not as, if you compare it to like Resident Evil 4 or something like that. Resident Evil 4 definitely I feel was a little bit more like actiony, like yeah, there was a tension there with the guns and stuff like that, but not this one seems to take it.
At least you felt like you can actually win.
Yeah, because you had like a spin kick in Resident Evil 4. Like, you could do like a spin kick or some, like you were punching them at least, or like I thought there was a melee. I'm like, oh, can I just pick up a sign or pick up a piece of wood and there was nothing. Like you don't pick up anything. So we will see.
Crazy.
But I'll give you a more update on it.
Sometimes
Janky fights are the rage these days. Yeah, that's right. Plus Ultra.
janky fights. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't play no Janky Jones DLC. Did you?
No. I didn't even buy Janky Jones, man. I didn't.
I could not.
It didn't interest me. It didn't interest me.
Yeah, I played there.
I
got lost in the Vatican when I was jumping on the ceiling and jumping along the level. I'm like, this is a snore fest. But yeah, I have like, because I get like, the thing is with Game Pass is one of the big topic tonight. But like the thing is like everything you friggin' buy, you get Game Pass with it. So like, and I just keep reactivating it. Like I have it now until November, and I think I have another 3 month that came with one of my computers. Like double check any computer or Samsung tablet, iPads. It just says Game Pass a month. You can get with TVs, like they'll give you a month and stuff, and you can just keep adding it. It's craziness. So like I have it.
I feel you. It keeps on bothering on my PC. Oh, put
yes.
Game Pass.
If you have
I buy my games and I support my studios. Anything I get, I like to buy.
I know, it's crazy.
I'm not going to support your Game Pass so you can put out janky crap.
Like, 5-hour crap. Use the trial. It's like use the trial. Like Windows getting wild. Good. Right now, man.
Get off of that.
But yeah, talking about getting wild there. Anything else you playing? Anything else?
Probably gonna get into Space Marines again because there was
I love Space Marines. I beat that game. I love that game. I love that. That game was so good.
I like the original Warhammer, and they're coming out with a new one that's coming out soon. So I'm looking forward to that. They showed it on when we watched the that janky freaking showcase that was what was it called?
Smuggling Grapes, Jeff Keighley's?
No, this last one.
The Oni One Night with Jeff Keighley?
Something like that.
Games Live, right. Gamescom Live, or Gamescom night before.
Gamescom Live. The first day we watched it, they had a Warhammer, just the original Warhammer. Oh, Space Marines. I'm sorry, the original Space Marines kind of thing going on with the RTS. I love the RTS. I think I was watching I think I was watching somebody else and they were saying stuff about it. I almost want to cuss them out because I play that. I like RTS. I like to think.
Mm-hmm.
I like to strategize. I like to freaking go around, set up my people, and have them go and wipe them out, systematically. I'm more of a tactician than anything else. I think like a tactician.
I did like those the XCOM games. I did like those. Those were fun.
Oh yes, I need to get into the Marvel one and start playing it too. I have that one too.
Smuggling Grapes Live outside gaming. I said, yeah, Smuggling Grapes Live.
Right. You're right outside. Goodness. You're all right.
That's right. Great. Yeah, his Game Awards now. You got this one going. So we'll see. So there is. So the next thing that came out was the marathon leaks from the I guess people NDA. They don't care anymore. So it's like it should be just IDC. I don't care. Like they sign these things. So people that participated. Now there was some real wild things. First, before I get into what the wild things are, Steve, are you interested in marathon?
A little. A
From
little.
what you
I
saw,
mean,
yeah.
I like Bungie. I
Yeah.
mean, I
Oh.
play Destiny. You know, so
Oh yeah, definitely. You're saying you're playing Destiny there. So it says that
I
the
like.
users participated in marathon tests have been slipping tidbits of information within the inner circle, and so this is what they're saying. They're saying that the UI update has evolved on certain menus, such as the main faction screen. The fragment also revealed that there's 6 of Marathon's core factions are playable in the test. It was also noted that a total visual overhaul has been rendered upon these factions. Oh, they probably had to because they stole half those assets, right?
Yeah,
They probably had to. Yeah, we need a visual overhaul.
Like Microsoft all over again.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, a visual overhaul, including the intro cinematic for each faction that offers backstory. Oh, that's why I see. And that was one of the things I remember with this thing was just kind of annoying is like they're going to kind of tell. It's really tough to kind of build story with new characters and factions and stuff in a multiplayer like these type of games, you know. But you know, we'll see. It is definitely a challenge. Like you could easily do that in Marvel Rivals because they're superheroes. And you can just have the comics and stuff. But like when you have like new factions and things like that, it's sort of like, you know, remember that was the issue Concord was like, oh, we'll do like weekly cinematics to tell you about the characters and the story. And it's like, why are you doing this? And it's like, yeah. I don't know about this. Just you hit skip.
They fell off with that. They should have just had a story.
Of course they should have.
Just take it back. Don't shut it down. Take it back. Put a story out. Have them explain why these people, you know, are the way they are. You know what is going on with them, so you can get attached to them.
Yeah. No, definitely. Like people like I don't know where this whole trope has changed when they just want to go right to the moneymaker. I think that's what it is. They want to go right to the multiplayer moneymaker. And the thing is like, you know, a lot of times I dabbed in the campaign to kind of, you know, practice, get absorbed into the world, and then that will be kind of like my segue into multiplayer where I'll then like continue on there. And they, you know, with them experimenting, just pulling out the campaigns, and you saw how well that worked, right? Call of Duty did it, and they went back to campaigns. Battlefield did it. They went back to campaigns. So I guess people want campaigns as much as they sit back and go, I don't play campaigns. I go right to the multiplayer. They listen to the wrong people because they took them out thinking they could go right to the moneymaker and not make the campaigns. And meanwhile, all of them are now going back into campaigns. I really think the best model, and I don't know, again, with Ghost of Tsushima or Ghost of Yotei, having that story and then having like a multiplayer add-on later on and giving everybody who has the game that thing. I could see them turning that Ghost of Yotei multiplayer into a service game, and like you could buy it separately, but if you bought Ghost of Yotei, you get it included, and then you could charge like $30-$40 for the multiplayer for for $30, and then kind of cashing in from there, like spin off. I think that is like a great approach to do it, where you just to give the multiplayer out, and GTA did the same thing. The campaign, there's the world, you do all the story, and then here's the multiplayer, and you'll live in this one. But like you're involved, and you want more of it, and now you're in the multiplayer. But not a lot of studios, you know, not a lot of people do that. They just want to jump into the moneymaker.
That was the old model. If you really think about it, like Call of Duty used to do that. They did that. They had story behind their zombies. That's why people love the zombies so much, because there was story. You got past it, you got to a certain point, and the story kept on going on until you got to the end. And then, you know, it had people engaged to want to finish the zombies, to finish it off, or just go through it and just try to run through it as fast as possible sometimes. So you got the speed runs.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
That's what COD did. Yeah.
And the same thing with Destiny. That I liked the Destiny campaign. That's the main thing I played. Like I went through the story. I thought it was great. It reminded me of Halo, especially Destiny 2 campaign. It was so much better than the first one. And I rolled through that. I loved it. I wanted to do more of Destiny, but then, you know, I got burnt out when it was like, you know, after a while playing the same stuff. Like I'm not into the grind of Destiny, but I really liked the story. And you know, I wish they did more with the multiplayer. Like I like more PvP. You know, and their PvP wasn't. It was solid shooting, but yeah, I wanted more of it. Like I know they did that other mode where, you know, it was like PvE, BP, Gambit, yeah.
Gambit, that's actually pretty fun.
It is pretty cool. It is fun. Like when people start portaling in,
killing them.
Yeah,
him, then you get killed by somebody sniped.
it is pretty cool. I did like that mode. I did come back for that one. But so this one, they're going to tell the story with these faction intros and stuff. There's a new runner icon. Says this character is teased by Bungie in the latest leaks. In one report, it's claimed that the icon works like a Pathfinder from Apex Legends and has a drone that can auto-loot enemies. Finally, details about the new maps emerged, such as breakdown of hazardous environments that's burning sparks raining from the sky, which I always like hazardous environments. In the latest playtest, users were reportedly able to access a map on the UESC Marathon ship, which marks the first for the game. Today, a month-long marathon playtest begins. Bungie has reported mandated that users must play for at least 1 hour a day. If they go the distance, Michael Bolton style, they earn $500 reward.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Okay, just invite me to that playtest. I'll play.
If they go the distance.
Cool. Sure, yeah.
I hope it's, I don't know. That's $500 seems like a lot. It seems like the distance may be a torture chamber.
Hey, man, I've been playing Destiny right now. It's a freaking grind.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the distance means.
Trying to get the 400. Oh.
$500 a reward. Like, hey, man, I don't. The thing is,
paying you to play it.
My whole thing with Marathon right now is that they showed it out, right, and then they kind of pulled it back after all this stuff. And then basically, and yeah, Drep, I'm sure for you. I'm not advocating for $40, but I think they may charge for Ghost of Yotei multiplayer. Well, who knows? Maybe they made it bigger than the first game, but maybe 30. Who knows? So I'm just saying, like, charge separately for it, but we'll get it for free because we'll get it included because we got Yotei, the game. But back to Marathon, like, I feel the thing is that they showed it, then they kind of pulled it back. They're learning. They delayed it. It was supposed to be out this September. And now we don't know when it's coming out, and now the secret kind of play tests and and all the secrecy going on here when they kind of already showed the game. Like, it's not like we don't even see, like, they kind of did the reveal of it. And yeah, I just don't know. I really don't know. For me, what I saw, I didn't really care so much for what they showed. I thought it looked a little slow. And it didn't look as crazy as I would like it to be. For a shooter from Bungie, like, I thought it was going to be. It seemed a little very slow paced, and I don't know. It just didn't really stick with me yet. But again, I didn't play it. I just saw it, so I'm just. We'll see what they do when they kind of show it some more. But I think it's going to be tough because they're fighting an uphill battle. I think with it already, just with the media that it had with the assets and stuff, and then the response that people had, and then people like Steven used, like, playing Destiny, people are pissed off at the way they kind of like were doing Destiny content, so they kind of got like some of that roll of hate from that as well. And but they got new management now, so maybe clean house.
Sony's gonna clean house.
They're
gonna
clean house.
Clean it up. I'm hoping that they do clean it up and clean.
We haven't seen this in a while, but if you remember this one,
basically, people that can't do it, that aren't doing it, that are freaking slogging it down. I mean, they're time gating things. They're freaking doing all the things that they shouldn't be doing. It's like,
you know what's going to happen, Herman?
To get to, like, the 450, that's fine. To get to 400, it's fine.
Herman's going to do that Fortnite. Herman's going to go in there. He's going to be doing this.
I'm not sure about Herman right now.
Herman, I want this Herman back.
I want on again,
Steven, I want this Herman back right here. The one that was knocking out Cartwheel Call and Sue on the moped. He's going to go over to Bungie like this. Where's this Herman? He got love handles now. He wears a turtleneck. What's going on with our Herman? Herman used to be this. He used to be Jean-Claude Herman. He saw somebody cartwheeling in this. The last video that I saw, the guy touring around Housemarque, he had a friggin' masseuse. I'm like, oh shit, Herman got to go in there and do some cartwheels. He has to knock out some people. I want that Herman back. He's starting to get love handles. He got the turtleneck going on there. He's wearing parka jackets.
Too comfortable.
He's getting too comfortable, man. I don't know what's going on with the Herminator.
You know how it is. It's when when you're hungry, just like Sony. Sony, when they had competition against them, They were hungry. They took it on, and they freaking started beating the crap out of them.
I
Beat them so
know.
bad that they had to, stop making their gaming system.
Dude, I didn't even know
that's how
Herman
bad
had shirts. He used to show up with no shirts on and just gold chains. I don't even remember that. He always wearing full shirts. He's like, oh, one tentpole title, Herman. Rip open that shirt. What's going on?
I prefer
That yacht
I
got to
prefer
him.
I prefer the one temple title. If they do come out with it every year, hopefully they do.
Yeah, well,
As
yeah.
opposed to what Microsoft is giving these people.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we don't want
And I feel
manure.
I really feel bad for any of the true fans that are out there.
Yeah,
You know,
we don't
Halo,
want. Yeah, you don't want
I
slop.
never played Halo because they were going to originally have it on PC, and I built a PC for it, and then Microsoft took it and put it on Xbox, and I was like,
Oh man, they got you back then. Oh shit!
They got me. I seen it at Fry's Electronics.
Damn, they got you.
Had it on display, and then boom, took it away. And I'm like,
Oh
I'm not
no.
doing that.
AK
You
Do
lose
Sensible,
something
member of 22
bad, bro.
months. He goes, when I get less quality than single player Sony games, Yote Wolverine, Soros, then Blue Point's ready, or games, then where's the list wars? Yeah. And you know what? What's funny? They were saying about the Wolverine. I covered it on the last thing. And one thing I wanted to bring up, and I hear a lot of people just going, well, Sony's, they're like, where are their games? What are they doing? I say it too myself. But the thing is, I was thinking about is that all they got to do is do the whiff, like just like what AK is saying. Like they just got to do. Like look at even what they did with Marvel Token. Like people shit their pants watching that show. They didn't even know about that, all the insiders and all that other stuff. But like this, when they say Wolverine's ready to cook, these people were dropping kidney stones when they saw this stuff. And this is the power of what PlayStation has. This is the power that they have, that you could just be like, oh man, and then they just do one whiff, show a little bit of Wolverine gameplay. Now people are saying that they saw it and it looks incredible. That was another leak that happened today. Somebody was saying they saw it. Who knows if they're telling the truth or not? But we know they just do a little whiff, and they come out and they show some Soros, they show Wolverine, they show the Naughty Dog's game, they show wherever my Venom is. Where's my Venom? It is like we're all in, like we're on, like it's good. The pros cooking, we're good. And the thing is like we just had Death Stranding 2. Ghost of Yote is looking fantastic, and I think there's a lot of kind of deflection of just being like, oh, it's just the Ghost of Yote, and it's like you don't realize the power of these games. Of when you look at the sales of where people are buying games, when you look at the sales of the console, and then you even see Chris Dring looking out of two sides of his head saying like, oh well, consoles are not selling the way they used to be, and everybody's growing up on mobiles, and old people playing on phones, and playing on, and kids are playing on PCs, and everybody, there's no real space for the console market. It's like, Chris Dring, somebody gonna slap your eye straight. The Switch is flying off of, like, these people talking about exclusives and talking about nobody will put it anywhere and all this other. It's like Nintendo just came out and is friggin' roasting asses right now with the Switch, which is underpowered in the world of all these teraflops and DLSS and your mother's ass and all this FSRs and fuck shits and all this other shit. All these technical terms. Nintendo coming out there cooking, going, America, Donkey Kong, play your bananas. And it's flying off of shelves. And these dopey bastards, Steven, they drive me crazy. Talking about your games everywhere. I don't see any of these biatches going like, well, where are they crying at 2K? Where are they on the floor crying? Where are the complaints to 2K and Rockstar for like, well, you're leaving money on the table, not putting GTA 6 on PC? Where's the crying there? Because I only hear the crying on Sony steps. I don't hear the crying when 2K is putting GTA 6, game of the lifetime, and it's not on PC. You can't play it on your Xbox ROG, Xbox ROG.
Box is in the name of
But you can't play it on that.
That's going to be such a waste of money. I swear.
It is.
It's so stupid.
But
It's so stupid.
nobody's
It's so-
yelling at 2K for not putting it everywhere.
But then you got people giving them the excuses. It's like you're not even getting a lot of the stuff that you're supposed to be getting from Microsoft. But yet, when Wolverine has not been shown since 2022, oh my God! Oh, you haven't seen it since 2022. But at least we know we're going to get it when it does come out.
But listen, Steve. As soon as this logo pops up,
it's so foolish.
They're going to cry and go. They're going to be like, Sony's leaving money on the table. Wolverine should be everywhere. Put it anywhere. Pause. Phil, Wolverine should be everywhere. Why is it not on Xbox? You should shut up, because nobody was screaming when Phil Spencer, when all those freaking games from Bethesda, when Starfield was exclusive, nobody was crying to put it on PlayStation. Nobody was like, well, you got to put it everywhere. Microsoft had their games going around saying, we put our games everywhere, but they were not putting them on a PlayStation and a Switch. And all those bitches ran with that, going, Microsoft's putting their games everywhere. Like, no, they aren't, you fuck ass. They're not. They are putting it on their product, our store, our Xbox Cloud, our Xbox. Like, do you bitches realize that Microsoft owns Windows? Our PC. But they ran around for years saying, we put our games on everything. It's like, no, you don't, bitch. And now when they really put their games on everything, they're like, well, Nintendo and Sony, they should do the same thing. But you want to know what?
And it's funny that every time that happens, they think it's like all these people. Well, I think Microsoft, money hats that. See, that they money hat the.
Why was Stalker 2 not on PlayStation at launch? Like, that was a Gamepass. You can say, oh well, it's the devs' decision. Well, okay. Wukong wasn't on Xbox at launch. Dev's decision, but it was a Sony money hat. But Stalker 2 wasn't a Sony money hat. It wasn't a Microsoft money hat, right? That wasn't a Microsoft money hat.
You're darned if you don't. That's the problem. You're darned if you do. If Sony puts something out, they're going to put, oh, it doesn't look good. Then they don't put it out. They're holding it back, or it should be on Xbox because everything should be everywhere. No, that's why they're making money. They made profit. They made good profit this year. It's revenue to pay off the debt, profit that's extra so they can make better games.
And they're trying to sell their ecosystem, their hardware, like the Switch. Oh man, you want to talk about? The Switch is trying to sell its hardware. Man, when I saw, I'm going to play this video here, but first I got to thank AK Do Sensible with a 20 bomb for the VIPs. He's cooking. I said we're cooking tonight. Me and my chef, Steve Leone. We got our premier chef and a special guest chef. This is like Hell's Kitchen. Wait, we're gonna cook this one. I'm in topics. I'm skipping those topics. We got John Dexter. Yo, watch Dexter. It's freaking awesome. That was an awesome show. Freddie.
That is awesome. That is so.
Oh my God! This last season is friggin' holy shit. I love it.
I love when he killed Peter Dinklage.
Yo, don't say anything.
I love that. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Volume John Doe, homie Juan Kenobi. Oh shit. We got Noob of Games in the house. We got Eric, Phoenix King, Jason Doust. Yo, thank you so much, AK Do Sensible. I really appreciate it, man. You cooking. Yeah, that's right, Josh. Who makes more money? Xbox. Wait a second. Dexter was friggin' incredible. That was like, anyway, that is a whole other story. And I forgot even, oh man, I wanted to talk about something else too, but man, listen to this. This video, and I'm going to actually, you know what? I found a new way when I got guests on the show here that I can incorporate them to get an instant reaction. So watch this. Let's see if this works. We're going to test it with Steven. We're going to test it with him and see if this works here, because I want you to see this stuff, because this, Like, while we're talking about exclusives, and I think we're moving topics around, but again, anyway, we're rolling into this thing. You know the Gaming Grindhouse. I'll put the timestamps. Don't worry about it. But let me get into this. Let me share a video. Let's see if I can do this. Video. Let me see. How do you... Yo, Discord's some ass right now. I don't know how to do this thing here. I checked out how to do it before. Here we go. Now I'm cooking. There it is. Let me see. Where's share my screen? And I'm going to share this one. So, Steve, now you can see it, right? You can see it in Discord? My screen?
The people...
Can you hear it? Can you see it? This will be great. JC's almost the big 30. Let's go. That's right, baby. Let's go. He cooking. All right, so here we go. Steven Leon. Oh man, look at Paris making the face. Mr. Yellow Chair in the house. We got to do a Mr. Yellow Chair. Well, let's look. Just one thing. I just want to prelude to this thing. These guys, Gamer Tag Radio, diehard Xbox Gamer Tag Radio. They made Xbox videos. They were all against PlayStation. He put music in between. I listened to him back in the old days, Gamer Tag Radio. So this is all stemmed from Xbox exclusives when they were rolling in with GTA 4, the DLC, timed maps, and all this other shit that went on there. The BioShock exclusive, the Mass Effect exclusive, all of this. Gamer Tag Radio. Here how they turned around a new leaf.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, Paris. The people that are saying that it's not going to happen, first of all, they've never done business like this before. You know, that's number one. Number two, they never have conversation with people within the industry, you know? And look, oh, we're perfect? No, there's stuff that we predict that never happens, you know? But based on how the industry is changing and like, layoffs and all this stuff, and now companies are investing more money on just...
First off, layoffs and all this other stuff. The industry is changing, layoffs, and they're shutting down studios and all that stuff. Do you see Microsoft as a company struggling? Are they coming out there and Satya is pulling out his pockets and there's nothing in there except mothballs? They are now at $4 trillion evaluation. The industry is struggling. If they're doing so good, why are they firing and shutting down studios and not continuing and selling off IP like Perfect Dark to have it continue, and firing Hi-Fi Rush and destroying all the hardware people and firing everybody? Are they poor? Are they struggling? The industry is struggling.
They're not poor. They're not struggling.
No, they're not.
I mean, they're investing in AI. You know, they have a bunch of server farms that they have. They have, they're doing so much more. You know, with their infrastructure. That, you know, that's why they're a multi-trillion
Who laid off like
company.
10,000 people in the last 2 years? Like, and shut off games that were doing well, and people were all excited about Hi-Fi Rush, and then they just go, yeah, we shut them down. Then they asked Sarah, why do you shut them down? What is your criteria for shutting down studios? And she was like this. She had no clue. She's like, well, I don't know. We just shut them down.
She's not informed. She's informed, but but you can't just put that past her though. Too.
$4 trillion, but the industry is struggling though. The industry is struggling now. If you're talking, and the thing is, you're talking about Microsoft, and what they tried to do, their whole narrative is like, put your game everywhere, and you will make the money that you need to sustain. And it's just like, yo, who spent $80 billion and now is laying off people because they bought too much and they haven't done shit with it? Like that, like you're forgetting that they spent $80 billion. And the first round of the $80 billion was to make things exclusive, pull them off of PlayStation. Do not make them. That's what their strategy was. And then guess what happened? They got kicked in the nuts.
I have an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're going to love my nuts.
So then they spun it around again. And they said, hey, well, pulling games off of PlayStation and putting them in Game Pass didn't make Game Pass increase our subscriptions. We suck again. You know, we keep sucking.
Gaming.
So now what we need to do is try to save the business and put it where games will sell. And this is not the first time they did this. They did this when you went from Windows Store, when they started in their walled garden. Tim Sweeney came out and going, Microsoft is creating a Windows Store to compete with Epic and Steam. They are creating a walled garden on PC, another storefront, which still here to this day. But what happened was nobody came into their shit-ass store, and they had to say, well, we got to put our games on Steam now because nobody's coming to us. So all these things were never a strategy of them trying to see the future and making gaming better. It was all pivots from failed moves that they made. Game Pass, Windows Store, exclusives in Game Pass, buying whole-ass publishers, building studios from scratch, like the quadruple A studio, The Initiative, that had the best coffee in the world.
That was a joke. That was
buying studios, then buying publishers. Fail, 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 fail. So what are they doing now? Just you can't beat them? Join them, and just put it on the PlayStation, put it everywhere. And they think now that everybody should do this because that's the way for success. And it's like, dude, Xbox is not successful. They're not successful. And if Nintendo is going to dab into mobile and Sony is putting their shit on PC and dabbing into an Xbox to try to grab some money there, that is not the same thing. Phil Glorious Maximus Ball Spencer had to have a whole Xbox podcast and tell people what he's doing. He had to go, it's only 4 games. Like, dude had to go on a show and talk about his strategies. Nobody else does that shit. Only Xbox will do an Xbox podcast and go, it's just 4 games. When the motherfucker knew it was a whole slate of games. He made that happen because he loves himself on TV. So he put his ass on TV and a podcast because he is Mr. Damage Control. When you see Phil Spencer, it's the Xbox panty dropper. That's what happens. When those guys in FanFest see Phil Spencer, the pants come off. Asses out. Booty's excited.
They showed them their tramp stamps in the back.
The tramp stamps out. They're like, yo, everybody show your tramp stamp. Just like they got a cutie mark on the fucking on the My Little Ponies. All those Xbox guys, they got a fucking Hovis method right on their ass cheeks. Phil Spencer comes, pants off. There he is. Stamp my other cheek. You missed the other one, Phil. This is what happens. So they send out Phil Spencer because Satya doesn't know what a fucking Xbox is. And Phil Spencer does his thing. Just 4 games. When the bitch was ordering frosted glass from Home Depot to put in every one of his goddamn studios to put his games everywhere. And he lied to you, Mr. Gamer Tag Radio, who bled green and created the podcast based off of Xbox. He lied to you. So all you guys now are sore asses because Phil Spencer lied to you just 4 games. He lied when he knew it wasn't 4 games. And now all your asses are sore and now you're pissed off. And you're like, well, if we got fucked, then everybody got to get it. And that's the way of the future. Yep. And this is the bullshit that they're pulling.
And the thing about that is the frosted glass. I think I mentioned it on Thrifty's show one time. That the assets weren't gone. All those assets they had from Bethesda, they didn't get rid of it. They had it on file someplace. They freaking brought it back out and started to freaking.
Yeah, they just put it on the back burner. Exactly.
It was even before the yellow glass.
Misery loves company. Preparation M.
That frosty glass. It was before that because it was to me it seemed like a contingency plan for them. So if this Game Pass doesn't work, we're going to put this on PlayStation. We're going to freaking organize. And I think they may have been talking to him beforehand. Sony just was like, okay, bring that stuff on. We'll make some money off of it.
Yeah.
But their sales aren't really, they're not
like, the thing is like none of them, PlayStation nor Nintendo, are going to go out and say the whole slate's coming because they are still trying to sell a product. Everybody talks about the software, but you got to realize that people, if they're still making hardware, which accesses their store, where they make money. Let me ask you a question. When is the last time Valve made a goddamn game? Why have they made Half-Life? Where's Half-Life 3? Where are the pitchforks? Where's Half-Life 3?
They made the VR game.
Where's
Half-Life
Team
Alyx.
Fortress 3?
And Team.
Where's Orange Box
also,
2? Where are all these incredible Valve games? Where is what is that game? The horror one. What was the other one? The Left 4 Dead. Where's Left 4 Dead 3? Where are all these games that Valve made? They don't need to make them because they benefit from their store. So the storefronts that they more, and you look, even when Xbox posts its financials, it's the sales of first party and third party in their store. Right? This is the thing. This is what they do. So like they don't have to make as many games. Valve don't have to make because they make their money from their store. So when you're selling a product that accesses the store that you're going to make money on, PlayStation makes money on what Borderlands is coming out. If they buy it from the PlayStation store, they make money on that stuff. So Nintendo, same thing. Their eShop. You know? Valve just made Deadlock, Sam said. All right, so they made a game. Thank you.
Even if it's early access, you can still access it.
Black for Blood, that was in the game.
Whether or not it's early access,
the thing is like, okay, here come the fact checkers. I understand that so they made Deadlock. But is Valve making all these games that they used to make? They slowed down very much. And why? So, like, my point still stands in that they slowed down making games in the sense of they have their store. Like, yes, they made games, but they have not made as many as they probably would have if they didn't have Steam. The storefront is another place of income for them. And that means if you have a product like the eShop, like the PlayStation Store, even Xbox Store, what do you think this Xbox front end is? What do you think that they're doing this Xbox thing? It's going to lead you to their store. That's the whole point. They want you into their storefront because if you buy something from them, they get a cut or they get it. So if you're trying to sell a product like a PlayStation and a Switch that access those stores, you got to give incentives to sell those hardwares. And if the games that are everywhere are not on those platforms, then it takes away the need for those platforms to bring people into that. And then look at this. A quantity over quality, really? Is that what you're putting words in my mouth? You're putting words in my mouth because I'm not saying quantity. So, Wara, you could say here that they're outputting, they're pumping out as many games as they used to make before Steam blew up. Is that a thing? So, like, they have been pumping out games left and right. Like, there was this, so it doesn't take the point away is that you can't deny that the storefronts, if you want to pick at the whole thing, the storefronts are another source of money for them. And if there is a way to sell it, these hardwares are a way. So when you look at Nintendo and PlayStation and even Xbox, they want to sell their hardware because it gives access to their store. Microsoft sells a PC, they have access to their store as well. So the thing is that you can't say that those storefronts are not bringing in money for them. That's the whole point. So if they want people to make money from the storefronts, then they're going to give incentives to sell the hardware. But everybody's so focused on the software. Just put the thing that makes you unique everywhere. But then that's not driving people to your platform, to your store. And that's the part that people don't understand. Like, you want to talk about it's a business. When you look at their revenue, when you look at what they say, services and things, they're talking about games being sold from their store, not just their games, everybody's game. And that's the whole reason why some people skip Xbox is because their store is not as lucrative as somebody else's store, as Steam or a PlayStation store. So they put their game in there first to sell, and it's a win-win. They sell their game, PlayStation gets a cut. That's the whole point. So this hardware is an entryway to their ecosystem. And these exclusives or games that these people want everywhere are, you know what? Don't let me say it, because these same guys, These same guys that want their games everywhere, where were they with the pitchforks when this man, I know their pants dropped, but when this man said this?
Exclusive titles in the console space is part of the business. All platform holders do it. They're kind of, more than kind of, they are marketing beats for the platform. And we see that. Our competitors have a lot of exclusive games. So when we're launching new games, there are certain games that we're going to make. Exclusive for us is always a little bit hard because we ship everything on PC as well. But let's just say ship on Xbox and PC and available on cloud. And some of those won't be available on other competitive platforms. But there's no example in Bethesda of us pulling something away from the PlayStation community that they had.
Exactly.
So if the future is no exclusives, then where were the boos and the pitchforks when Phil Spencer himself said they are part of the business? They are marketing beats. Said it right there. And this wasn't long ago. This was a couple of years ago. He said it right there. So these same people talking about it, put your exclusives everywhere. Phil Spencer said it right there. Right there, look. So let's continue with what they wanted to say. And their whole thing. Like, he said it right there. Did you hear it, Steve? He said it. They're marketing beats. That's what he said.
Yep.
He didn't say nobody should have them. He doesn't say, like, we don't need them. But hear what he has to say, this guy.
The amount of people that will sign up and create a Nintendo account through an Xbox, a PlayStation, or PC version, the account, right? And they can still play Nintendo games. I can see that too, man. Again, they're not doing it now, but it eventually could happen. There's potential. At the end of the day, it's about promoting your brand, promoting your might experiment in the future, because they're like, you know what? That's extra company doing this. And look, Nintendo's always been the last one. I think Nintendo might experiment in the future because they're like, you know what? That's extra money. I can see it. I know right now people say no, but I can see it. I mean, they experiment with mobile. I can see them saying, you know what? Let's release a game on PC just as a test. You know, I can definitely see that with how everything is changing. Eventually, it's going to happen, man. Because at the end of the day, it's about promoting your brand, promoting your ecosystem to join.
How do you promote your ecosystem when you put your game on other people's ecosystems? How? Steve, how do you promote your ecosystem if they put Mario on PC? What ecosystem are they promoting? What, that you log into?
You actually damage your ecosystem because you're putting it out there on something else.
Right.
I mean, Sony did the same thing, and it's like, dude, I shake my head at that. I'm like, I don't agree with it. I've never agreed with Sony putting their games on PC.
No,
because that makes they are a third party. They're partial third party.
They totally are. And I wouldn't be surprised if they put more on it. Like, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I mean, it's one of those things, man. One of those things that I just can't wrap my head on why they think that the little bit that they make.
They think that because you create an account, you give them your email address like that, they could count their MAUs.
Really funny that Helldivers dropped on Xbox. There's everybody celebrating the amount they sold, but then shat on Hellraiser 1 when it sold 500,000.
Hellblade, the Hellraiser.
Hellblade one. Hellblade.
I was like, Hellraiser.
I like Hellraiser, the movie. Yeah, I love that movie. But you feel me on that? It's like, come on, man. It's
no, I agree. I agree. Like you do.
They're like their ears tickled and listen, and their balls grabbed and cuddled because they think we are ponies, and we don't. We have to give you. We don't have. They don't have to do.
They need to go after Nintendo because Nintendo is the wallless, the biggest walled garden. Why is nobody screaming that Nintendo is not putting their games everywhere when their games are running on the weakest hardware and would benefit hugely by putting it on a PC with better graphics and 4K and true 4K and all that other stuff. Their games will play better off their platform. But they just go, oh, well, Nintendo just does what they do. No, Nintendo is doing exactly what they need to do, and they're successful. And it's completely opposite when you guys sit here and go, it's the future for everybody for gaming to succeed and be sustainable. They give this whole notion that gaming will fail if people do not take the games that built their whole library and built their identity and put it on everything that is there. And that's the only way of the future, when Nintendo is sitting there doing the complete opposite of that and being hugely successful on weaker hardware, more expensive games, and and they would benefit huge. But everybody just wants to go, oh, well, that's just Nintendo. And then when you see Death Stranding 2, when you see Ghost of Yotei, when you're going to see Wolverine, when you're going to see Soros, everybody's going to be like, well, that should be everywhere. Sony needs the money. And nobody's yelling at 2K to say, well, you're leaving so much money on the table by not putting GTA on PC. And then on top of that, we got to go over here and look, because I didn't see the pitchforks by these guys when this was around, Mr. Yellow Chair and friends. When Todd Howard came out and said Starfield is a better game because it's exclusive to Xbox and not on PlayStation. You know, we just glaze over because Paris goes, developers are saying they just want their game to be good and be played by a lot of people. That's fine. I'm sure all devs want that. But when they were doing it, when Microsoft was doing this, it was like, you don't spend that amount of money to make games everywhere. Oh, really? So basically, you just said, and Microsoft ultimately money-hatted Bethesda, ZeniMax. They just gave the ultimate money hat, $7 billion to buy everything that they got, and then $80 billion to money hat Call of Duty. But what happened was their money hadn't caught up with them. Because then what they did with Bethesda didn't help them. And then in order for them to stay face in regulators' eyes, they could not do the same thing they did with Bethesda, because Bethesda went under the radar and they were able to tell them not to make PlayStation games and pull them off. But that got too much when they wanted to go spend $80 billion. And in order for them to do that, they had to pretend that they were the God's gift to gaming and that they're just going to put their games everywhere. That changed their business, them spending $80 billion, because they were under a microscope, because they showed patterns of, you know, buying stuff, using their money and pulling things away from other people, promoting their shit over somebody else's on a so-called open platform. They had a history of doing that, and they were under much scrutiny. So Activision purchase forced them into this model. It's not the future of gaming. It's because Microsoft spent a lot of money and they suck. They spent a lot of money here and nobody was going in there. And the thing is that when you put your games everywhere, that's fine. Day one, I get worried about the quality of the game dipping because you're stretching these devs too thin. The staggered approach, I think, is the better one. The waterfall method. You sell it on your platform. You make sure that it does the best. It looks the best. It plays the best. It's optimized. You move what you got to move. Put it in a service, and eventually, if you want to, drop it down the waterfall. Then after that, you go put it over on wherever, PC, on mobile, whatever you want to do with it. But you made it do its job. But if you want to put it all these places day one and you got to take out features, wait for frames, all this other stuff because you are stretched too thin, that's where we suffer. That's where Gamepass came in to try to be the parachute for that. And they're like, the designer's choice, developer's choice, 30 frames. That's what it is. Meanwhile, they just didn't have the time to do it because they were putting it on too many places. And if you look at what actually he said, this was the quote from Todd Howard when everybody loved the exclusives. When you're making something exclusive, then the more you can focus. You know this is this is the hardware or the thing people are playing on. So the ability to focus on that yields a better product. You do what people you do want people to be able to access it, of course. But being with Xbox means there's an ease of access for us.
Not necessarily. It didn't do it for Starfield. It didn't do it for
He's
Redfall.
talking about Starfield. This is Todd Howard. He's talking about Starfield being exclusive to Xbox. That's Todd Howard quote.
Dude, like you were stating when on your last podcast that I listened to, they should go and get the example of what's it? Midnight. Oh my gosh, you mentioned it. It's the same. It's kind of similar. Gosh, dang! I had it in my head now. Man, I forgot it. I'm sorry. I lost the thought.
Nah, that's fine.
Oh my gosh.
They'll come back to you.
It's old age, brother. It's old age.
Yes.
Something Sky. Shoot.
Something Sky.
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky. Oh yeah, what they're doing. Incredible.
They should take. I mean, it was garbage at first, but man, look what they did now.
I know, right?
And that should be the progression for Starfield. They should be progressing to that point, especially with the amount of money they can get and the team that they have at Bethesda. But it sounds like this is more like Fallout 4. It's like it's not working, or even Fallout 76, because it has no teeth. It doesn't grab you.
Well, they were able to put the game out in a rough state and still fixing it to this day because of how it was distributed. And you could see that's probably why we'll get into what P. Hines and friends said, because they talked about the way Microsoft treated the developers and knowing where it was destined to be. Things have been the same for years when they first announced this program thing. But when you look at it, the thing is that the future of gaming, there was no exclusives don't matter during this time. That happened when last year, when that said exclusives don't matter. I've always feel exclusives really matter for the identity of the platform. And it's the reason why it gives the identity, it gives the gusto of why you would pick this over that. And if those games all go somewhere else, that's why I say Sony is riding a fine line. And if they do decide to start opening up the gates and putting Spider-Man, they already started with Helldivers 2. If they think they're immune to this stuff, they're going to FAFO. That's what I'm telling you. There's a fine line. But as long as they keep the gusto for their platform, they will continue to be successful just like Nintendo is. Because it's the identity of the platform. And as an investor of that platform where you buy your games, PC guys do the same thing. You buy these graphics cards, you buy this, you invest in your hardware. The worst thing in the world is when a game comes out and it's flickering, it's stuttering, and your system is running at blazing speeds and the game is not optimized for your $3,000-$5,000 investment. And the same thing happens when you buy a console. When you spend $500, $600, you don't want to boot up a game and it's not optimized and not working. You want to make sure that game is taking advantage of the things that they said their system can do. The DualSense, the surround sound, the performance modes, the quality modes, the PSSR, all the stuff that they said the reason why they built that hardware. You want their games to take advantage of it. And by them taking advantage of their stuff, that serves as an example for others to do the same thing. Microsoft tried to do this too with cloud, with Crackdown, console compute. Remember, they were trying to make calculations with the cloud and the damage and the structures fall down. They were doing that as an example to show other developers that, hey, here's some ideas. They do it with Sea of Thieves. They let the rendering and all that stuff of the waves and stuff, the physics, that gets rendered off console. And Crackdown was another example of it. They were taking advantage of their tech, their abilities of their hardware and their cloud to give an advantage to their platform, and then using that as an example for other developers to do the same thing. The tricks that they learn, and they go to games, games show and all that stuff, and they talk about how did you get this to work? But he says right there, He says, you know,
Unfortunately-
I'm just saying, he said, you show that the hardware is the thing that people play on. So the ability to focus on that is always yields a better product. The ability for them to focus on the destined hardware, the unique hardware, it yields a better product. That's what he said. And he's a developer. It's not fanboy saying it. Well, it's Uber driver, Todd Howard. Yeah, sorry, Steve, what you were saying?
No, it's just, oh man, it's just amazing to me how they designed their Xbox, the Series X. The Xbox Series X was designed with the chipset of, it was a server chip. They're banking on peer-to-peer throughout their thing so they can run their cloud. Unfortunately, there's not enough people on there to run it. They're hoping for maybe 100,000 and plus. People don't want that. They just want to play Gamepass and, you know, and do their thing and play. Casual gamers, you know, that's what they are. Xbox, you know, was banking on, because their chipset is a cloud-based, a server-based kind of chip. It's what it was designed. That's why it doesn't perform like you know, PlayStation's system. It kind of gets outperformed by even the average PlayStation, because it's not designed to do that. It was designed for cloud, and cloud's not hitting, so they're taking that hit. They're taking that hit in a hard way, and that's why they stopped making their hardware. I mean, it's not selling. I don't see it at any GameStop. All of my friends that I work at GameStop, I ask them, "Hey, is there any more Xboxes around?" No, they're not. They're not sending them. They're not sending them out. The Xbox Series X.
Yeah, I don't. Well, and that's the reason why they keep saying it's the future, because as I was saying, with the PlayStation and Switch, they are still trying to sell their devices, so they are going to still give reasons to buy those devices, and those games they better cook. You know what I mean? If they do have flops and things like that, it's going to be less effective. But Xbox, they have found an out. And like, you're right, they're not pushing their hardware as much because they found an alternative plan. They have a vested interest in Windows PCs and AI. That's where AI is going to cook, on PC. That's what they're trying to do. So they are going, they have a storefront over there. So they also have Game Pass. So they got the stuff. They found an escape route, and their escape route is the PC. That's what they want to do. Plus, it's beneficial for them because they don't have to lose money on making hardware. When you look at what Nintendo and Sony got to do, their R&D and all that stuff, they got to spend money to make money for their hardware. Microsoft is finding an out, saying, hey, we get Asus to make the hardware. We'll get HP to make it. We'll get Acer to make it. We don't have to lose money in the hardware. Instead, all we got to do is refine the software and the storefront. And the thing is like, that works for them. That won't work. That's not going to work for Nintendo. Nintendo's not going to, you buy from the eShop and buy Nintendo bucks. They don't work over on Steam in the Epic Store. So and Nintendo doesn't own Windows. PlayStation does not own Windows. Microsoft owns Windows. When they sell a PC, that is a feather in their cap. When a PC is sold, Nintendo don't get any money. PlayStation don't get any money. So why do people avoid the facts that Microsoft has a vested interest in putting their games on the cloud or on PC? Because they own that shit. They own the operating system, and they have their own battleground there with Chromebooks and Mac. They got their own work cut out for them. PlayStation, Nintendo, they're not in that business. They'll put their IP over there to make a buck and split it with Steam and cut it with Epic Store. But they are not going to, they don't have a PC vested interest unless they start building a storefront, which I don't think now they can do anything. I think PlayStation's screwed. They already went to Steam. They can't build no PlayStation Store. Maybe they have some place to log in. And again, all of them are fluffing their numbers. That's all they're doing. They're making them look bigger than what they are. These MAUs is like such a move to make all these companies look bigger than what they are. Like, they're not looking at like, hey, we're just the 70 million consoles sold. We are bigger than that. We have 100 million MAUs. And it's like they're counting everybody who logged in on a cell phone and shit like that. But it makes them look big and fluffing their feathers like a bird. Like fluff, 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 fluff. Like that's what they're doing.
Sounds just like what Xbox did.
Yeah, they're all doing it.
Just like them. I'm like, why are you focusing
We're all
on
fluffers.
MLB?
They're all fluffers. Pause. All
your
fluffers.
sales. Focus on what you've done. You know, you put out your.
How did it help them? Right? Come on, Steve. How did it help Microsoft to put their games on every device imaginable? They wound up still struggling and now doing even more.
And if you look at it, they sell more on PlayStation than you do on Xbox.
Yeah,
for their games that they put out.
It's crazy, man. It is wild.
About 3 million for Gears of War, the old one. That I'm impressed with because they sold about 3 million, correct? I think.
I don't know. That's saying actually, I have that on the list here. Where's our list? Oh yeah, we're skipping around. So we did the exclusive still happening
talk. That might have been fourth. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, Gears of War Reloaded struggling on PS5. Let me get these two shots. Iconic Games with the 5 VIP. Shout out to you, man. Giving out the 5 man VIPs are cooking. Let me make sure we got this. Wait, so did I get everybody here? Holy shit! I think we got. Hold on. I'm just gotta make sure here. We gotta take a music interlude. And I see X-Hawk is here. X-Hawk, he's excited. Spit on that thing. We're cooking. I think we got the 20 and 80, so we're at 80. Yo, I think I have like 3 friggin' songs here. Holy crap, we're cooking. You guys are going on the 3rd song. And then we got AK Do Sensible. Oh, first of all, let's just say he got, let me just see who he got. Oh, I'm scrolling the wrong thing here. Iconic Guy, Annoying, Knowable, Henzo, Kevin Mack, Emmanuel, shout out to Emmanuel, and Andy Nig, NG, yeah. And AK Do Sensible with the 10. He goes, Sony, FAFO, they need to wake up for sure. But I wonder what Sony knew. I mean, what from Xbox right now is still coming, yet Sony teases games a year out. Yeah, like, what does Sony know? Like, the thing is like, I think that, I don't know, Steve, what do you think? What do you think about it?
Sorry, my grindhounds are going off right now.
Oh man, that's it. Phil Spencer's at the door. I'll find a game a month pass. Well, what I'll say is like, I thought the same thing. I was like, what did Sony know for them to be doing this? Like, do they just see Microsoft's like, hey, you know, we're gonna do this full PC thing, OEM stuff, like. Because I gotta say, AK Do Sensible, it definitely was a hand around. Like, it basically was, they were shaking hands. One was promoting Gears, one was promoting Helldivers 2, and basically, they basically were like, kind of like, yeah, this is our like handshaking moment. So I think there's definitely was something behind the scenes. It wasn't just coincidence. It definitely was something. And I don't know if Sony's trying to bridge the gap and seeing like, hey, let's try to make this bridge where these Xbox guys could come over here. We got their game. What's hilarious is that guy Stallion83, who has the world record for Xbox Gamer Score, bought a PlayStation because Gears was on PlayStation, and now he's running around collecting platinums now, and he's calling it an edition. He's not moving to PlayStation, but he's calling it an edition. He's one of the biggest Xbox cappers from there. Xbox fed him all these years because he was the Gamer Score guy, and he went out and bought a PlayStation because Gears went over there. Trojan horse. Yep. I don't know, and he's loving it.
He gets things come over, people buy.
That's the thing. See, and Steven goes, and Steven, the thing is like, it's not that he's moving. But the fact that he bought it shows, because I'm going to tell you, like, back in the thing, and he says the DualSense is great, he's loving it. But he's not telling, he's like, oh, I'm not replacing my Xbox. Yeah, that's how it starts. Once you start getting into that stuff.
It does start that way. I've seen.
It's happened to me. It was just a dabble.
Yeah.
It happened to me. It was just like, I'm just buying this game. I'm just buying Uncharted 4, and that's it. I got the Pro. I'm just going to buy Uncharted 4.
They got their hooks into you.
Dude, and then it was that. And what shocked me with the PlayStation, and it's still to this day, if you just go to the PlayStation store, you see how many games they have that weren't even on an Xbox. Now, some are fodder, some are bad, some are good, some are gems, the games that you didn't even know existed. But it's amazing how many more games are on PlayStation versus Xbox. And that was the first thing I noticed when I booted up my PlayStation 4. I was like, whoa, what are all these games? Everybody's good. And not just exclusives from them, like just a lot of Japanese games, a lot of just games that never even hit the Xbox storefront. And I was just like, look at all these games. I'm like, wow. And I was like clicking on them. And then it started. I bought this, I bought that. And then I started buying more and more. And then I remember I bought my first multiplats. Like I bought Destiny 2. And also because I had the Pro, it was running games better than the Xbox. So now you have the same situation. You got a PlayStation 5 Pro running games on the console space. Now, I'm not talking about PC. On the console space, running games better than the Xbox. So now it starts with the exclusives. He's looking at Infamous. It starts with the stuff. And then you slowly start building an ecosystem. And that's why, like what Steve, you say, like exclusives, the fact that some of those games never went anywhere else, it adds a lot of value if they're able to play those games when you buy this thing. It does open up a big world if those games are only on the PlayStation that they never decided to move them over. And like it adds value later on. And that's why I always say, like, it's harder to keep selling hardware if you're going to continue to put your games off platform. You're not going to build that kind of FOMO for somebody maybe, 5 years from now buys a PlayStation and going, look at this library of games that I missed out on. And it's like, it gives you another reason to buy it, right? The exclusives get you in the door. It's like, wow, if I buy that PlayStation, there's a whole generation of PlayStation 3 games that I didn't play. There's a whole generation of PlayStation 2 games that I didn't play. And the fact that they're able to bring those games with them, it adds value. But if you start putting everything everywhere, now we're getting more and more generations, PlayStation 7, PlayStation 6. And now the value proposition is going to be all what the new shit that you're going to have. And that's where Sony is going to really have to give that FOMO of new releases, going like, hey, we can't rest on our legacy anymore because our legacy now is playable on PC. It may be on some Xbox consoles. It may be on handhelds. Our legacy, we can't rely on that. We got to show the new stuff, which is another reason why they got to get more aggressive with the showcases. They got to get more aggressive with what they're cooking, because now with them putting their games in other places, really all they have to entice people is their future. Like that's the thing, because that's like true. Everything from here past, well, besides like, some games are completely played elsewhere. So the real reason to get a PlayStation, because it's not the games that are everywhere, but the games in the future. That's why they need to start showing what they're cooking, because that is the future. The FOMO is going to be what they're going to need to move the rest of their hardware for this generation and to continue that into the PlayStation 6 generation. Those games.
I want PlayStation to show us something at least. I mean, but what's coming out right now is, I see that there may be a showcase coming up, hopefully soon.
Yeah, saying
I do need to see more, but it doesn't hurt me that I don't, because I've seen enough of like Yote. I don't need to see any more of Yote. I bought it. I got the collector's edition. I want that mask again. It's what I want. I know I'm not getting a physical, but I'm buying a physical one also. See, I'm double dipping. I'm getting two. At the same time, I'm getting collectors and that. See, that's how they get you, and that's what that Microsoft is lost on. By the way, I'm gonna correct myself on the sales. Forza Horizon sold over 3 million. Gears Reloaded only sold about 250.
That's why I was gonna pull up that article, which I don't know how real that is, but this guy from PlaysWave, so that's what I was gonna show up here. Hold on, I want to show this guy from here.
I googled it, so the AI is on it right now. The AI can't lie. Yes, it can.
Yeah, I'm gonna show the AI. Hold on. There is it. Yeah, here. So he says Gears Reloaded is reportedly struggling on PS5 with only 259,000 sales since launch. Critics cite a tough multiplayer experience for newcomers and dated mechanics as key issues. Can it find its footing? And then the article is right here for Game Rant. But like the thing is where is it? these are the criticisms that I had when I was playing it. It was the multiplayer experience. First off, the matchmaking took a long time, and the game is so OG, like it's original Gears. It's not the new mechanics, the grenade tags and all this other stuff. It was like remedial, the first one, the original jank one. And at the time, it was incredible. But you're talking about in modern day multiplayer, yes, they added a couple of things from Gears Ultimate, but they really did not add, enough, because it's still the old Gears of War. And, staying true to what it is, it shouldn't be Gears 2 and Gears 1 multiplayer. But the fact that, it's going to be hard to attract an audience with such antiquated multiplayer mechanics in there. So, Gears Rant says, Game Rant says, Gears Reloaded struggled for success. It says the launch was a massive shift for the classic console war. And maybe that's why, what I was saying is one of the criticisms, like everybody was talking about Helldivers 2. I thought Gears on PlayStation was a much bigger, holy crap. That is a huge that is Microsoft's #1 franchise of the most recent stuff. It's even possibly bigger than, with Halo, especially for the 360. What it did for the 360, what Gears did, it was huge. And it was one of their biggest franchises up there with Halo. And the fact that moved to a PlayStation, it was very surreal. But there was a lot more talk with Helldivers. And what's crazy is it was the Helldivers people celebrating. It was the Xbox guys celebrating the sales of Helldivers on their store. But nobody mentioned the word Trojan Horse and said this was PlayStation's Trojan Horse. And, everything they were saying when I never saw the pivots and flexes from a fan base, and they still lose either way. I never seen the tent pole. I never seen the waver in the wind as much as I've seen. Forza was selling on PlayStation, and they were celebrating the Trojan Horse of Xbox on PlayStation. This is their plan to dominate the PlayStation Store, circling all the sales of Xbox games, leading the PlayStation Store. And then Helldivers comes over to Xbox, and they're celebrating the sales of the PlayStation game on their storefront. But they're not using the same logic that they're like, well, wait, PlayStation is going to start dominating our stores. They want Spider-Man and stuff like that, like the Trojan Horse. They're going to take over our storefront and make our games work. Nobody talked about that at all. It was sort of it was the craziest thing. There was no Trojan. I didn't see anything but Trojan Horse at all with Helldivers being successful on Xbox. And then Gears just fell by the wayside, and maybe because of this. Gears has been lukewarm. Yeah, I am so surprised. I think I spoke earlier about it, that I thought Gears was going to do better than I was thinking Gears was going to do better than Helldivers because of its Gears of War.
Yeah, I think the beta killed it though. They saw
right. And you know what? Steve said the same thing. Yeah, that beta rubbed me the wrong way. Oh, Captain Ply says the real fact is true. PlayStation gamers don't care about Gears. Captain, I think Steve's right. I think the beta hurt it. Yeah. It made me refund it.
The beta for Concord kind of killed it.
Yes. Especially because it was free.
I had fun with it. It was
and then they asked for money, and I was like, "Oh well," it was great because it was free weekend.
Free to play and monetize the
it was free, and I was playing it for free 2 weekends in beta. I'm like, it was the full game too. That's what I thought was another killer for Concord, was that it was the full game, all the characters, all the weapons, all the maps. It was the full game for free beta. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, now we want some money now, $40." I'm like, yeah, I got my fill. I got to see everything. They gave all the characters, everything was in it. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of gone. Thanks. What's up, Nassim? How you doing, man? But yeah, and I think that Gears beta, it rubbed me the wrong way. After I played it, I'm like, yo, this is old as shit. I don't think I'm going to be playing this enough. And the campaign is so old. I played it through a bunch of times on the 360. Then I played it again in Ultimate on the Xbox One. Then I played it again on PC when I was waiting for the Xbox One X because I wanted to see it in 4K. And then when that was the whole thing. So like, and then I was playing it again as I was waiting for Reloaded because I wanted to go through the campaign again and run it again. And I was like, done. I'm not playing it again. And then when you see what Reloaded was, it wasn't that much of a graphical change from the first one. And actually, I think a lot of the atmosphere, that was another critique. A lot of the atmosphere was reduced in Gear. It was much more brighter, more colorful in the Reloaded. And it took away a lot of the ambiance and the horror elements and the creepiness of the look of the original game. It kind of took it away. And it looks great on the Pro, Mr. B says. But here we go again. Alinea Analytics. That's why I said I don't know if I trust these numbers here. Alinea is all over the friggin' place. They lied about Final Fantasy. Then they were talking about Helldivers numbers. Now everybody's using them again. And they use basically review sites. So I don't even know how real this is. But I'll tell you one thing that stood out to kind of back this up. Not saying that, the Alinea thing is here. But one of the things that came out today was the player engagement Circana numbers here. Where's this? And this was pretty shocking here because, for weekly active users on PlayStation on the left and Xbox on the right, Gears is nowhere to be found in the top 15 games of active users engagement tracker. The Delta Force is up there. That's a free-to-play game. But I don't see Gears at all. NBA 2K is up there. Helldivers came back from 31 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at the Xbox side, Gears is over there at 7. And Helldivers is at 6. Not the top. But Minecraft, GTA, Roblox, Fortnite, and Call of Duty are on top. But Helldivers at 6. But, yeah. And know one thing, too. Call of Duty, it's Call of Duty HQ. I notice when they say this, which means it's everything Call of Duty. It could be Call of Duty Modern Warfare, a Call of Duty Black Ops, and most importantly, Call of Duty Warzone. Like, all of them are bunched into Call of Duty HQ. So that's just something to keep in mind. Like, every time they show Call of Duty, it's like all of them.
Yep.
And Captain Playa says, why does everyone forget PlayStation have played Xbox games on their PCs, that we all own a PC? Yeah, that's a good point there. Xbox been putting their games on PC since 2017. So if you haven't played one of their franchises already, if you are not on a PlayStation, like, yeah. Exactly, Leech. I just said that. Where is the Trojan horse of Helldivers 2? Where is it?
They got a quality game.
They got a quality game.
So there's no Trojan horse. They won't say, "Oh my God, it's a
Trojan horse, dude."
No, they got a good game. That's actually a great game.
It's a great game. Helldivers 2 is incredible.
They can relive their ODS fantasies through it, because of the Halo thing.
Yeah, and we're waiting for Gears E-Day. That's right, X-Hawk. We're waiting for Gears E-Day. That's what we're waiting for. We don't want this old shit.
I'm hoping they reboot it. I'm hoping that they go all out and just reboot it. But I know.
I hope Gears E-Day is good, man.
They're gonna poop on it. They're gonna make it. Unfortunately, they're gonna make it.
That was another no-show at the Gamescom.
I want E-Day to be good. See, I'm a fan of gaming. I mean, Xbox, Microsoft. I just can't. I hate Microsoft.
Xbox, they put the games on PC. PlayStation put their games on PC, Last of Us and stuff, and that shit sold.
Yeah.
So don't say just because it's the first game and not expecting huge sales. I just think that the multiplayer it's old. But good on them though for putting the multiplayer in there. They could have just put they could have just not put it in there and done that. But I don't know. I'm surprised because I thought Gears will be up there on the PlayStation end there, but it's not. And I thought it would be.
No, it's what it is. It's what it is. I mean, we can't gauge it. I mean, we thought, Helldivers, selling about 1 million on Xbox. See, if you put a quality game out there that they have to pay for it, they will buy it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. You don't have to put. See, Sony knows us, and they trick us into this too. They kind of trick us into it because they got their hooks into us, and they kind of like with the Marvel token that's coming out. They put that beta out.
Yeah.
Those people that you played it. I actually watched one of my people I watch. Also, other than you, Jess, sorry, other people I watch too. I support.
Hey, no problem, man.
Hey, but I watched it. And I'm like, man, I can't play. I cannot wait to play that game and buy it because it's what Microsoft should have done in the first place. I think it's maybe coming to Microsoft too because it is a multi-platform game. They're gonna and it is a service game. So it may come to Xbox. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that. I'm just speculating. But it looks like because Gran Turismo could, because it is a service game, and so can that. It can, but I hope not, because I don't want to. I really wouldn't want to see it there. And the studio is building it up to be a Sony title that they can have. But with the Toki, you never can tell the money cruncher. You never know.
Never know, man. I know. You never. That's why I said, like, you never know
FAFO
how far.
Yeah,
you never know how far they're gonna go there. Like, I'm not gonna put my neck out there going like, oh, because even the whole exclusives thing, like, I still value exclusives. I think every platform has exclusives, and the thing is that every platform has a different need. Like, you look at something that just came out, like with Mafia sales. They just showed like the Mafia sales, and you look at where Mafia sold, and where was it? I had it right here. And you look, it just shows like here's the Mafia game videos. Somebody posted these things up there. Again, like, I'm not taking these as fact, but if you look at what this person said, Mafia sold they keep using Alinea analytics. Again, I just saw this now. Dude, this Alinea is getting a lot of traction. Don't you think it's no, Steve, let me ask you something. Don't you think it is very interesting? All of a sudden, this Alinea now is like all over the friggin' place. Like, everybody using it for Helldivers, for Gears, for Metal Gear, like all the recent games in the last 2 weeks or so. Like, Alinea been being sourced out the ass. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bought and pay for kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But anyway, then I'm not going to look at these numbers then. Yeah. But the thing is, I think we could all make a generality in the sense of, we know that if you put the same game on a PlayStation, on a cell phone, on the consoles, on a cell phone, and on a PC, the audiences are different. They have different wants, different needs. You put an RTS, most likely it is going to be more favorable on a PC than a console. You put a third-person shooter, you may be leaning more towards console and not PC. And this is the thing that people don't understand. Like, they're not all the same thing. They have different input devices, different preferences, different needs, different requirements, mobile, PC, and console. There are some games that transcend across all three, but a lot of games, there's certain genres and certain expectations that work with some of them. Like, you have your Minecrafts, your Fortnites, your things like that. Like, they transcend them, but those are more of the kind of the big ones. Like, every game is not going to be a Minecraft or Fortnite the way it just plays on everything and gets the huge audiences all over the place. So trying to do this, oh shit, Lucci says they work for Microsoft. I got proof. He says they work for Microsoft. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's go check. Let's go see. Oh shit. Well, there we go. Well, let's go do a little Grinds Foundry on here. I'm bringing up the Alinea analytics. Let's see. They've been in the news. This is off topic here, but they've been in the news so much. I gotta give a little bit the best about them. First off, I already see. I already have a warning sign. There's already a warning sign here. Where's my warning signs? I already have one. Silent Hill, get in here. I already got a warning sign. Trusted by IGN. we're in trouble. We are in trouble. That is not a publication that I want to be trusted by. So, Alinea, I don't know. Starbreeze Entertainment, are they still around? Starbreeze? Are they making a new Vin Diesel game? Daybreak Studios.
There's another one that didn't come out.
There's another one. Vin Diesel's Arc 2, where he fights the dinosaurs. It's all about family. It's family. It's dinosaurs, the family. Not the mama. Not the mama. Where's that one? Paradox, Trusted by Giant Bomb, Venture Beat. Oh shit! All right, so we got some sus over there. That's some sus right there. Well, let me see who Alina's cooking with. Your one-stop shop for PC and console data. Oh yeah, somebody paid for some subscription. You're right, Steve. Like somebody paid to play.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody is using their subscription. Because these numbers, somebody got these numbers. Somebody said, you know what, I'm going to sign up for a month and drop some numbers. That's why we're seeing them.
It's just like when PlayStation gets like 100 reviews, and then the Xbox gets 26.
They're from Norway.
Yeah.
Let's see about this. Let's see here what they do. They're from Norway. Let's see. People start looking them up. William Haddle, he's the chairman. His favorite game is FIFA. Get him. Get him. Who are these people? They don't even have pictures of them. I don't have pictures about the team there.
Might be an AI.
Yo, these look like some AI names here. Linus Back, Victor Spindler.
Yep.
Record Linder, Marcus Adminson, Reyes Elliott. Yo, Gustav Nordstroms. Daniel Somos. Oh shit, he's from Xbox Somos. We found him. His favorite game is Horizon Zero Dawn. Nice deflection. We know you're from Xbox Somos. Lunchy, is this the proof? I need proof. This is AI names here. Morton Klein. Yo, they don't have pictures of them either. Check their LinkedIn accounts. What honor.
Yeah, it's not important enough to even look at their LinkedIn.
No, Warwana, I'm gonna put you on that job. Warwana, get him. Warwana be right up that. He can be researching them. He's gonna provide me a research paper in a week. Oh wait, Lunci's. Oh shit, Lunci's sending me stuff. Wait a second, I gotta see this. Lunch. It's always exciting when Lunci sends me something when I'm live. Oh, wait a second. What did Lunci tell me? Luigi, is this thing from Old Man Gaming? Is this what you just sent me? Oh, yo, that's exactly what I just said right there. This Old Man Gaming Guru says, I was today years old when I discovered the analytical darling that erected out of nowhere in 2019. Alinea Analytics is a partner of none other than Microsoft. Through subsidiaries and investment firms, they attempt to hide this, but it's all public and you could research it. And then this. Yes, publishers. Wait a second. Yo, this is some conspiracy shit. We got a conspiracy gaming grindhouse. I'm going to have the sleuths in here. Yo, there it is. 500-word essay from Warwana. He said he already did it. Lunchi got here. Look at this thing. Let's see who they are. It says, yes, publishers can typically pre-order games on the PlayStation Network and create codes. PlayStation allows publishers to pre-order games with their own use, including creating and distributing codes for promotional purposes. This is part of the broader system of distributing digital content on the platform. Pre-ordering. Publishers can pre-order games on PlayStation Network just like individual users, as is common practice in the gaming industry. Code creation. PlayStation may offer the ability to create promotional codes that can be redeemed by other users. Publishers can use these codes for various promotional activities. The PlayStation Store is primary platform for distributing digital games. Yo, we gotta look up. Hold on. I'm going to use my Phil Ness AI. Here we go. We're going to use some Phil Ness AI. What the hell? Publishers can pre-order games. So what are they saying? That they're fluffing their numbers, like they're buying the games back?
Exactly. That's what they're trying to say.
Everybody be fluffing out here. Who knew the gaming industry is the fluffer industry? Oh shit!
It's kind of sad it doesn't work for Microsoft.
You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this.
Oh Oh
Because the
man,
publisher can be doing it, they can fluff their numbers.
Yeah, everybody be fluffing out here. We got all fluffers in the gaming industry. That's the
Yeah,
real
pillow
job.
fluffing, pillow fluffing.
Oh man, the gaming industry turned to a bunch of fluffers. Oh,
I can go directly to Blacknuts.
wait a second. I gotta use my. I'm not asking Copilot. Copilot will be biased. They'll be like, "What you talking about?" I asked Copilot, I'm like, "Is Alinea Analytics and Microsoft in bed together?" Copilot will be like this.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I don't know. So I'm asking Google. Google will spill the beans. Google AI will. Yeah. Wait, here we go. Let's see. Google will rat on their ass. Copilot will be like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about." Microsoft and here we go. Let's ask Google AI. No direct information is available in 2019 within the provided search. Oh no, I don't want 2019. I want in all. I want to be surprised. Just like Microsoft was in bed when they were trying to get all this stuff due. Let's see. Let's see. You're right. All of a sudden they showed up. Like, look at this. This is pretty wild. I've just been seeing all the numbers from them. So it says Alinea Analytics, a company that provides estimated things. What is Alinea Analytics? It's a firm that offers game sales data and market analysis to help understand key findings from Alinea Analytics regarding Microsoft. It's like, in 2025, they reported that Microsoft was the most successful publisher on PlayStation Store. That's why everybody be fluffing them. Yo, look at this. Other titles like Sea of Thieves and Gears Reloaded have demonstrated strong sales. Yo, they've been fluffing Microsoft. Look at them. Here they are. That's why we've seen them in the news in the last few months, because they fluffed Microsoft being the most successful publisher. Where's the place? Where they are? Yo, get in there. Rickard Liquor and Victor Spindles. Yo, look at them. They have no faces. Ooh, why am I paying for you guys and you have no faces? Yo, let's see their blog. Oh, shit. They got some bullshit numbers here. Look at this.
They're trying to deflect the sales of PS5. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to be the analytic company that deflects away all the sales that Sony does.
It's all fake, dude.
And it's all designed to promote Microsoft, of course.
Look at this. They have a whole Janky Jones one. Now we really know they're fluffing. They're really fluffing.
The buried treasure is gemstones of juice.
Look at this horse shit. Who writes an article about Janky Jones? Indiana Jones is selling copies faster on PlayStation 5 than it did on Steam and Xbox. A positive sign for Xbox third-party future. Yo!
Not many people buy on Xbox anyway, so that's not hard to do.
This is... Yo, they're from the Xbox Discord. Tom Warren, part of them. Yo, this is all of them. Mm-hmm. Who puts this kind of spin? What kind of fucking an analyst puts this kind of spin on this? This is a fluffer. If I haven't seen a fluffer, man. Oh man, Bootleg Jezin on this. That's why he's been writing articles about it. Yo, look at this. Where's the article about Helldivers 2? Where's the Helldivers 2 article? Oh, shit, yo. We know what's going on here. You got it getting it live, Steve.
Got Glaze going on.
It's Glaze time, everybody. Yo, fuck that. I'm giving them the good way. We're cooking them with the good Xbox Glaze. Nah, this is some bullshit. This deserves the full ass song. This one right here. They're getting full glaze on this one. Yo, who's spinning Janky Jones like this? Oh man.
Buried treasure is gemstones.
Juicy.
This is some glaze article bullshit right here.
Are they celebrating 170,000 sales? That's kind of crazy.
Dude.
I love to celebrate mediocrity.
They're celebrating Janky Jones in the streets. This is a full-on glaze. Yo.
It's like a participation trophy play.
Glazenia.
Glaze-o-matic.
Oh, man. Yo, they just hired this guy. Oh, wait. Whoa. There's some friggin' juiciness going on here. Wait a second. The new Alinea. Yo. Bryce Elliott just joined their team. Yo, who are these guys? Yo. Oh, man, he's been featured in IGN. Yo. There's some glazing going on there. Like, this whole thing, like a positive sign for Xbox third-party future. Janky Jones selling faster. Yo, this is look at this. Look at another article, March 28th, how well Xbox games on PlayStation have been selling so far. Look at this. It differs. It's undeniable. Xbox is now a third-party publisher. Yo, what kind of analytics is this? This sounds like fanboy goddamn articles from like IGN glazing. What does an analytical company go? It's undeniable. Xbox is now a third-party publisher. What the? Now they got Astrobot on here. These are some weird blog shit. That's weird. It is. It's so weird.
Controlled propaganda.
It is propaganda.
Controlled by Microsoft. Of course it is.
Yo, this is that. Yo, that's some weird. But no wonder where they get. I've been seeing them in the Wait, let me go back in their blog. How far their blog goes? Have they pulled this kind of horse shit out before? Yes, some picture. Why are their pictures not on their website? There's pictures of them here. Yo, look at this. They just launched in May of last year. They're just over a year old. Yo, we got Glaze. Juicy, glaze, double glazed blackberries on top of Janky. Yo, we got a one. No wonder they just showed up. They just showed up last year. The Glaze Patrol. We got the Glaze Patrol. Phil, what do you gotta say?
I'd have to go back and look at the...
Yo, that's their oldest post.
Looks like one of them has some kind of testosterone. The one in the blue.
Yo, I got a new updated picture. We gotta watch these guys. I'm like, everything, all these numbers that are coming out are from these guys. Years of NPD research. Yo, years of NPD and analysts and nobody sharing numbers. And these dudes just show up and all of a sudden they're sharing numbers in a year. I can't hear this shit. Oh my God, the fucking media, man. I tell you, gaming is a melting pot of shitholes. I have no clue how do they get away with this shit? We have NPD who is slowly taking actual sales away, and NPD goes away, and all this other stuff. Even what's his name goes to Blue Skies, and he can't even share his news anymore. These dudes show up in May of last year, and all of a sudden, numbers are flying around all over the place, and they want you to sign up with them. Yo, they're like, fucking 300,000, we did it. Fucking dudes. Yo.
They want, if you want your ear tickled, that's where you go.
This is craziness.
That's how it is, unfortunately.
Because even the blog posts are so they're so driven. Like, we talk about games everywhere. Like, they're just like, and this is why Xbox is good, and this is why PlayStation's selling their games over there. Steam had a big like Steam sales of Stellar Blade, and like, it's just so weird. It's like, yo, just report the numbers. We don't need your kind of associations. Like, this is why they're good. Yeah, with this one, June, we published our May data on Steam's top game revenues, but now it's time to look at the top performing Steam games. Why would they need you for Steam games? And this is their data, like their protected data. They just put numbers out like this. like, yo, the fact that they're just sharing these numbers like this stuff, and like NPD has them on like lock and key. This is wild, dude. This is like, yo, yeah, my ass. I'm paying you clowns for a demo. There you go. Look at this. No generalist consultants, no non-gamer representatives. Just season. Yo, you just reporting sales numbers. Who gives a shit if you're a gamer or not? Just tell me how much the shit sold. Now you know that they're fans. This is the fanboy fanboy Sacania. This is fanboy Sacania. This is fanboy MPD. That Elden Ring data suggests 1 in 3 Xbox owners bought Elden Ring. I call bullshit, Josh Hayes says. Yo. GLAZED Analytics. There we are. There's GLAZED, man. That is some wild shit. I'm going to look more into this. But it's just so funny because, like, I'm just looking at some numbers that just show up on X. I'm like, oh, here are the numbers. I'm like, and then I see they're coming from this website. They're coming from them. Yo, they only got 3,000 followers. Dude, these are a bunch of 5 dudes in a basement somewhere just fucking around numbers. Yo, they only been here a year. Yo, look at this. They joined X in 2019, but the first blog was in 2024. They prepped that glaze for 5 years, 6 years before they said, we're launching some bullshit numbers. Hey, look at this. Their pit message. We're not afraid to publish our margin of error data. Why? Market intelligence help businesses make informed decisions. Who are you?
Hey, Ron.
Who are you? You've been here for a year. You're telling businesses what to do?
Now. No AA Ron, huh? Well, you better be sick, dead, or mute, AA Ron.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is this? Yo.
I told you it's their paid propaganda machine.
You're right. Steve, you started this whole thing. You're right. Who are they following? Let's see. Victor Spindle, Bull, and they're just following themselves. Here they are. They're just following their team. Here's the founder. Let's see what he's done. Oh, that's where this chart came from too? This shit's all over the place. Yo, these guys are using PowerPoint and just making shit. Oh, man, and nobody's questioning them. How did they come up with their numbers? They just say them. They don't even, not even on their website. They don't even talk about how they come up with their numbers, like where they're getting the sales data from. They're not getting it from MPD. Where are they getting these numbers from? Right, Josh? Where are they getting these numbers from? They don't talk about on their website, like how, do they talk about how they get their numbers? Yo, this is like market leading precision. Their pin message is like, we're going to post our margin of error. We're not afraid to post our margin of error data. What will you say here? Market leader in precision. Yo, it is legal because they just come up with some bullshit numbers. It's the businesses that got to believe them. That's the illegal part. We're benchmark tested real-time insights across 275,000 games, 51,000 studios, billions of data points in every global market. No cherry picking, No black box models, just truth backed by data. From who?
From Microsoft. That's who they're getting it from. They're getting all their data from Microsoft themselves because they're bought and paid for.
Where?
See, money talks with them, with the analytics.
Oh, I am
Money
sure,
talks.
man. For somebody
It's
who
all
said for the future of console
crap.
warring is over, man, they built a whole like console war NPD. It's all cap, dude. This whole thing is suspect, man. This is all sus. This whole thing. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even go
That's
into
why
this.
it's being promoted so much because Microsoft has been gotten a bad rap for so long.
But
now they have their own analytics team that can make.
Yeah, but Steve, like the thing is like it just seems like in the last, like if you look at all their stuff, all these charts, all these little like all these things, these narratives of sales and first party and third party content and how's it selling and like this chart too, like all this shit is you've been seeing it like a lot in the last few months. And I'm like, and it's all coming from them. Where are these numbers coming from? Source, Alinea estimates. Estimates from who? Are you looking at Steam sales? They do not share official sales numbers for MPD for all these years. You guys all of a sudden got, oh yeah, they sold 18 million. Like you have no friggin' clue. And somebody just said, they said there was like 200,000 sales of Metal Gear Solid to their estimates. And then Konami came out and said they sold 1 million players. That 1 million.
And if you look at the picture, they put Microsoft at the Xbox at the very top of the 18 million. It actually should be down at the bottom where it's 18 million because you got Sony and all that stuff right there. It should be at the very bottom.
Well, it's showing just a cumulative.
That propaganda, I know.
That propaganda, putting Xbox at the top, looking like Xbox sold 18 million.
Look at how much 18 million, and these bots are gonna look at it.
No,
Wow,
you're right. In the way that this thing is, it's really like it's kind of. It makes it look like these bar graphs of overlapping. Like it's the black bar over the blue bar over a green bar. You know what I mean? Like it's not additive. The way they got this graph, it makes it look like it's the black bar 12 million, then Sony at the other million, and then the Xbox at top at 18 million. It's not like, you know, like because this really doesn't tell you how much each platform sell. You got to like calculate what that black bar is between 12 million and wherever that Xbox line starts, and you say, oh, well, that blue bar is how much PlayStation sold. Well, how many millions that? And know what else is kind of crazy? You look at the bar graph, and it's just like, it's strange of how, I don't know where they're getting these numbers from. June to, they got data back from February 24th, but their blog started in May. Their blog started in May. So wait a second, I don't understand. If you go to their website, you go to their when did they start? In 2019? Like when did they start? You go to their oldest post. Their oldest post is right here. Alinea launches next gen gaming platform. May 28, 2024.
They're time travelers.
It's
crazy.
If your gaming studio financial, I want to know how many studios are using their analytics because they don't even talk about how they get it. Data from PCs, consoles, social platforms is fragmented and difficult to access. Our mission is to equip gaming studios and financial institutions with the data. Yeah, but wouldn't that be true wouldn't they be doing on their website? Wouldn't they be explaining how they get their data from? Since they're not getting it from MPD or Sakina, like where are they getting it from? Are they going to publishers or like we touch base with publishers and get their accurate sales data? Like who's sharing the data with 5 dudes that just started a website in 2024?
It's just
they go to Metacritic and just count reviews.
It's crazy.
Investor and consumer fraud, Ryan. Yo, the grindhouse law is in full effect. Yo, Wana says he DM'd him on Discord. Yo, grindhouse law in full effect. Where's my gavel? Where's my gavel? We got to get grindhouse law. This might be an episode of grindhouse law we just turned this into. I need my Phil Spencer, my gavel here. Order in the court. Oh my goodness, this is some crazy shit right here. That's wild. Well, this wasn't on the agenda. Paradox and Starbreeze trust them as two publishers. You're right. Those are the only two publishers that are part of them. Starbreeze and Paradox. Daybreak.
Who owns Starbreeze and Paradox?
Yo, you guys, Steely only. He's the sleuth. We're getting him in here. Let's see. Starbreeze Entertainment. Dude, what game did they make? Let's look at who they made. Starbreeze Entertainment. No. Wait a second. Yo. Yeah, I would say that they would need help. They made Payday 2, Overkill, The Walking Dead, Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, Syndicate, The Chronicles of Riddick, The Darkness. Oh, Jesse. I remember The Darkness. Let's say they made John Wick Chronicles. Yeah, they're going to need that sales data. Enclave. Let's see a second. Starbreeze Entertainment is owned by Digital Bros. It's me, an Italian publisher that's acquired a significant stake in Starbreeze in 2020. The company recently, Starbreeze also issues shares to the public, and company recently issued shares to Embracer Group. Digital Bros. Well, I want to know who owns Digital Bros. You know, these are the 12
We're going
degrees
down
of
the rabbit
Phil
hole
Ness.
now, Jess. We're going down the rabbit hole now.
Who owns
Pull back. Get
Digital
back to the show.
Bros?
Let's do this.
Who owns Digital Bros? Gaming company. Let's go. This is the 12 degrees of Phil. This is gonna be like Phil Spencer. Digital Bros, the company that owns the digital entertainment business, was founded in 1989 by Rami and Rafi Galante. They established the company, which started by distributing video games through its Halifax brand and has since grown into a global developer, publisher, and distributor. The company is publicly traded on the Italian stock market. Oh, man. No, it operates under brands such as 505 Games. And who puts their games in Game Pass?
505.
505 Games. The 12 degrees of Phil Ness come full circle. Oh, shit.
So basically, they're slightly bought and paid for by Microsoft.
Oh, shit. 505 Games. Who puts all their games in freaking Game Pass? Oh, shit, man. We got... Oh, fuck. This is a fucking deep glaze.
You are right, my brother.
It's all the gabagool.
You're right, Josh.
Yo, the 12 degrees of Phil Ness. Oh, man, say it ain't
we
true.
went down a rabbit hole.
Yo, we went down the rabbit hole. Holy shit. Oh, man, this is a full-on glaze. Oh, shit. This is so much of a glaze.
It's like an ultra glaze.
This is ultra glaze. We got to go full ultra glaze with this one. Oh shit, we're going full ultra glaze.
And I'm glad I came on tonight. Woo, this is fun. And we should have listened to Wall Wanna earlier. He was right. He was right
We're
about
going
them.
full leotard glaze on this one. Holy shit.
And this took us away from all the topics.
I don't know what the hell the next topic is. We're going full glaze. Yo, that's a full glazer, man. I don't even want to know. Holy shit. Yo. Owned by the freaking Mario Brothers, the Gabagool. And that's why they reported the mafia numbers. Oh, shit.
Yep.
Yo, this Alinea is, this is a switch
really
to Alinea from who? From MPD?
BBC, that's what kind of got me more is they're trusted by the BBC. I don't trust the BBC at all.
Yo,
they're
that BBC.
A garbage company. They run. They're garbage, man.
Yo, I don't know what the hell's going on.
What they do? What the heck?
We called them green-handed.
Oh, crazy in this
the
place.
Digital Bros.
Oh
Yo,
my gosh, Digital Bros. That's
the
sounds
Digital
even freaky.
Bros. Wait, I got one more rabbit hole here. Let me just say.
We get War for exposing him
Yeah,
so much
got
more
War
before.
on, I
We
got
didn't
in
listen
there.
to him. We should have listened to him.
Who owns
Thank you, Wara.
Docs Entertainment? Yo, Warwana, he's on the DM. He's our field sleuth. We got and Grindhouse reporters out in the field. Yo, there he is. Yo, I got one-on-one. He needs to have a he has the pipe and he has the monocle and he got the hat on there. He got the Grindhouse investigators. He goes, Warwana, Jez, love you exposing the glaze. Love your work. Yo, thank you, Warwana. Yo, there he is. That's our field reporter right there, Warwana. That, you don't know his real name. Yo, we need to find out. Yo, that is some crazy glaze right there. 505 and the Digital Brothers. It's a me. It's a Phil. Phil's Mafia Connections.
I have to go back and look at it.
Oh man, Phil's Mafia Connections there. Holy shit. That is crazy. 505 games. What did they make now? Let me see this one. Hold on. We got to see this one. They put their games in Game Pass. And they got the analytics. Yo, what did they make? What did these guys make here? Paradox Entertainment. What are the games that they made? Let's see here. 10th Century. Yeah. Let's see. 10 cent, 10%. Yeah, we gotta watch the Phil Ness, man. He the 12 degrees of Phil Ness. Put him in the bathroom. Oh, that is wild. What games does Paradox Entertainment make? Conan the Barbarian. Yeah, I'm gonna search this page. Hold on. The sleuth continues here. I just want to see what this Paradox one. Let me see. Find on page. I'm gonna see. Oh no. No, yo, it goes even crazier. Grinders, Paradox Interactive Entertainment. I just searched for Microsoft on them, another trusted one. Paradox Entertainment. Paradox tries to make games that are open and easy to edit. From tweaking, Paradox worked with Microsoft to develop Paradox Mods, an open mod platform that allows same user-created mods to work on both Microsoft Windows and Xbox One systems. Oh, shit! Yeah, Microsoft! 12 degrees of Phil Oh, shit, I'm done.
This is a crazy rabbit hole,
I'm
man.
done, man.
Crazy.
Phil Spencer got his fucking hands in everything. Oh man, another. Yo. Yo, and we know about IGN, right? They got Shaggy there, the whole fucking the mystery machine. Grindhouse Law. Never be yo. They got hose law. This is Grindhouse Law. Expose law. Get them with that glaze. Yo, and then also trusted by IGN. We know about them. They had the best exclusive. Yeah, the best exclusive.
The best Xbox exclusive in years. And
they got Shaggy leading that one. But yo, that is crazy. Paradox Mods working with Paradox. Paradox trialed a subscription model approach to extend the content of these games first. Yo, this is Phil Spencer must have been crawling up that ass. Crusader Kings. Yo.
They don't want
no. Holy
numbers.
shit, yo, look at this. Along with the grand strategy, Paradox catalog includes simulation games like Cities in Motion, City Skylines, which was in Game Pass, and role-playing games such as Pillars of Eternity. Holy shit! Oh, no. Oh, shit on me! Wow. Phil Ness is all over the place. Jesus. Well, yo, it's our special guest tonight. Steven said, yo, he kicked off the investigation. He gave us, he was the caller in. He's like, yo, I heard that they have Phil Ness in there. I was like, what? I was like, I smelled the Phil Ness. I smelled it. I smelled it.
Certain stench.
Yo, I smelled that Phil Ness. Yo, that's crazy. City Sidelines and Pillars of, and yeah. And Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, what's wild? Pillars of Eternity was made in Exile, right? In Exile did Pillars of Eternity. Right? That's their thing. Obsidian, yeah. Pillars of Eternity, role-playing game developed by Obsidian. But with Paradox Interactive. Oh, shit.
And who owns them? Microsoft.
Holy shit, yo! Paradox Interactive, and who are they? Alinea, trusted by Paradox Interactive. Oh, shit. 12 degrees of Phil Ness. Oh, shit. Oh, we're cooking. We're cooking. Oh, man. Oh. Damn. Oh, shit. One in the field. We need a report. Oh, man. Yo, this is a deep glaze. This is like, Phil Spencer gives you that like surface glaze. Dude, this glaze is like, this is the shit that's inside the donut. This is like the fucking cream. Oh, shit, the cream.
I can go directly to blackness.
It's more like the mold in the freaking...
Yo.
It's the mold in the cream.
It's crazy.
Tainted.
They have so much money. They are touching every little bit of this stuff. Like, and it kind of goes to what they blog on. And the weird that these guys are just like, it's so weird, dude. That is weird. And I'm just seeing like they're coming up, and I'm like, where are these numbers coming from? And yo, they are there. And it's like the last few months. It's like Xbox is a third. Like, who writes? What kind of neutral, like, analytic team writes this thing about Janky Jones? Like, who writes? Like,
it's not neutral.
It's not.
Not neutral.
How well Xbox games selling on PlayStation? Like, what are you doing? Like, what kind of and that's why when we see Helldivers over there, all these articles about Xbox, the top publisher, and the Trojan horse, everybody, the only thing Trojan about it, the fucking Phil Ness condoms. This is nothing. This is ridiculous. What kind of analytics is this? All you're doing is fueling the console bullshit with some numbers that we don't even know. This is a deep, crispy cream glaze. That's right, Sergey. Dude, this is like you open up the glazed donut and there's shit inside there. That's how deep this shit is. They have gone to plaid. God damn, Phil Spencer goes 12.
Exciting life now.
Man.
Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts.
You gotta keep your head on a swivel, man. Microsoft, they may be peeking in your window right now. Everybody go check their windows. I think there might be an employee checking in your windows right there. Yo, spend them out of business, right? Right, Matt Booty Cheeks. The perfect ass. Mr. Ass over there. Spend them out of business. Wow. Now, I don't even know where that topic falls on there, but man, it would just, just basically, yo,
it's crazy.
It boggled my mind because I'm like, where are all these numbers coming from in the last few months? There you go. And skilled solid data. He said it's called corruption, not weird money speaks. Yeah. Right? When you spend $80 billion, you're going to have a hand in everybody's ass, right? You're going to have a hand everywhere.
Yeah, many puppets.
Yeah, exactly. You got finger puppets.
Yep. You got finger puppets. You got the whole hand puppets.
It's right.
Depending on how
my God.
they like it.
Dude, it's crazy. All right, so I think we covered. Dude, I don't even know where we're going from here, but the grinders are loving it, man. They're going crazy in the chat. They're like my sleuths. We got Warren in the field. He's out there. I got him right now. He's having a cappuccino. He's sitting there with a top hat on. He's listening in to the Phil Ness, seeing if there's anything in the streets. Warren on the field. That's our Grindhouse Law. He's our Sherlock.
Kangaroo.
He's our Sherlock.
He's a kangaroo right now.
Yeah, Stephen Leon is the whistleblower. We got the whistleblower here, special guest Stephen Leon. He was our whistleblower. He said, I think Microsoft's behind it. I'm like, what? Nah. And then I had to go. My Grindhouse Law got full effect. I got the hot.
Too much fluff. You can just see too much fluff in it.
There's too much. There is. I'm like looking at those blog posts. I'm like, this. What kind of like what businesses are using these? Who are they? And especially how secretive and crazy the NPDs are. Like they won't even announce where these games are sold. And even when the publishers like Capcom and stuff. Like, they even kind of remove names. Like, they don't want anybody to look bad. Very occasionally, you might get it slipping. These dudes are just posting up like, yeah, this sold 15 million. This sold 15. Here's my chart. It's like, yo, you got data going back to February. You just started the company. You just started the blog on in May. What data? Where are you getting this from? And nowhere on your website, if you were a legit analytical thing, you would talk about where your sources are from, not who believes in you. And they're a bunch of Xbox 505 Games and goddamn Paradox who works with Obsidian and IGN who has the head Shaggy.
Indie's the best Xbox exclusive in years, and specifically in 3 years.
That's all I gotta say about the IGN. You got Shaggy over there. It's the only website that has a fucking official Xbox podcast anymore. Everybody else said fuck Xbox. You still got Ryan McCaffrey still going to Xbox Unleashed, Uncocked, whatever the hell he does anymore. He still does a podcast about Xbox. It's like, dude, it's over. Like, dude, it's over. And they're part of their memberships. This is wild. X-Hawk came back in here. Heard we're spitting on that thing. Oh, shit, here he comes. He's like, somebody better spit on me. He says, Forza 5 and Janky Jones sold great on PS5. Stop the spin. Yo, X-Hawk, what you said right there has more validity than these analytics. You could just say that. They sold great on PlayStation 5. That's fine, X-Hawk Tour. That's fine. There's no spin. You're right. But these guys are coming up with numbers. Where are they getting them from? See, now if X-Hawk Tour came in here and said, well, Forza Horizon 5 sold 5 million on PlayStation and Janky Jones sold 3 million on PlayStation, now X-Hawk Tour, you're Alinea Analytics, Glazenia. But you didn't come here with the number. I'm asking where they're getting the numbers from, X-Hawk Tour. That's what I'm asking. Where are the numbers coming from? They got numbers from who? From where? And if you were an analytics company and I'm trying to recruit people to use me, I will have we gain our sources from sales data accrued from retailers, from this. Like, you would talk about where you gather your data from as an analytics company, right? If you want me to subscribe to you and get your data, I need to know where you're sourcing this data from, not 5 dudes in the basement grabbing ass with Phil Spencer. I know, where is this coming from? You don't even talk about on your website where you get your data from. Are you getting it from sales data, from reviews, from industry insiders? Michael Pachter? Oh shit, the Pack Attack? In between his lotion sessions? I don't know. Where are you getting this from? But they have nothing on their thing about that. Nothing. They just trust us because we got IGN is here.
Indie's the best Xbox exclusive in years.
X-Hawk Tour got more facts right here than Alinea Analytics. Spit on that thing. Craziness. So I don't know where the fuck I am on my grinds board. Holy shit. five guys with Xbox.
Okay, I think we're on removable disc for PlayStation.
Fuck that, no, that shit. Yeah, I don't even know. I put that on as a that was my fluff right there. Listen, Mr. Henderson, another one that's running his mouth, talking about the PlayStation 6. Like, he is on a rampage to just be like, yeah, we're halting everything PlayStation because I'm going to start leaking the shit out of PlayStation 6 news. Exactly. There you go, X-Hawk Tour. It was number 1 on the PlayStation charts. That's it. But you not telling me what the numbers are. They're coming up with millions and billions. Where are the numbers coming from? That's what I'm asking. And you better pay for that. We don't have to pay for your entertainment right here. X-Hawk Tour is right there. You're dropping
they have to, they, as a company, analytic company, they have to show their analytics. They have to show where they get their information.
Right?
That's legal.
Exactly. There's nothing on that website
out there. You can't throw shit at the wall and say it's a
there's nothing.
No. You have to show your analytics. You have to show your analytics.
You look at about them, and they don't even explain where they get their data from. We just went there, and they have no pictures of their name.
You have to show where your data comes. Where
yeah,
you're pulling
data from retailers, and they're in Norway. Where are they? Are they talking to U.S. GameStops? They're in Norway, and where's the data? Is this global data? Is this data that you pull out your ass?
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
They're from Norway. It's a fucking scam. That is a scammer. That's 7 dudes in the basement with Justine and Phil Spencer. Oh shit. Nah, this drive, forget about it. I'm not talking about it.
I don't mind Justine.
Justine and his sister. That's a Phil's big. He loves going in her basement. Pause. He goes down there and he does his interview in Justine's basement with her sister. That was one of Phil Spencer's interviews. He does that. So we have what? Well, breaking news again. This is not on the thing. Breaking news here. Shit.
All right, guys.
More breaking news. Xbox returns to Tokyo Game Show. Here's their fluff piece. We're thrilled to announce that the Xbox Tokyo Game Show is coming on September 25th. And they're delighted. Japan-inspired content developed in Asia. Once again, we've bespoke visual identity at Xbox Tokyo Game Show. Anything here? Here we go. Get hands-on with first time ever in Asia. They're going to have it played Ninja Gaiden 4. They're going to have an opportunity to get hands-on with the ROG Ally XR Xbox Ally.
Box is in the name of our brand.
And Bethesda will co-host
ROG Ally X. Go to the store.
Man, they're whoring that thing out, man. They're gonna show Japan $1,200 goddamn handheld. Oh shit! Would love handles and an Xbox button. Yeah, I'm sure that everybody in Japan can't wait to have something branded Xbox. I'm sure they can't wait for that one.
Yeah, at that point, you can get a PC now. I mean,
that's crazy. That thing, and they're touting this thing around. They have no price yet. And now Legion, I had the other article, Legion kind of justifying its price, but they're at $1,100. Legion, $1,200. Legion Go with an OLED screen. So
Savage has something though. Savage
it has an OLED and an 8.9 screen.
You know, Steam is putting out another Steam machine, right?
Yeah, I know they're doing it. Yeah,
they're doing another one. So that's that's going to interfere with Microsoft's trying to do their thing.
Yeah,
everything Microsoft is doing is turning to shit.
Yeah,
we can see it. Unfortunately, this is the Steam machine.
Well, one of the things. Well, anyway, there's no news in this thing. Co-streamer. Yeah, there's nothing burger. They think Forza is going to be announced. People are rumoring that thing, but you're right. Like, and that leads into one of the topics on here that I had before we get into the executives roasting the hell. Let me see here. this article here with actually one of the bootlegs wrote this one. He said here that after $80 billion, where is it? Oh man, where is it? Yeah, he has a PlayStation 6 planning to have a detachable disk drive. Thanks, Tom Anderson. Man, write a whole ass article about that. Really? The PlayStation Pro is going to be exactly how the PlayStation 6 launches. Digital with optional disk.
They just showed you what they were going to do.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do. You can buy a disc on the side, and
the Pro was the first digital console that they released without, and with that's the whole reason why they updated their PS5 to have this disk drive. And it's exactly, what's funny is that it's exactly the way PC did it. They started taking laptops without drives inside, selling external drives, and that's how they slowly killed the disk drives in PCs. They said, okay, well, we're not going to ship you the laptop with it. We have thinner laptops, but go buy yourself a external CD player, and you could put your things in there, and that's how that started.
I got one. I got an external.
I got an external Blu-ray one. Yeah, same here.
I have to put the drives on it.
Yep.
Plug it in. Put the drives on. Boom! It's up and running.
Exactly.
Great. Now I can update it.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you start killing off the media. You make the physical media an additional cost, an added cost feature. It's not all of a sudden included. And they go, oh well, that's how we're making These, they did the same thing with trying to make laptops thinner. They started removing all the big full ports, and they did all little dongles and shit to do all that stuff. So they're doing the same thing with the console, which is smart. Where Xbox, of all people, talking about modular consoles back at the Xbox One X days, they still make you decide if you buy a physical console or with a disc drive in it, and then if you don't want if you buy a digital one and then you want one with a disc drive, you got to buy a whole ass other console. PlayStation, you go buy an $80 goddamn accessory, and now you have your disc drive to it. Like I'm shocked that Microsoft never thought of that.
And that goes hand in hand with their handheld that they're coming out, the Vita or whatever 2 or what 3.
Exactly, yeah.
PSP 3. So that goes hand in hand. No disc drive. You can actually bring your games from your PS6 to your Vita, and it's backwards compatible with PS4, so you can have the PS4 games that you have, and also works real well with their service too. So if you get their service, you can get those games.
Well, they do it with the portal. Yeah, they do it with the portal where you get access
with the portal. You can
stream.
do that, but you can actually download the games on there. It's going to have a physical hard drive, or maybe physical
That's
slot
right.
for a micro SD card.
Yep. Hit that like button, guys. We're at 85 likes, 83 likes. Hit that like button. Let's try to get to 100 here. We are, so speaking about that, about how you said about spending the money, Mr. Our good friend, here we go. Windows Central, all the latest news, reviews, and guides for Windows and Xbox diehards. Everybody sign up. Anyway, our good friend Bootleg wrote an article. We can't miss this one. He says Xbox fans are compiling lists of all Activision, Bethesda, and Microsoft games still missing from Game Pass. And it's pretty damn huge. Microsoft merged Activision Blizzard has been complete for a couple of years now, but activating Activision's backlog on Xbox Game Pass has been of a slow burn. Let's analyze. Hope they don't use Glazenia for that one. Let's see. He goes, here we go. Let's see what you say. Microsoft said back in the day, subscription services like Game Pass make gaming more affordable and help players from all over the world find their favorite game. Game Pass empowers developers to bring more games to more players, not fewer. We're intended to make Activision Blizzard much loved library of games, including Overwatch, Diablo, and Call of Duty, available in Game Pass, and to grow these gaming communities. Microsoft reiterated in 2024, again, our intent, when it dropped Diablo 4 in Game Pass during the Valentine's Day Massacre. They said there will be even more to play as we begin to fulfill our commitment to offer Activision and Blizzard games with Game Pass, both new releases and classic games from its legendary catalog.
Xbox no, Phil Des.
Well, I could have told you that was all bullshit. We're excited to bring the game, and that was just a way of saying we're excited to bring the game to 34 million players. That's exactly how they reveal the last number of Xbox Game Pass subscribers. Since then, Microsoft has added decent offerings such as the classic Warcraft, StarCraft, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, and Tony Hawk titles. There's also 4 Call of Duty titles in the service, and 4 Call of Duties. That's all they added. And free-to-play perks in Overwatch 2 and Call of Duty Warzone Heroes of the Storm. The acquisition also solved the long-standing publishing issues like Hexen, freeing them up to get ports on modern platforms. But that list pales in comparison. Here's their full table. Microsoft list of IPs not in Game Pass. Prototype, Bond. Yeah, you're not getting any of these. Quantum Solace, Ace of the Galaxy, Assault Heroes, Band Hero. Yeah, remember people thought Guitar Hero, Steve? Remember? People thought like Guitar Hero was going to be in Game Pass, like, because Xbox owned them?
Nope.
Remember? No, you don't remember? They wanted Guitar Hero.
No, I remember that. I remember them thinking that they were going to get it.
Holy shit.
They're going to revamp it.
Bloodwake, one of my favorite Xbox games. I play that on my drive. Stormfront Studios, that's still not there in Game Pass. Blur. Yeah, that's not common. Brink, Brute Force, Buffy, Call of Duty, all the Call of Duties. Yeah, there's like a shit ton of Look at all these Call of Duties that are not in Game Pass. Holy shit. Oh, man, the bootleg was writing. He put it overtime. He hit all his word quotas this time. Man, the bootleg cooking. Look at all these Call of Duties not in Game Pass. These sons of bitches will tell about Spider-Man. Keep going, Boot. DJ Hero. Fantastic Four. Ghostbusters, GoldenEye. Guitar Hero, the Guitar Heroes. Look at all these Guitar Heroes. They really want this in Game Pass. Dude, the Hulk. James Cameron's Dark Angel. Yeah, dude, you're not getting it. Kung Fu Chaos. That's another Microsoft game. That's talking about Ninja Theory. Ninja Theory said, fuck that. We're not putting that in there. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. The old Ultimate Alliances. Mech Assault. Oh, shit. Oh, man. They're done with this stuff, man. These are all the games that they own that are not in Game Pass. Look at this list. Holy crap. Who like put in that work? Shrek. Skylanders. Yeah, who? Soldier of Fortune. Here's all the Spider-Mans. Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man Edge of Time, Friend of Foe, Shattered Dimensions, Web of Shadows, SpongeBob's. Yo, Tao Fang. Yo, this is my shit. This is on Tao Fang, man. That Studio Gigante. Yo, Tao Fang was the shit. That was the guy who used to make Mortal Kombat, and one of the guys that worked on Mortal Kombat made that. Tao Fang, I used to play that shit all the time, man. Me and the Circuit City employees on the plasma TVs after the store closed. We played the shit out of Tao Fang. That was awesome. Let's see. All these Spider-Man games. Holy crap. Yo, these are all this is all a Simpsons Hit and Run. Yeah, you're not getting any of his licensed ones. This is craziness. All the Transformer games. Yeah, people thought they were going to get those too. X-Men. All the X-Men games. Zoo Tycoon 2. Jesus. That's tons of games. So Microsoft owns all these games and they are not in Game Pass. First off, stop being a Game Pass beggar and just say, why are these games not even, some of them not even playable on Xbox? Some of them are backwards compatible, but some of them, even if they're purchasable in the store, would be nice to get some of these back. Like Prototype and stuff like that. Like they don't have to be in Game Pass. But
they're ending a lot of this backward compatibility, and they want people to buy it on the raw, separate from what they have on their store.
You're right.
They deny you all these games you can't play. Maybe they'll do it later. Who knows? Activision, may toss a bone out and give something a little here and there. But the problem is, these are all older games, and they want you to buy them now.
Yeah.
Instead of giving them to you, they want you to buy them on because it's
well,
it's
no,
PC.
they're not even. Well, the thing is, if they're not even on Xbox, these games were built for the original Xbox, so they were on like the 360. They were on the OG Xbox, so like they would need an emulator or something in the cloud to bring these games because these games are not even playable on the console now. And if they're going to PC, there's a shit ton of games that are not playable on PC that are playable on the console. So these games are kind of in limbo. Like, are they backwards compatible and they're going to be playable on PC if they ever want to bring them back? But this is the problem that this consolidation happens. We see what happened with Perfect Dark. Like, Microsoft just has these IPs and they will die. Like, that's it. Like, they will die. Some of these, I don't think anything would happen with them because a lot of them were licensing things like Bond, Shrek,
all the Spider-Mans.
Spider-Mans, there's a lot of in here that were kind of that were licensing stuff that probably will never see the light of day, even though they may have owned them because they were published under Activision or something like that. So some of these, like all these 007s, no way. Even though Activision published it back in the day, man, Amazon owns that stuff, and they're not. You got to, and that's why they stopped some of that backwards compatibility program because they were just going down into the weeds of trying to find how to get these games on Xbox. So but I would say the Call of Duties, that is, some of these are head scratches, like the Call of Duties, like all these Call of Duties, people thought that these were going to be there. at all. And they haven't done really anything with the Call of Duties in there because, again, they probably don't want to take away from because remember, the thing that these Call of Duties all had that didn't have, what did they didn't have? They didn't have the battle passes. They didn't have all the monetization.
That's right.
So why would they put Call of Duty Advanced Warfare out there that doesn't have a battle pass, that has all the maps, and people just enjoy and play that, and they won't be buying your new Call of Duty with the battle passes on it? So Call of Duty will be self-sacrificing because they want to make sure that you get on the new one with battle passes. They're not going to give you the old Call of Duties where you could relish in the history of when we just had goddamn map packs and we were cooking. Nah, they're not going to do that. They're like, no, play the new one where we could sell you goddamn Beavis and Butthead grabbing ass. That's what we want to do, and they're blowing up people. Oh shit, that's what they want to sell you now.
Like zoink.
Beavis and Butthead weren't in Call of Duty 3. They don't want to do that shit.
That's why Battlefield is freaking becoming so popular.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because it's that's what the people want.
Well, yeah, that's what they want, and that's what I mean. Yeah,
warfare game without all this fluff and garbage. I mean,
that's right.
They're these streamers out there. Oh my god, I can't.
But you imagine, like, if they did put like one of these games out there, like a Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare, and yeah, they're making Modern Warfare 3. They got man, even the Call of Duty campaign remasters are not in Game Pass. Meanwhile, I thought those were in PlayStation Plus, weren't they?
Perfect for a handheld. It's perfect for a handheld.
Yeah, but they got to make it compatible. But see, the problem is that when you talk about handheld, you got to talk about putting these games to PC, which they got to develop them for a PC. And do they develop them for the Xbox storefront and put them in there, or are they going to develop them?
Is in essence a small mini PC.
It is, but the thing is that when you're saying bring these games back, where do they bring them back to? They bring them back to the console. Then they can't play it on their future PC and handhelds.
That's true.
So where do they? Do they bring them back and make them PC games? Well, then they can't play on Xbox console. That's why I said like a lot of their they're like right now in limbo now because they're trying to sell an Xbox handheld with the whole movement of trying to get people on PC. But what does that say for the console itself? And if they're going to bring any of these games back, they got to make them play anywhere. They got to make them Xbox and PC compatible for play anywhere. It's probably going to cost them a pretty penny. And some of these are licensed games, so that's not going to happen again. But again, it's and this whole thing with Game Pass, and you look, and it's like, are they going to spend that money to port the game over to Xbox, to port the game over to PC, and then just throw it in Game Pass? Because we come to the main topic of the evening and of the title of the screen is former Xbox executives talking about something that just caught wind. Man, Xbox executives and Sean Layden went in on Game Pass. And the one who started it all off is none other than Mr. Pete the Dragon Hines. Went out there and basically cooked the shit out of subscriptions Game Pass. And where is he? Let's see where his article is.
That's why he left, because he knew it was
he was pissed when he left, dude.
He knew it was going to decimate his company. It's going to decimate the games.
Well, I don't think he knew at first.
As soon as he got there, he knew.
Yeah. Well, I always I play that clip of him saying like, well, when did you know Starfield was exclusive? He's like, well, it wasn't exclusive until they bought us. You know, he said that right to the GameSpot guy. He's like, well, how when was Starfield exclusive? When did you consider it? He's like, well, when Microsoft purchased us, that's when we decided it's exclusive. And you could tell even when he announced it, remember his next thing was like he apologized to PlayStation, going, well, sorry, hope you enjoyed the game. And like, oh, he's apologetic. Like he's saying sorry. And he's like, well, I'm not sorry that we're doing this, but I'm just sorry that they can't play it on the thing. And, you know, nobody was yelling, put your game everywhere, Microsoft. This is not fair. How do you come in here and buy a third-party publisher and now make these games exclusive on Game Pass? You know, where were the pitchforks and put your games everywhere? That's the future. These games cost money. Everybody's leaving money on the table, especially when Microsoft was the lowest common denominator in the consoles place, and PlayStation and Nintendo are selling consoles like crazy. Their install base is huge. Microsoft denying games from going there for their own platform was fucking ridiculous. It was like, wait a second, there's like the golden ticket right there with these consoles selling, Switch and PlayStation selling crazy, and you are telling your third-party publisher that you just money-hatted, don't make the PlayStation version. And Pete Hines is sitting there going, are you kidding me? We have potential sales over there. They're buying games, and not only don't sell it on PlayStation and make the PlayStation version, but put it on the console with the lowest install base and put it in a subscription. So people here won't even buy it.
They're banking on that, though. They're banking on,
and that's
people
where
coming over and buying the console to play their game. Did it happen because their game was mediocre?
It's crazy. And this guy comes out here and he goes, Bethesda Gaming subscription. He says, so Pete Hines says, subscription services are worth jack shit without proper support for game developers. The tension is hurting a lot of people. So he came out and said, the game subscription services like Xbox Game Pass are worth jack shit if the game developers who create content for them are not properly supported. The ex-Bethesda figurehead who announced his retirement in 2023 after 24 years with the company opened up about the state of gaming industry in his new interview. He said, in addition to touching on the early days of the company behind Fallout, he says he admits the retirement from Microsoft-owned Bethesda means his view on the matter may not be up to date. However, Hines says he witnessed what he considered to be some sort of short-sighted decision-making several years ago, and now appears to be bearing it out the way I said. He says, quote, subscriptions have become the new four-letter word, right? You can't buy a product anymore, Hines said. When you talk about a subscription that relies on content, if you don't figure out how to balance the needs of the service and the people running the service with the people who are providing the content, without which your subscription, what the fuck is this? Without your subscription, it's worth jack shit. Then you have a real problem. The tension is hurting a lot of people, including the content creators themselves, because they're fitting into an ecosystem that is not properly valuing and rewarding what they're making. And I can't believe the words coming out of the executive's mouth who worked for Microsoft, who was purchased for $7 billion, who then took the games that he was making and put them in a service, now says this, because this is exactly the concern that I had ever since this thing was announced on day one. I said, what does a game for Game Pass make? Because Microsoft came out again, just like how Phil Spencer said, just 4 games. Microsoft could not get in, they could not talk fast enough and go, everything we ever will do, ever will make, ever will buy is going into Game Pass. And it was so definitive without any kind of test, without any kind of exploration. And I remember the interview back at Giant Bomb when Phil Spencer's sitting there. He's like, well, we really don't have any A/B tests, like how the game would do not in Game Pass and how it would do in Game Pass. So we really don't know. But what we're seeing is more people are playing the game than are buying, like, and maybe we'll be buying the game. I'm like, yo, you're taking people's careers, developers, IPs, your games, and you never did an A/B test. Like, yo, let's put some games out of the service and see how they do, and let's put some games in the service and see how they do, and let's see how we pivot and move ahead. No, Microsoft went all in, face first, in the shallow end of the pool, jump right in. And now they're bleeding out, and they got, oh, yeah, oops. I'm going to, like, everybody jump in, it's fine, and this is what's happening. But it is crazy. Like, what do you think, Steve? Like, when you hear him saying that stuff about the tension on the creators, but also the importance of the oversight of Game Pass model. Because it sounds like it was bad management. They didn't know what to do with these studios.
The proof is in the pudding. We see with all these layoffs and everything that's happened. we see it wasn't something that was sustainable. It wasn't something that they should have done.
Yeah.
They should have, like you said, test the waters, seen what worked. If it didn't work, pull it back, get it out the PlayStation so we can make some money, make our money back. Problem is, Microsoft don't do that. They like to fluff themselves up.
They kept
like to glaze
spending.
themselves. They kept on spending.
Kept going
spending.
deeper
They
and
still
deeper
wanna
into the hole.
spend. They still want to spend. You think that a $1 trillion company doesn't think that like almost like $87+ billion is chump change? That's not chump change. That's money. That's still money. That's why they had to drop these people. Unfortunately, these people, and Zex didn't get a pay cut. They dropped the people because that's the easiest way to do it. That's part of business.
And that's when they say like, oh, the industry's changing. It's like, no, Microsoft spent a shit ton of money, absorbed a whole bunch of IP for the sake of Game Pass, and now they are leading the layoffs of just firing and shutting down games regardless if they're successful or not, canceling franchises regardless if they deserve to bring them back after they create studios and have them develop on their classic franchises, and just shut it down. And then on top of that, when the Crystal Dynamics wanted to continue it, say, well, no, we own the IP, so we don't want anybody doing anything, and Take-Two, you can't continue it. We're just going to kill the whole thing. And it never happens.
Scared of.
$1 trillion company won't let a game happen.
They're going to vault all this stuff and never sell it. And these Halos.
Look what they did to Halo.
Halo,
they neutered the shit out of Chief, man. They put him, they showed his ass on Paramount Plus, and then they neutered him live with splitting up his multiplayer, free to play. They took the bread and butter of what Halo was and made it free to play on everything. And tell me that just because a game was everywhere, it's successful. Like, that's the thing. People think that's an instant win when a game just goes on multiple platforms. It's just like, oh, yep, it's an instant win. Well, then explain how Halo Infinite went. Because it was everywhere day one for free. Multiplayer, let it go. And because it didn't have the content, didn't have the proper battle pass, no new innovative gameplay, things were missing. Guess what happened? It was everywhere and then became nowhere. And it was one of the biggest flops and hurt the whole franchise. And they neutered the shit out of it. And even the campaign that was separated out and a $60 product by itself promised the sandbox and all content never had a DLC, never had an expansion, never had a story. Co-op came later. It was promised later. Comes out a year later. And tell me what exactly the tension that he's talking about. We see this happen with Crackdown in Game Pass. We saw this happen with Sea of Thieves coming out with 3 mission types at launch. These games were destined to be in a service and we'll fix it later. And the mismanagement that he speaks about of how these games were being created, probably what they were allowed to be released, they knew where these games were destined to, the Game Pass hole. And they knew that people weren't spending, and they weren't buying the game individually, they were buying the service. So what he says here, he says, when you talk about subscription that relies on content, if you don't figure out how to balance the needs of the service and the people running the service, that's the management. That's Phil. That's Satya. That's them and the needs of the service. So what, like, he's like, and the people who are providing the content, the messaging between the developer, the publisher, this sounds like a whole miscommunication, not at the developer level, at the management level, the Phil level, the booty level. This is ass cheeks level. Telling them, you can't do that. Nope. Remember what Booty said? Scoping. And that's exactly what he's talking about. The tension is hurting the developer because they want to make the game they want to make. And Booty goes, bitch, that going in a service? Scope that shit. I want it scoped. And I remember saying it on this friggin' show years. I was like, these devs want to make, I want 5 levels. I want the guy doing this and doing that. And Booty goes, oh, no. 2 levels. 2 levels. Maybe another one later on. Scope it down. It's going in Game Pass. We cannot make these kind of games that you want to make. These incredible grit. No. Scope it.
Well, you can tell the scope. You can look at Hellblade 2. Look at Edge of Midnight or something like that.
Yeah.
South of Midnight.
30 frames. Like if you're trying to sell a $60 game.
5-hour games that you can probably play on autopilot, and that's what they want. They just want 5-hour game. They'll make a little bit of money off of it, and that's it.
And you want to know what? The problem, if you notice, is that you call it what they are. Games, right? Steve, you call them games.
Yes.
To Xbox and Phil Spencer, it's called content. And that's the difference. It's not a game. It's content for the service. Content, beats, marketing beats, messaging beats. It's not trying to sell a game. Now, I think they've changed their tone since and he alludes to it here. Like, I haven't been there recently. I only could speak about when I was there, and he was in the heart of this whole Game Pass push. But you noticed ever since Just 4 Games started going, the Game Pass push is like, yeah, it's there, but it's not shoved down everybody's throat the way it was trying to get that growth. And they realized that Game Pass is not going to grow where they wanted it. That's why they pivoted and said, we need to go back to sell games. And that's what they did. But he was talking about there, and he continues to say in here, he goes, as Game Pass pushed into 2020s, former boss Sean Layden, one of the men who said he critiqued the gaming subscription model, calling it the Netflix of gaming idea, a danger that has him questioning, is it healthy for the developer? And Microsoft touted that Game Pass achieved $5 billion in revenue over the last year, this past July, after laying off hundreds of workers across the gaming branch. Today, Hines adds that the pressure of ongoing gaming subscriptions is affecting the very developers it needs to exist in the first place. Its reliance on this model that he feels is hurting a lot of people. Quote, he said that. He says, quote, you need to properly acknowledge, compensate, and recognize what it takes to create the content and not just make the game, but make a product. He elaborated, the tension that's hurting a lot of people, including the content creators themselves, because they're fitting into an ecosystem that is not properly valuing and rewarding what they're making. So they're working on all this stuff, and it's like, thank you for what you did. Let me just put it in the dumping ground. It sounds like it's like you making this wonderful sandwich and getting the best ingredients, putting this sandwich together, and then Matt Booty comes along, takes your sandwich and puts it in the garbage.
Or he puts Miracle Whip on it.
You're like, oh shit, yeah. Or he wipes his ass with it and says, oh, okay, I'm gonna give it to him.
There you go. Now you got a shit sandwich.
The shit sandwich. Booty finger touched it. It's like, Booty, don't touch my sandwich. Oh shit, yeah, shit sandwich. But yeah, like that's the whole. And again, subscription gaming. What's up, T.O.? Yeah, you missed a lot, man. It was fun. But don't worry, we're still cooking. We're cooking after hours. But one of the things that's interesting is that when you look the subscription model itself, I think has a place. I don't want to shit on just the subscription model. My problem with the subscription model is when you commit everything that your first party is going to make, and your first party is supposed to be the demonstrator of your hardware, and you know that it is destined to be in a subscription service for $10 a month, for a box of Pop-Tarts, for stacked for 3 months for $10, and you know that nobody's really paying for this game, and yeah, you have it on store shelves for full price, but that's really for the fools that don't know about Game Pass. And gamers are smart. They're going to try to game the system. They did the stacking. They did all that stuff. And like, when you commit everything, that's why when you look at the strategies of PlayStation and Nintendo, they're not very clear on like where shit's gonna go. Like, yeah, you know that Ghost of Yotei, or you know that Astrobot may show up on it, but you don't know when it may show up on a PC. They're not giving you some cadence, and that's their strategy. They're gonna give you a window, but it's all gonna be depending on how the games sell. Just like when you look at the movies going direct to rentals, if they're banging in the box office, they're most likely going to stay there, and not go to direct to TV or purchasable digital yet until it kind of starts slowing down and there's a cadence to it, or the theaters say, hey, we have other movies, so let's start taking your movie out. But like, there's no kind of like, hey, every 30 days this movie will be in there. They don't do that with movies, and they're not going to do that when you're trying to sell the game, because you're not going to give a cadence where it says, oh, I just got to wait 12 weeks and it'll be here. And that's exactly what Microsoft did. They gave everybody the answer key. And everybody just ran like, yo, you're giving me the answers? Then guess what? I'm getting 100 on your test. And that's what they did. And it was the stupidest thing ever. Why would you fully do that to all your studios, your publishers? And half these studios weren't even prepared to release not only multi-platform, but their games were like, we want to do all this stuff. And it's like, Booty came in with the scoping. He's like, nah, that's it. And that's where he says the tensions are hurting. And I am sure they came in with all these ambitions and thinking that Microsoft was going to give them full roost of everything. And meanwhile, they came in there and they scoped the shit out of them. They're like, yeah, well, you're not making the PlayStation version, and you're going to have to do this, this, and this. And, you're not going to be able to do this, because I am sure Pete Hines was like, his baby was Starfield, and the fact that he left right after that or right before it shows you that, like, that was. I just remember Pete Hines, man, when they did that Fallout reveal, and he was all over those Bethesda stages, like touting all their stuff, and he was proud of it all. And I definitely think that being owned by them and seeing his games destined for a service where you can't even quantify really how well it did and who's buying it, who's willing to pay for your game, because you got to, like, Steve, let me ask you a question, like, because I'm going on the whole rant thing here, but let me ask you a question, like if you spend your time making something, creating something, and then that thing's gonna go in a service that everybody's paying for, how do you measure your success if people really like it? And was it worth, like, you're like, yo, this thing I'm making, I would price it probably at $50 because this thing is worth it. Like, I've been making this thing, and then like, it's not selling, it's just subscription, people are checking it out. You really don't have a quantifiable way of valuing, like do people find the same value in it that you did?
No, they won't, because we already know it's going to be GIMP, unfortunately.
Yeah, because where you can't value it, right? Like, you do this beautiful painting.
You can quantify it with what they paid you, but what they paid you may not even have made what you would have got.
You never know. No A/B test.
Unless you test it out and then later on you get to sell on a place.
Yeah, I bet you the Claire Obscura people like, yo, we had such a hit. And Matt, what bag did they get from Microsoft that they could have been like, yo, we may have got, if we didn't work in Game Pass, we might have gotten, the way our game just became viral and popular, like we would have maybe struck gold everywhere and maybe made so much more money. Because remember, at the time, Microsoft must have made out like a bandit, because they probably paid, oh, you're a small developer, to 3 people in a basement, game looks cool, but there was no like, this game was going to be what it turned into. And it was a win for Microsoft. They glazed them. They probably gave them a bag, and they will never know if that game would have sold as much as it would have, and how much did it take away from anything else. Like, and the other thing too, Microsoft does have working against it, is that it really doesn't have a very high, like, not a lot of people are buying the stuff there, but you got to know, is that a result of the subscription model and day one games? And you see the expectations, right? People, if a game's not in Game Pass, they go, why are you not in Game Pass? Remember the AEW game? They're like, you're going to fail. Nobody's going to buy you a game. Like, they got hostile when games were not in Game Pass.
Josh brought up a good point too. Look at what happened with Outriders.
Exactly. They could have measured their success. The publishers doing the deal.
Orders from them. They were pissed. Yes, they were pissed, and I would have been pissed too. It's like, wait, what are we doing?
Right.
What are we doing, dude? I mean,
the developer had no clue how well their art was sold. Yeah. The
It was
publisher.
sold, and then, are you kidding me? See, that's why, unfortunately, when you're a developer, sometimes the publishers have control over that.
Yeah.
And they can't fight against it. But damn, they had pre-orders from Xbox. They all canceled. Went to Game Pass. That was money.
Yep. And
That
I
was
think
money
too,
off the back.
yeah. And I think too, like what he is alluding to here in Pete Hines' article, right after he left, that two Bethesda studios, Redfall, Arcane Austin, and Hi-Fi Rush, was shut down. Yep. And I think more of it is to Hi-Fi Rush, even though I don't think that game was going to get developed under them, because it was still in the works. But the fact that the game did well, went into Game Pass, it was a stealth release, and then they shut down the whole studio and cancel a sequel and sell it off, and it's just like, yo, if this is the content, and that was the craziest thing. Where I think Hi-Fi Rush really showed how incompetent their management of Game Pass was, because that's exactly the kind of content that they needed. More so was even crazier that Booty Cheeks went out in a public forum to his staff in a town hall and said, we need to have more like smaller games to fill in high quality games, in the same instance that they shut down Tango Gameworks. Like, it was the total Jekyll and Hyde. Like, you just shut down Tango Gameworks and canceled the game that you're saying is the stuff and content that you need in the service. Like, that's where he's talking about, this whole thing where it's an unsustainable model. And I don't think Game Pass can coexist with other models. They'll just kill everyone or give up. And he's right. And I think people take this as a general, like the war on subscriptions, and it's not that. The thing is as for creators and developers to know that you're destined in a subscription and there's no way for you to quantify that, you get demoralized. And then on top of that, not only as a creator do you get demoralized and not really making the games and stuff, and then getting laid off, seeing that stuff, but then your management, your bosses don't really care too much about what you're doing. They just want to know when they could get the content in their service, and it creates a different dynamic. And that's what he's stating. And then what's crazy is that people then going after Pete Hines, you don't know what he's talking about. And then you have Shannon Loftus come out, which she has been quiet as hell. She went crazy stuff about Trump and had some like she was talking crazy politics on her channel. And then she left. She went ghost and then left there. But she worked with World's Edge and Age of Empires, 2 games in Game Pass, with 29 years of experience. She also worked on Connect and all that other stuff. And she was part of the labs for them. She responded to Pete Hines' thing. So she comes out and says here, while Game Pass can claim some victories with games that would have otherwise have sunk into oblivion, such as Human Fall Flat, most of the adoption of games on Game Pass comes at the expense of retail revenue, unless the game is designed from the ground up for post-launch monetization. I could, and maybe someday I will, write pages about this strange internal tension that this generates. What do you make of that?
She saw the writing on the wall at that point in time. She knew, but yeah, it did help Human Fall, but there's so many other games that should not have been in the past.
Yeah.
Should have just sold on it. They would have made some of their money back. But it all comes down to scoping. It all comes down to they're freaking that's why other publishers are skipping them, because they don't want their stuff to fall into Game Pass. They've already seen it's the poison pill. It destroys their IP, and they won't monetize it. That's why a lot of them are going to just strictly, hey, we're gonna have Sony do it for us. I don't. So we're gonna have Sony. Sony's gonna be there.
That's what they're using to bail them out, right? That retail revenue that she's talking about.
Can do, because they already debilitated their whole.
That's right.
Fan base
so
to suck them into Game Pass.
Suck them.
And that's all they want.
Yep.
That's all they.
And
want.
They built.
They're like lemmings.
Yep. They built people that expect that stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what she's saying is that the expense of the retail revenue. So what they're doing is they're like, well, we lost here with the Game Pass stuff, but we're going to try to get that retail revenue back that we're losing from here and put the games on PlayStation. And that's what they're doing. They're offsetting their costs and losses with Game Pass because it's not a sustainable thing. Phil said it. This model is not working, especially with the amount of money that they spent. They were not patient enough to even allow the studios that they acquired to release the games. Like, isn't that crazy? They went out and spent $80 billion before Compulsion Games, who they bought in 2018, could release a game, and they bought these studios to fill in the big games that was supposed to, like, in between the big games like Halo and Gears. And Compulsion Games never came out with a game until this year, since being purchased in 2018. Same thing goes for, we have Undead Labs with State of Decay 3. Shit, where's that?
Where's that?
You know, where's that? They made these acquisitions as bets to say, oh, well, we need more studios to put into Game Pass. These guys never had a chance to release a game to see how it would do in this service and this experiment before Microsoft went out and spent $7 billion on Bethesda, pulled games from them that were supposed to be multi-plat exclusively to their platform on Game Pass, took them off the market, put them in Game Pass, like Starfield, which was going to probably feed families of Todd Howard probably for years to come. And now look at the results. Things were cut, and that game got delayed a year, and still was not ready for prime time. And still, when have you seen? This is my crazy thing. When have I? And I don't remember as much as I just remember that when Fallout and stuff, like, they made a valiant effort to fix Fallout 4 with DLCs, and the DLCs were fire coming out to fix the stuff that they did. Like, I always remembered Bethesda games as being like janky at first, but man, they made sure that the content, the expansions, and the games really cooked and were like highlights, that you would get the Game of the Year edition, and it would just be like everything that they fixed and everything that they did. And then you look at what Starfield is, and it's like, yo, have you? I know Fallout 76 was a different type of game on it, but like, I don't ever seen like a full single player Bethesda game, new franchise, fumble the way Starfield has. And Pete Hines is probably sitting here going like, just shaking his head, going, yo, man, like, yo, but you made the deal with them. You know, you sat around that table thinking that deal wasn't greedy Microsoft. They bought you for $7 billion. You were their bitch. Like, there you go. Like, you were theirs. And now they're going to do whatever they want with your franchises. They're going to shut down your studios. They're going to cancel your games. They're going to do whatever they want to do because you sold your whole ZeniMax thing to them. And now that's it. Like, you know, you have no say. They own your IP. They own your franchises. Everything, 24 years of building these things and creating them and building an audience for them. You sold it off for $7 billion. And now you look back and you want to criticize Game Pass. Dude, tell me you didn't know. What did you think? So, like, as much as you want to just like say Pete Hines and Shannon Loftus, especially Pete Hines, like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, you really think sitting around that circle jerk with Phil Spencer and stuff, like, they really had your best interests, dude? All they needed was content for Game Pass. And you were just the supermarket. So Shannon jumps into there and says about this stuff, but the whole thing about the revenue and stuff. And what's interesting is that she's coming from this. She was a first-party studio, a first-party developer. So she was Vampire. It's very interesting that she's talking about retail revenue and sales when it's not like a third party putting their game in Game Pass. It's basically her first party going like, when you're making a game that's not made to sell and it's made for a subscription service and destined to be in there, you know, how do you design your game to include? You better make sure it has post-launch content and make sure that it's serviceable. Make sure that you have this recurring stream to keep people engaged to say they stay subscribed. You know, drop an episode a month, drop an episode a week. We don't want to give them all the goodies on day one. You know, it is crazy. So she jumped in on this whole thing. And then we had the Paw Patrol over here. Watch this one.
As a business person,
Here's another person. You know, they want to talk about the business and the strategies and the industry is struggling. They got to put money and get their money. Dude, Xbox Unlocked Paw Patrol is right here. Here they come. Here with this guy. This guy shits in their cornflakes. Steven, you can see this one.
Xbox. Teletubbies and Xbox right here. We got Shaggy on the side. We got Scooby Doo at the end. We got Velma in the middle. And we got freaking Daphne right there.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Like zoinks! Hey Shaggy, grab a bucket and some Lysol. Scrub off my tires. There's fucking dog shit all over by the end.
Well, before I play anything,
it has a PlayStation. So.
Before I play anything about Xbox Unlocked, we got to remember Ryan McCaffrey's best Xbox game in 3 years.
Indy's the best Xbox exclusive in years, and specifically in 3 years.
And he called it, excuse me, what was that? He said the naughty word. He said the best, what was that?
Indy's the best Xbox exclusive in years, and specifically...
I am sure they ran to his house with pitchforks. I'm sure Paris right here says, stop the interview. Ryan McCaffrey, why are you saying the bad E word? How dare you say such a horrible word in the gaming industry? Paris, who said the future of gaming is putting your thing anywhere. Pause.
Is the best Xbox exclusive in years, and specifically in...
Paris should just say, stop the interview. Shaggy, we got to talk. I'm like, you said the bad E word. We don't talk about the E word in the industry. It's about putting it anywhere. Pause. That's where you want to put it. You can put it anywhere. Put it anywhere. Oh, shit. He said the best Xbox exclusive in years. And what's crazy is that Shaggy Doo said this knowing that it was coming to PlayStation in a few months. But he still touted it as an exclusive. You want to know why? Because at the time, the only place to play it was on the good old box.
Where that box is in the name of our brand.
And he was trying to promote the box. So now we're going to continue with Xbox Uncocked and listen to this guy pissing their cornflakes.
As a business person, I have questions. I've spent a lot of time modeling Gamepass and things like it for better part of 15 years. And this idea is not a new idea. This concept of an all-you-can-eat AAA gaming subscription has been tried. It's been tried. I mean, we tried it back at Activision. EA's had a program. Ubisoft's had a program. This is not a new idea.
Well, Shaggy's a little disappointed right there. He's like, dude, this is not a new idea. So stop giving Phil Spencer credit for changing the industry and taking that risk and creating something, because they make it look like that Phil Spencer just like is ready to like flip over tables. And meanwhile, he's like, nah, man, people have been doing this. It just don't work. So let's see what he has to say again, because already now, all of them now looking down on, damn, we thought Phil Spencer was the creator of this.
I think it's a bold bet trying to like aggregate a ton of AAA content through acquisition and then force it into like being the Netflix of games. So I think it's the right strategy on paper. I just question whether or not the economics work long-term for the development and publishing community. I don't know how it works. I mean, unless you have 500 million subscribers and you're able to make thinner margin times more people and scale it, but then you're faced with a problem of I don't know if there are 500 million people that are ever going to subscribe to something like this. It's not Netflix. It's not your grandma. It's a gamer, right? It's different.
Gamepass is fucking raw! Shit! Raw! Raw chicken! It's raw. Fucking raw. They look raw! Raw, Carol! Fucking raw! Raw! Fuck off. And by the way, it's raw.
Steve Leone had to laugh at that one. Dude, he roasted the shit out of him.
Well, but the dude's in business.
For 15 years. And he says
he understands.
Yeah. And he's like spending all this money to cure. And see, to notice the failing point in the whole thing. It's AAA, because that's what people want. They want an all-you-can-eat quality buffet. But all-you-can-eat and buffet and quality really are not synonymous with each other. When you're at buffet, you're getting you're getting bottom. Like you're not getting quality all-you-can-eat. Like nobody's putting that quality. You're not getting the top-of-the-line steak in an all-you-can-eat restaurant. Maybe a Fogo de Chao, which is awesome, which I think you went for your birthday. Somebody went for their birthday. Yeah.
I did.
Yes.
Actually, I went there for my anniversary.
For your anniversary. There you go. But like Fogo, now we're talking some quality meats. Like, there you go.
But you
need
to go it.
How much? It's $55, $60 a person to eat there. So it's not Chinese buffet, $10. You know what I mean?
$300.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, but you're getting quality meats and quality food there. But that's all you can eat. But when you traditionally go into OK Corral, whatever that is, and you got the chocolate fountain that everybody sticks their fingers in, or behind is bulletproof glass. That's not the chocolate fountain that you're going to see at the wedding. That's the chocolate fountain that everybody's putting their ass in. The kids are throwing in the strawberries in there. You look at the chocolate fountain, it's behind bulletproof glass with a handle. You ever see those buffets? There's 3-inch plexiglass behind the chocolate fountain. You're in Schitt's Creek when that happens. And there's a little window. And when you look at the chocolate fountain, all the all the strawberries, the marshmallows all fall in there because the kids and the people don't know how to use a chocolate fountain. Those are the kind of buffets that Gamepass is cooking. That's what's happening. You're getting the chocolate fountain behind the bulletproof glass with the window and all the shit's in there. That's what I'm talking about. You're not going to the wedding chocolate fountain where they got the fancy shit and they got no. You're getting the one with people got, oh shit, what's that? Oh yeah, that's somebody's fucking condom wrappers in the chocolate fountain. Oh shit, what the hell's that happening over there? Somebody's sock, a shoe. What the hell is this? Not behind frosted glass. Yes, there's underwears. Who put their underwears in the goddamn? Who's thong in the freaking chocolate fountain? Oh shit.
Yep.
That's the chocolate fountain we're talking about.
The yellow chair. Scooby, man, he looked like he was about to cry at that point in time because he was all facts. He couldn't stop agreeing. Yeah.
Well, what are you going to tell the guy? Well, wait a second though. But that's because they're at their dream job. Yeah. See, if you were somebody who makes cookies for a living, you could challenge these people. See, Ryan McCaffrey on the Scooby-Doo podcast, he couldn't challenge this guy because this is his dream job at Xbox Unlocked. But if you become like somebody else that we know, Xbox Cookie Monster, you could challenge all of them because you got nothing to lose because you could make some oatmeal raisin cookies and fund your podcast. So we got our good friend Dusty Ben had to come out here. He left his dream job. So he's able to speak freely now. He can't agree with the Shaggy Buffet and the Shaggy podcast. So Dusty Ben comes out here and he's going to tell Sean Layden and Pete Hines that they're wrong. And the real way to make some cookies is using almond flour. Let's listen to Xbox Cookie Monster right now. There he is.
Millions of
failures. Can tell his sphincter, was perking up when he heard that.
Oh yeah, holy shit! He
just had to do that. Sorry,
dude. For somebody who said just go buy, the picture says 1,000 words. Grinders, hit the friggin' like button now. We had 100 likes. I gotta see this shit because I'm not moving forward until
PlayStations.
Am I at 100?
Holy crap!
Am I at 100 likes, dude? No, we need 5 more likes. Grinders, hit that friggin' like button. This picture says 1,000 words. This man. This Dusty Ben, he went on a rampage, made about 5 videos wearing glasses, oatmeal cookies in the background, bakery. Man said, don't buy a PlayStation, just go get a PS5, a PC for $700. Don't buy a PS5. It's a ripoff. It's stupid. Go get a PC. You could build a PC. Dude had a whole ass podcast shopping at Micro Center trying to build a PC with some goddamn Frankenstein parts. This motherfucker, he got 2.
Yes.
Yo, they're fucking having an orgy back there. This man went out there. Xbox scared his ass so much he went out and bought 2 PlayStations. He was like, yo, that price increase at Xbox made him go there.
Back there too.
Shit, look at this. He pulled down Phil Spencer's picture. Dude got a whole ass PlayStation orgy in the background. Holy shit.
If you're lying to me, I'll be back.
Yo. Dusty Bin.
He got two! 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 Why did somebody tell me my ass was so big?
Dude he got them lined up. He got them all like he has them hooked up together. Holy crap, man! He got rid of that Xbox so fast. He got 2 PlayStations. And that was all. Yo, he went on a whole thing. Don't buy a PlayStation. But anyway, let's hear what he has to say, because since he left his dream job, he can speak freely since he has the bakery. So let's see what he has to say and tell Pete Hines he's wrong, because Dusty was in the room with him.
When he's talking about Xbox Game Pass and how it's bad, I think about the amazing games that it has managed to highlight. And I know a lot of people in the development space, what they would say, well, think of the millions of failures. That is literally, you're describing life. Destin, the content creator, I do okay for myself. I've made content for years, and I think I found a place where I'm comfortable and I'm doing okay. Would I like to be the #1 streamer on all of the platforms at all times? I go live to 60,000 people whenever I feel like it. Would that be great? Sure. But that's not reality, right? And like I said, and this isn't to throw shade at Sean Layden or Pete Hines. Obviously, they're entitled to their opinion. But I think it's also okay.
They're entitled to their opinion. Dude, they live this shit. You make goddamn fucking oatmeal raisin cookies. You made a bakery. And you will never get 60,000 live because you talk bullshit. You told people don't buy a PlayStation, and you got 2 motherfuckers sitting behind you. You said go build a PC for Micro Center. Holy shit!
He got two!
Nobody gonna listen to your fucking bogus ass. Holy shit! You fought in the wind. Oh, they're entitled to their opinion, dude. They were there. They lived it. They were there. This is not no fucking fanboy bullshit sitting from his bakery shop talking about what he would have done and what they're entitled to their opinion. Dude, they lived it. It was their job. What is your job? This? What is that? The casting couch behind you? What do you do here? What is your job? Pete Hines is signing $7 billion deals. What are you signing? The only thing you're signing is a fucking Best Buy check to buy 2 PlayStations. Holy shit.
Another one.
Who's your audience now? You glazed the shit out of the Xbox fans talking about exclusives, and now you're sitting there with a fucking PlayStation menage a trois. Who's following you? You left your dream job for this horse shit. Goddamn casting couch, bacon penis cookies for fucking bachelorette parties. let's hear. They're entitled to. I can't believe this is what they do. He dismisses executives like Sean Layden and Pete Hines signing billion-dollar deals in meetings and part of the company who lived it and saw the mismanagement and saw the industry and saw this stuff. And he's like, they're entitled to their opinion. Fuck, what do you know? What you're saying now is your cookie opinion. This is the lowest value opinion compared to what they had to say. They're stating what they lived, what they worked for, their job, their career. Not you sitting in a fucking casting couch with a fucking 3-way PlayStations after you told people to go buy PCs from Micro Center. Making goddamn fucking penis cookies for bachelorette parties. Fully glazed. Oh, shit. The glazed nuts from the Dusty Ligari, the fucking Dusty Bins.
For us to not agree with people and have earnest discussions about why I feel like their point is moot. Oh, a bunch of people didn't see success on Game Pass, so therefore Game Pass is a failure? I don't understand. How does that make any sense? Because in life, with anything being created, with any product being put out there, do you know how many businesses fail every year? Like, this is a thing. This is a life thing.
The hell is he talking about?
I have no friggin' clue, Steve. Like, he's talking about that. This is, I have no clue. I have no clue what he's talking about.
He's talking about his career.
I guess he is. He sounds like he's disappointed for leaving his dream job. I don't know.
He should have stayed there because
he should have stayed there because you know what, Steve? That's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like he is disappointed in his decisions to leave his dream job because as soon as he left, Xbox said just 4 games, and he's like, "Oh fuck, how am I going to I'm never going to financially recover from this." That's why he got PlayStations in the background all of a sudden. He had Phil Spencer's picture. He had Xboxes. He was getting glazed out the ass. Well, Xbox screwed him, and now he's going out there with 2 PlayStations. So he's like, I made some bad decisions.
If you notice that in the background, the only thing that's on is the PlayStation 5 Pro.
No shit.
Which is doing the background for him. So he's not running off the Xbox, and he's complaining that they have the right to their opinion. They lived it. They did it.
Exactly. Like
how can you say what you did not do? All you do is comment and give your opinions. They've done it.
Exactly.
He has a right to be upset. Sean Laney was right all along because he knew it was shit. But the thing is, they don't want to listen to nobody else, and they like to get glazed over.
And Steven, let me ask you,
glaze all over their face.
He glazed all over their face. Let me ask you a question. How? Let's talk about the successes of Game Pass. That he says it's life. It's life. They're failures, but they're successes. Let me talk about Pete Hines' experience with Game Pass. So Redfall, was that a success story? Are we making a movie about Redfall? Was that successful in Game Pass?
Heck no.
No. Starfield, Pete Hines. Was that successful in Game Pass? 30 frames?
Not at all. Not at all.
No. Hi-Fi Rush, a wonderful game, a small game, a game that thrived in Game Pass. No marketing, dropped, sold, became an industry darling. Was that a success story of Game Pass that resulted in the greatness?
No, because they shut them down.
Yeah. So what success is Pete Hines going to bring up about Game Pass when ever since he signed that $7 billion deal, he saw his company go down to shitter? And tell me, like, how's that happen? Then you got Shannon Loftus, who worked at Microsoft for 24 years, lived through Connect, comes back and agrees with Pete Hines in the sense of, like, yes, when you build a game that's not selling, then you got to build a game with services in mind. They're talking about, and she said she could write a book about it, about the tension that creates to the people who want to make one thing, and then Booty comes in and says, no, because this is in Game Pass, it needs to have recurring content to keep people subscribed. It needs to be scoped because we cannot put all that in there on day one. It needs to have this. Sip it out at 30 frames. You think you made this game exclusive for Xbox, but you never took advantage of the Xbox hardware. That's a success story? Listen, there are games that probably would have never made it, and Shannon Loftus said that. There's games that probably, like Human Fall Flat, games that probably would not have made it if it wasn't for subscriptions, and that's fine. But you can't just say, oh, well, you know, those are the winners, because when it comes to the real games, the games for impact, the games that people want to play, the games that people expect should be in Game Pass for their $20 a month. Those are the games that are suffering and the developers are being tensioned. It's not the 5 people that are making a passion project and want to get most exposure. That's perfect for subscription gaming. What they're talking about is AAA games on these big budgets to make money. How can you sit there and yell at Sony for putting games? You got to put it money. You got to put your games everywhere. You got to make that money back. Gaming is expensive. You'll leave money on the table, PlayStation, by making it exclusive. But then you praise Microsoft for throwing their games in a subscription service for $20 a month, increasing the price on it faster than anything. And putting their games in there, and you go, no, that's sustainable for them. That's fine. But you're on your hands and knees crying. You got to put that game on everything, PlayStation. You're leaving money on the table. What about the money that Microsoft is leaving on the table by paying their games in Game Pass? Nobody seems to question that business. All of a sudden, no, it's fine. It cannibalizes sales. Microsoft said it under oath. Not no blogger from the basement. They said it under law. They said it cannibalizes sales. So how you run around with your penis cookies telling people that Game Pass is sustainable, and you go, whoa, that's fine. But Sony's leaving money on the table because they don't put their games on the PC on Xbox. Day and date. We worried about Sony and their money, but Microsoft taking hit after hit after hit in the balls.
I have an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're gonna love.
We're not worried about that model, cannibalizing the sales of the games, and that's exactly what Pete Hines is talking about. The creators, the artists. Oh yeah, that's right, Josh. Phil promised AAA games. Booty promised it. The games that you're putting in the service, the tension that the creators have knowing their games are destined to be there and not being sold, and the cost of that money not selling that game. That's what they're talking about. They're not take the good or take the bad. And I don't even know what the hell you're talking about in this whole thing. Like, that's life. Like, games just fail. Their opinion. Dude, your opinion is useless. They are in the business. They seen what this model did. And both Shannon Loftus, who worked under Phil, Pete Hines, who worked under Phil, all saw the mismanagement and how this thing works. And wait, let's discredit one more person, Dusty Bin, while we're at it. Let's go to our good friend over here, the creator of friggin' Xbox, Mr. Ed Freeze. Where are you in the house? Because we're going to have you do some cooking. Let's discredit this guy too. Let's tell him, well, I could value his opinion. Man created the box that you just sit on.
The one thing that they're doing that makes me nervous is Game Pass.
Oh, really? Please elaborate.
Yeah, and Game Pass scares me because there's a somewhat analogous thing called Spotify that was created for the music business. And when Spotify took off, it destroyed the music business. I mean, it literally cut the annual revenue of the music business in half. And it's made it so people just don't buy songs anymore. People don't buy songs on iPhone, for example, because why would you if they're all on your subscription service app? I mean, people don't buy songs on
true.
Wait, he continues. Well, I'm finished on this one. He does.
iPhone, for example, because why would you if they're all on your subscription service app? I mean, Apple said they're going to take away buying songs because no one's buying them anymore. So we have to be careful we don't create the same system in the game business. I mean, these markets are more fragile than people realize. I guess, I saw the game industry destroy itself in the early 80s. I saw the educational software business destroy itself in the mid 90s. The guy who was on Shark Tank, the kind of nasty guy, he was part of that. They literally destroyed a multi-billion-dollar market over in a matter of a few years. Just don't buy songs. Don't buy songs on iPhone, for example.
So there you go. I respect his opinion because he don't, but I'm going to tell you, what about the life is mistakes and life. man is dropping facts that he saw, he lived, and he's seeing it. And he said exactly what Microsoft and Xbox and Phil Spencer didn't think. It is a very fragile market. And they saw that because they gave all the gamers an out not to buy their games. And they made it easy because their games were not ready to be bought. Their games were missing features. Halo. The games were not ready for 60 frames on the most powerful console. Aaron Greenhammer was like, 60 frames will be the minimum. They weren't ready. And then the industry is concerned with this. And I always question, it wasn't about the benefits of Game Pass and subscriptions and getting games for low cost as a consumer. It was like, what kind of games are we going to get? And how do you make games that are destined for Game Pass? Those were my concerns 6-7 years ago when this thing was announced, because Microsoft went all in, face first, the shallow end of the pool. And we have seen the pivot upon pivot upon pivot, how this thing did not work. So when Dusty Bin says, oh, well, you know, it's successful, it says, listen, there may be some success stories, but the overall movement of Microsoft has shown that Game Pass is not what it wanted to be. It was supposed to be this game. It was supposed to be this console thing. And then it was backwards compatibility. Then they added their games in there day one. Then they put it on PC. Then they had to put their games on Steam because it wasn't doing well on PC. The PC one is still cheap as hell. That is the best deal for Game Pass. If you want subscription gaming and play their games for $12 a month, Game Pass PC is it. Take from them everything, give them nothing. That's what you can do, because their quality of stuff was very lacking. I think since they finally bought shit off the shelf and spent $80 billion, they finally got some decent games to their name, but they just slapped a sticker on it and called it theirs after $80 billion sticker. Did they build it? Did they do anything? No, we saw what happened when they try to build something. Ask the Initiative. Ask Perfect Dark what happens when they try to build something. But hey, if I just take this ready-made product, Call of Duty, and just slap my sticker on it, guarantee on the box, I can just put a guaranteed piece of shit out there. Doesn't matter. Has a sticker on it. Guaranteed. Xbox. And that's basically what they did. They took off-the-shelf products, slapped a sticker on it, $80 billion it's ours, and they call it their own. And again, that guy said, you need tons of subs in order to give, because you need that amount of subs, Josh. You need that people in order to justify putting the big games in there, because nobody's going to put big games into a 34 million subscriber base, because they're going to lose sales. And they're going to give the impression that, hey, my game is there for $20. Go try it out. And they're not going to spend $70 for it. Hanzo, remember 11 months. He goes, a lot of devs and game creators have been saying this for years. But let's take the word of Mr. Yellow Chair and Cookie Monster. But it's about life. Dusty Bin made some bad decisions. He left his dream job. And then Phil Spencer said just 4 games. That's what happened. But yeah, let's doubt Mr. Ed Freeze, Dusty Bin. And now after we heard Ed Freeze, let's hear more.
Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Destin Legary, the guy who runs this channel. Sometimes Josh edits videos. He does this fade up thing on all the videos. That's how you know it's a Josh special. Because he...
Huh?
What?
I don't know what he's talking about. What video is that one?
When he's talking
There it
about
is.
Xbox Game Pass and how it's bad, I think about the amazing games that it has managed to highlight. And I know a lot of people in the
Like
development
Hi-Fi
space,
Rush.
but they would say, well, think of the millions of failures. That is literally, you're describing life. Destin, the content creator, I do.
There's
okay for
only
myself.
one thing to do here. Sorry, Dusty Bin.
And I think I found a place where I'm comfortable and I'm doing okay. Would I like to be the #1 streamer on all of the platforms at all times? I go live to 60,000 people whenever I feel like it. Would that be great? Sure. But that's not reality, right? And like I said, and this isn't to throw shade at Sean Layden or Pete Hines. Obviously, they're entitled to their opinion. But I think it's also okay for us to not agree with people and have earnest discussions about why I feel like their point is moved. Oh, a bunch of people didn't see success on Game Pass, so therefore Game Pass is a failure. I don't understand. How does that make any sense? Because in life, with anything being created, with any product being put out there, do you know how many businesses fail every year? Like this is a thing, this is a life thing. Like their point is proved. A bunch of people didn't see success on Game Pass, so therefore Game Pass is a failure. I don't understand. How does that make any sense? Because in life, with anything being created, with any product, do you know how many businesses fail every year? Like this is a thing, this is a life thing.
Oatmeal race. Chocolate chip. Penis sports. Extra glaze.
Bunch of people didn't
Bachelorette parties.
so therefore
Oreos.
I don't understand. How does that make
7 layers.
Because in life, with anything being created, with any product being put out there, do you know how many businesses?
But that's Dusty Bin.
Grab your controller, it's time
They spent $80 billion. Tell him, Josh Groban, facts.
They're gonna have to write that off. They ain't getting their money back. With what they're doing, no way.
80 billion.
We need $80 billion. Gotta make a splash. To be relevant, we'll go all out, no holding back. Led by Philness and Booty, we'll bring the games everywhere.
It's about life. Companies, it's about life. It's about $80 billion. Spend the mad business.
Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi, Russian grounded games over to PlayStation and Switch. And we will say that exclusives don't matter anymore. And then wait when we get Starfield ready for the pitch. Big Booty Bobby and Lulu walked out
Wait,
with the
wait.
bag, and now
We got another one.
What the hell are we supposed to do?
Remember when somehow he's going after Sean Layden? He's saying, I respect their opinion. They can say what they want. Now, do you recall, Grinders? Hit that like button. We're over 100 likes. I better be over 100 likes. Grinder, do you remember how they went after Laura Fryer, who was saying the same thing about Microsoft can't make games, and Dusty Bin went on, oh, no, she's wrong. I got a song about that one, too. Hit it away.
Dusty Bin and Tom Warren fighting Laura Fryer, but she cooking them both as these clowns do not know where to go. This is not a
Here we go, Grinders. Dusty Bin.
He fighting Laura too. Dude has no sources when it's bad news, but only the good Xbox crap he spreads. From Windows Phone Centrum, Windows Phone Centrum.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, well, Windows Phone Centrum, Windows Phone Centrum. Like I'd have to go back.
Hands in the sky. Woo.
Another one. Another one.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, Steven. Sorry about that. Whoa. It was just
It
going.
happens.
Yeah, it was just going crazy. I don't know, man.
It's performance anxiety. It's all good.
Yo, he just kept saying he wanted another one.
Another one.
It was like in the new music. He wanted more. So I was just like, it's just crazy. But remember when he went after Laura Fryer too? Like she was wrong. Him and Tom Warren went after her. Like they just like, it's like, dude, they're disgruntled employees. That's right, Don John. Like they're like these are people speaking about their experiences and with Xbox and the pivots and tell me that you think that we are that naive to not see that Microsoft has fell flat on their face with these ideas and with all the pivots that they did. You went from exclusives don't matter to put that stuff in Game Pass to now exclusives don't matter again. Then exclusives mattered with Starfield. Now they don't matter again because it was just 4 games and it's only 4 games. It's not enough. No, but now it's more games. Oh, now we're playing Gears of War on PlayStation. It's like, yo, and now more games are coming. Rumors of Halo, Forza Motorsport launching on the thing. Like, dude, they're going full all out. And now exclusives don't matter because you don't have any exclusives now. It's done. It's cooked. And then Sony puts one over there, and now you're port begging for everything that Sony makes. You think that they're just going to drop the boatload off the front for Phil Spencer. Why? If they're going to do it, they'll trickle it. They're going to drip feed it to you until you're gone. Like, that's what they're going to do. They're going to drip feed that bridge to you if that's going to happen. But even if they do, what happens then is the PlayStation Trojan horse taking over your thing. PlayStation still wins. How does Xbox win with PlayStation games selling the top on your system? Like, tell me. How do you still go in there and say, Phil, tramp stamp me again? PlayStation's the #1 seller on Xbox. Oh my God. Glaze me up. Like, what kind of rigmarole do you benefit from this? It makes no sense. Make some great goddamn games that make people want to play there. That's it. That's all they needed to do. Make some great games, not fucking excuses, to play great games to say, come to my platform and play. Because if they did that, then nobody would have a problem with how to play it, where to play it. But all they did was talk, yap, yap, yap. And the yapping got them in trouble. And now they pivoted for the 6th time. So how do you sit here and go, no, it's great. It's fine. It's sustainable. Phil said it is. Oh, shut up. It is? Then why are they not doing what they did 5 years ago and they changed 3 different times? They went from buying studios to buying publishers to buying whole ass Call of Duty and throwing it in Game Pass.
Black Ops 6 day 1 Game Pass.
Black Ops 6
clean, right? Like,
some people said I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, most people in this room have probably been used to spending $60-$70 on it every year. Now, if they're already subscribing to Game Pass,
and
good to go.
But it's a choice.
Huh?
We didn't say to anybody,
a fool's
to
choice.
subscribe to play. If you want to buy Black Ops, it's great. It's great for us. It's great for the developer. If you want to subscribe, it's also great. Like, I want to give you the choice on how you play.
It's a choice, dude. It's a choice between
There's no
Steve,
choice.
it's a choice between do you want just the French fries for $10 or do you want the French fries, the hamburger, and the drink and the slushie for $10? It's a choice. Yep. It's a fool's choice. It's like you're gonna get it's a fool's choice.
It is. It's always been.
It's always been. It's an illusion of choice. It's an illusion.
It's sustainable, not profitable.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
And it's only sustainable because they're a $4 trillion company and don't give a shit about it. And the thing is, too, is I had the quote. I don't have it on my board anymore. But remember, Sarah Bond came out and said, well, when we first Game Pass, they said it was going to devalue games. And like she had the whole list. It's like, dude, that's what the industry told her. It's going to devalue games. It is going to, like, she had the whole thing. But that's not really what happened. No, it's exactly what happened. So, like, for them to sit here and go, like, these industry people are wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. But listen to me and my influences for my dream job that I talk from my basement. And I do pretty good for myself with my Patreon horse shit. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, you didn't live this stuff. You reviewed games that they handed to you and you sat in there with Shaggy Doo. Like, please. You don't have the credibility that these are executives that worked in the industry and made the decisions. And they're saying about the concerns they have for what this does to the game developers. And we've seen it. That's the craziest thing, is that we've seen it. So like what they're saying is exactly what's happening. You even, and we've seen it with Outriders, which somebody else brought up in the chat. Like the developer was totally out of it. And he's saying the developers are suffering. The publishers are the one that are getting the money making the bank because they're not confident in the game. And if they're not confident in the game, then how do you feel as a developer making the game? Like, you
that's
know,
why that's why the devs are skipping them. All these devs are skipping them.
They're skipping them.
Skip. Because,
Exactly.
Because they're not going to make any money.
Or not prioritize them. Put it on later. Yep. They're skipping them at first, but put it on later because they're not a priority, because they're not a must sell. Right. They're not going to make their money back on Xbox because of Game Pass. If they're going to, they'll put it in after they make their money. Then they'll put it at Xbox and probably put it in Game Pass, get a bankroll from Microsoft, some extra at the back end.
And the thing is, they won't even make the money off of what they would put in.
I know.
To sell on Microsoft because they all want it on Game Pass. They want it something for nothing, a participation trophy, so they show that we were here. We got your game for free now.
Yeah. Well, they come after you if you don't put it on Game Pass. Like they created, and the other thing is to know what's interesting is games that have initially deprioritized Xbox, like Wukong, even Helldivers and stuff. Like you're not seeing these games. Wukong, all these games that initially skipped them and coming. Even Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7, they're not coming to Xbox Game Pass. Like you see why, like because these games are popular games and they sold a lot, and probably for Microsoft to have them put that in Game Pass, they probably got to pay a pretty penny to get that in Game Pass because the game is popular. See, they make it out like with a Claire Obscura getting in Game Pass because guess what? There was no kind of like, oh, it's going to blow up the way it did. So Microsoft could undercut them, say, yeah, here's a bag of like 5 million and you take that, but you don't know how your game's going to do, but that's it. And if it does incredible, then that's where we make our money. So Microsoft is given the bag. The problem is that's at launch day. But if that game skips Xbox and goes on PlayStation, goes on PC, goes on Switch and does phenomenal, well, then you're seeing these games are not coming to Game Pass. If they believe that Game Pass is such a great value and Game Pass is this industry revolutionary future of subscription gaming, then why are the big games not going in Game Pass? Why is Wukong not there? Why is Final Fantasy 16 not in there? Why is Final Fantasy 7 not going in Game Pass? Why is Helldivers 2 not play anywhere? Why is it not part of that whole like, oh, I'm going to buy it on Xbox and also get it free on PC? That's another initiative. Where, like, we're not seeing a lot of these big games. Now, there are some that they do, and I don't know how much Microsoft paid for those, but there are some that are doing those things, but then there are others that are not. And it's just like, there is no uniformity of like, if this was such the incredible value, the incredible industry radical changing that music subscriptions were, or Netflix was, then why are not more people adopting it? And then that's where you see what Sean Layden and what Pete Hines is saying. Like the AAA games are not adapted. You see what Strauss Relnick from Rockstar says about what subscriptions are. They're good for supplemental games, not for my big premier games. Day one, no. I'm gonna roll the punches and see how my game sells, and then when it's done selling, maybe I come to your service and you give me your money. And Microsoft's seeing that. That's why Microsoft pivoted and said, yo, this preposition sucks. Because they are now found out our key card. They found out what we're doing. They're selling their game and then coming to us with this big bag saying, okay, well, you want us in your services and use your shit. Well, you're going to have to pay us. And remember how much they paid Devil May Cry for going in Game Pass? Like it was like after the game released, it was later. It was like $5 million. It was like a huge. Capcom had this thing in their financials, had this huge money load. Pause, and it was like, where's that from? It was like, oh yeah, well they paid to put it in Game Pass. They give this huge amount of money, and Microsoft's like, yo, they realized that where you can't undercut them anymore. 40 million. Thank you, Josh. I knew Josh had that number right on his things. That's not Glaze Analytics.
Always.
Josh, that's not Glazed Analytics right there. But like
That's
you
true
look
analytics.
yeah, Glazer. But the thing is like you look at these games going to service, and Microsoft's like, yo, this is too costly. Wait, we're spending tons of money. Yeah, Devil May Cry 5, Monster Hunter Worlds. And they're like, yo, this is too much. So what did they do? Then they said, well, let's just buy people. Spend all that money up front so everything that they will do and have is ours. So we're not paying this a la carte shit for Game Pass. Does that sound like a future of gaming? Does that sound like Game Pass is revolutionary? Does that sound like it's the future that Mr. Yellow Chair and the subscription gaming is? No. They're grindhounds. There we go. See? They don't agree. They agree. Deglazer analytics. But like, right. Like it was a pivot. They said, we got to own the whole company in order to get this shit in Game Pass. And that's what they did. So they pivoted and said, well, we got to buy the whole ass publisher and get everything they got in Game Pass. And that's what Pete Hines saw that firsthand. You saw his games go from sellers and you know, top of the game of the year sellers and stuff like that to Game Pass. Oh, oops, we fucked up. Oops, 30 frames. Oops, we'll fix it later. He saw his games turn into just get it out there and we'll fix it later. Instead of being these premier, let's sell these games, sell them everywhere and all that other stuff. And that's what I mean. I think all these publishers that they purchased, the first thing in the door was like, yo, we're not going to put it on PlayStation. And it's like, yeah. It's like, but PlayStation has like 60, 50 million consoles and they buy the games. They bought our last one. They see the sales. Well, you're just going to put it in our service in Game Pass where they're not going to buy the game and on all platforms, which is the lowest platform, but you'll offset it by PC. And they were hoping that Steam would carry that offset. And guess what happened? Steam wasn't enough for Microsoft to offset the cost of putting it in Game Pass. So what happened? Just 4 games. Now they have to offset the cost again by putting it on PlayStation. So if Game Pass was such a success story that Dusty Bin will let you know about it, then none of this shit would have happened. People would have just been knocking on Phil's door and asking to be put on Game Pass because it was something that was innovative, something that was beneficial to them. But instead, they ran the other way, and Phil ran down the street chasing them with Game Pass certificates and said, we'll buy you, open checkbook. So that doesn't sound like a success story. That sounds like a failure, exactly what the executives are talking about, and the pressure that it put on the industry and on the studios. And you would think with such an incredible model, these studios will be flourishing instead of getting let go and closed and canceled games.
Exactly.
Especially when they're in this model. Microsoft, of all companies that's pivoting and showing everybody the subscription model, why are they have the most layoffs? Why are the studios that had success in Game Pass, like Hi-Fi Rush, no longer there anymore? And studios that were built to create the IP Perfect Dark for Game Pass and were built because Microsoft needed to invest in studios to feed Game Pass didn't even release a game and got shut down and canceled. And then on top of that, and you want to know, now that I'm thinking, Steve, I'm thinking, I wonder if that whole fallout between that thing was that Rockstar was going to have Crystal Dynamics continue that game. And I bet you Rockstar was not going to put that shit in Game Pass.
Nope. That's exactly what they weren't going to do.
Right? Because Rockstar of all people is against Game Pass.
They don't have to do anything. They're going to make hand over fist with GTA 6.
I know.
But
PlayStation. But they don't want Game Pass. So like Perfect Dark, which was one of the problems for Game Pass, I'm sure Microsoft's like, well, if we make you continue Crystal Dynamics and you get somebody to fund it, we own the IP, so it's going in Game Pass. And Rockstar's probably like, no, if we pay to have this game thing, since you're $4 trillion and you're acting poor, if we fund it with Crystal Dynamics, we're going to sell the shit and get our money back. We're not putting it in your goddamn shit service. And I wonder if that was one of the conversation parts about it. I am sure long-term ownership of the IP, because I bet you that Rockstar was like, the first thing they do is we're going to help Crystal Dynamics build it, but we're not putting that shit in Game Pass. And Microsoft's like, well, it's our IP and we own it, so we want it in Game Pass. And it's like, well, then you paid for it.
Crystal Dynamics built it, though. Sorry. It wasn't just. It was
but they were
Take-Two.
looking for Take-Two was looking
Yes,
to
it's
fund. Yeah,
Take-Two,
not Rockstar.
yes,
I'm sorry,
but
Jack. It's getting
Rockstar
late.
is right there too.
It's getting late, Jack. I know. Please, the grind. I tell you, the Grindhouse, man. They must be on 5 espressos in because they are on this shit. I say something off kilter, dude. They're on it. That's why they're awesome. The grinders keep me. They're fact checkers. That's why I love the grinders, man. They do. I make it's 12:30 and they're like, holy shit, you've been going for 4 hours, and they go like this. You're wrong. I'm like, oh shit. And I'm not here to argue with anybody. You're right. I am wrong.
Crystal,
it's late.
Can you imagine how Crystal Dynamics feels right now?
They had to fire their staff.
Sweat and tears that they put into that game. Now it's done. It's gone. Sorry.
Yeah. And they had to let go of their staff. They were trying to save the people they put in for that game.
Yep, exactly. It's a fool's errand to be doing this.
Yep.
Like that. It's always been when I first heard of it, it was like, damn, that's a dumb things. You're not going to make money with that. You're foolish. Well, I'm not a multi-billion-dollar company. Woo! So.
And Nick, you talking to me? He's like, you're wrong. I don't know, man. Yeah, this is no Xbox pod. I don't glaze anybody here, man. And this is the thing. This is Steve's opinion. This is my opinion. Listen, this is not like go run the roost like this is the way it is, but this is my perception of it. And again, I don't have insiders. I just use what we see happening and try not to get glazed with all this like biased bullshit and like glazer analytics, deglazer analytics. Like the thing is like it just from what we see. And that's why, I just, this channel and the community here is just like, we just talk about what we see. That's it. Like, is it right? Is it wrong? I just thought about this right now. I was like, I wonder because I know Rockstar, like I know them, 2K or Take-Two was like, they're not huge in throwing their games and services on day one. They want to sell their shit and then put it later. So like I could see Microsoft going like, well, wait a second, like it's our IP, we own it, and but who knows? Maybe it didn't happen. I don't know. But all I know is that we've seen the pivots, so it's not a success story. There may be a couple of success stories in there and some things, and you can say, yeah, Hi-Fi Rush was a success story, but it ended wrong. It had a horrible ending. So really, the whole point is that these executives, this is not the first time we've heard it. What we've seen, the pivots, we've seen go from studios to publishers. Obviously, they're not knocking on their door. Certain studios and publishers seem to benefit from it. Usually the ones like AA's or the ones that are not really, if their game's going to sell a lot, they're not knocking on Game Pass door. Microsoft said it cannibalizes games. So like, again, I am not shitting on subscriptions. It's the whole point of how Microsoft pivoted their entire company of gaming to fit this model before even kind of testing it out and seeing what it would do to games and how it would change their development and how it would affect the quality of their output. And it did exactly what that did. It gave them the rep of bad quality, games not ready for prime time, delaying games 2 years without games like 2020, 2022. People were paying a subscription with no new content from them. And the one thing I am going to leave, we'll leave on a good note since it's late. I don't want to be yelling at the end of the year. Listen, to be honest, I think in the last year, end of last year and this year, I think Game Pass has been cooking. I think it's been great. I think they finally got a good cadence. If you look at what they're doing, if you just look at Game Pass and look at the games in there, I think finally they've hit some sort of cadence this year with their games, with Ninja Gaiden in there, with even with the gets they got with Claire Obscura, with Silk Song. Like they have definitely made a pretty solid Game Pass list this year that I would say, hey, if you do have a PC, that's the best way to go. I would say get PC Game Pass and do it there, like, and play these games as a consumer to a consumer. We talk about the business and stuff, and yeah, if it hurts the games that we're playing, but the thing is that I haven't seen the quality this year has been pretty damn good. Doom has been awesome on there. Like, I think there's definitely some gems they did this year, and Game Pass, I think, has been pretty strong this year. And I would say the best way it plays to go is get it in Game Pass on PC. $20 is a bit much, and the cloud gaming is not they're not the best. There are better cloud services like NVIDIA and stuff like that. But I would say for the PC Game Pass price for $11, $12, it's good. Can they keep it up? Who the hell knows? I don't know. But if you got Gear Z Day and Fable looks good and Gear Z Day is good, but these are a lot of ifs. On paper, the franchises sound wonderful. State of Decay 3, Gears, Fable, they sound wonderful. Forza 6 in Tokyo, if that gets announced. If that's a lineup for next year, that sounds wonderful on paper. Besides Forza, we know that's going to be quality, but like the rest of them, we need to see. Can they keep it up? I don't know.
I'm gonna be a Debbie Downer for you. There you
go again, Steve. No problem.
It's all well and good that they're doing well. Yes, it's a little too late.
Oh yeah,
too late. But here's also the things. I didn't get sales from this. It doesn't matter whether
you're right.
What they're putting out on Game Pass, sales is king.
Growth.
The money that's coming in,
yeah,
the cash flow. Are you going to get new subscribers from it?
It's
a yes or no answer.
You're right. Yeah, that's a no.
Yes,
you're right.
Yes or no.
It's too late. No, it's too. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about the
nice
business.
That they're giving this little cadence right now, but it's late. It's far later than never. You know, it would have been better off that they just released it, had people play it, and put all your stuff on PS5.
Yeah,
sold it there.
Well, I think that's what they're doing. They're off. They're going to continue this Game Pass promise that they signed in blood so long ago before any of this stuff happened. Like, you know, when they made this whole Game Pass promise, dude, they were working with Recore and friggin' Sea of Thieves. They're probably like, yeah, we got shit in the next few years. Yeah, let's promise all the shit in Game Pass. They never figured like they're going to own all of the ZeniMax and Activision. And then like, you know, like when they made this promise, they had so many times to kind of say, hey guys, you know, we're going to put the legacy titles of Bethesda here, but the new ones, we're going to like, you know, we're going to make those pay to play, and eventually maybe to go in Game Pass later on. Like they had a lot of times where they could have not like dove in again. It's like, yo, you dove in head first. You're bleeding. I'm doing it again. $7 billion. Like, yo, you have concussed. Like, you got to go to the hospital. Now I'm jumping in again, and $80 billion. I was like, dude, they kept jumping in full, like the shallow end of the pool. It's like they had a lot of times where they could have just said, guys, this day one shit, yeah, we're going to pull back a little bit, you know, the beginning of the generation. But nah, man, they kept pushing it. They kept going like, you know, oh, it's going to work. It's going to work. And then they snapped the cord. Like, and you're right. Like, is this this stint that they had for this last year, is that going to grow Game Pass to 50 million? No. So like for the business aspect, I don't think any of this is going to impact that much. But I'm going to say from a consumer to a consumer, if you have a PC that's capable of playing some games and you want to experience some of the games, yo, probably you got it with your computer for 3 months. But if you didn't, I'm saying if it's $12-13, it's not bad to go get games as a consumer. As for how they make money, how's this going to sustain, who's going to be in there? Yo, that shit's done. They suck with that. But for us to to play the games, even sample them, see if you want to buy them. You know, I've been playing, I happen to have it till November because it came on my PC. And I've been playing Silk Song on the MSI. I'm like, hey, this is great. Like, you know what I mean? But again, it's $20. I'll probably buy it if I'm still hooked on it and my subscription ends. But to try out games, to just be in the conversation and try it out, and you know, especially this time of year too, like when there's so much coming out, you know, to have that kind of balance of like, hey, I might get one of these games in the subscription, you know, because I'm for the consuming here. I'm not, you know, the whole like I'm just gonna spend my money to support the dev. Like, yeah. Believe me, I'm not no charity. I'm not giving that charity money here. Like if I buy a game here and I'm like, yo, I want to play this game too, but I do have to buy that one. Like everybody has a budget. I'm not gonna buy $70. Like I got Borderlands here. I just got Chronos, you know, and I'm like, okay, well, I want to get Borderlands, Chronos, then Ghost of Yotei, and then I want the Sonic game, and it's like, oh shit, when you got that much, you know, Silk Song on the side and, you know, and Ninja Gaiden. I was like, oh shit, that's not a bad deal. I'll play those 2 games there, but I'm going to buy these other ones there. But again, $20 a month, that's all. That's too much. But for
And
15,
the last thing I'm going to
12.
say about that,
Good. Steve's
my
gonna
friend,
roast this one too. Okay, keep going, Steve. We're gonna roast me on this one.
the last thing I'm going to say about that. That's all well and good. I love that, but you're sacrificing consumer friendliness, sustainability for business profitability, and that's what you're doing. Irregardless of what you can play it that way, you just showed why it's not profitable.
Definitely. Well, yeah. I'm doing some. Yeah, exactly. I'm showing you exactly how you play the system. And that's what everybody's been doing, dude. They've been stacking, they've been doing this stuff, and you're right, Steve. I just showed why, dude. You could not buy Ninja Gaiden. Like, well, that's what Phil said. Like, Ryan was giving him the line. He's like, hey, you don't have to buy Call of Duty this year, and the same thing goes to Call of Duty.
But we want you to. But we want you to.
Right?
He's so panicked.
And
he was panicked.
He was panicked because that was not because you would think, and you kept that quote on here because you would think at the end of Ryan's thing he'll be like, yes, exactly. That's why I fought in court for $80 billion because that's exactly what I want you to do. He didn't say yes. He countered because I bet you Ryan was like shocked. He was like, well, wait, whoa, you're telling me no, it's a choice? Like, no, don't buy it. Just get it in Game Pass. And he's like, no, it's a choice. And you're right. He panicked because they want you to still buy the game. They didn't want you to get it in Game Pass. That's just they didn't want to pivot everybody to just go not buy it and drop sales.
They should have just went cold turkey and just dropped it and did that. Just dropped Game Pass and did that.
And and think about this year, dude.
People would actually start buying again.
Guess what I'm doing this year?
With Helldivers.
Buying Battlefield, and I'm gonna try out Call of Duty campaign in Game Pass because it still goes to the end of November. So there you go. I got it till the end of November. So I got the campaign in Game Pass. So I showed you exactly why. There it is. That's what I'm saying. It's not like, oh my God, cancel it. Dude, milk the shit out of them. Like I said, take from them everything, give them nothing. The booty can say you spend them out of business. Well, guess what? I'm take from you. I do my 300 line. I'm going to take from you everything and give you nothing.
They're spending themselves out of business. And that would be my final say.
There you go. That's it. So like, and this year of all years, you got Battlefield 4 ready to cook. Everybody be getting that. That's the only ways to buy that game. Might even double dip on that one.
Dude, that's
Call of Duty is going to be there on Game Pass this year. It's a Game Pass duty.
I have to play it on PS5. I can't play it on my PC. I'm not going to freaking.
Oh, I know.
Update my thing to go to secure.
I want to get it on both places because I want to play it on that. I just want to take it with me everywhere I go. Like the Portal's nice and stuff, but I want to I don't know. I like it on the laptop too. The gaming laptop, I can plug that into a TV, and it's like I don't know. I might double dip. I might not. We'll see how it goes. I do got but I don't know if the progress. See, the thing is that progression. If the progression transfers over, I think it does. Then maybe. But I'm definitely gonna get on the Pro because it looked great it played great on the Pro, and I love the DualSense with it. And the fact that I can stream right from it by pressing a button. So, but anyway, but of all years, you got Battlefield, Borderlands, and Call of Duty. There's a huge 3 first-person shooters bangers there, and it's one's in a service for $10 on PC. You make a choice, and there you go. Is the game sustainable? Is that a success story? Yeah. For my wallet, it is. Yep. But. Is it how long can they keep this shit going? We will see. But according to the executives, it put a lot of stress and a lot of pressure on their teams. So, but we're gonna, Steve, I want to thank you so much, man, for being on the marathon of a gaming grindhouse. I think we hit 100 likes. I hope so. My voice hopes so too. I didn't even check. Oh man, we didn't even do the questions of the grinders. That's what we'll do. Everybody has, there's some good questions on here. You know what? I'm going to put them on the next show. We'll do a Grinds Bite later this week, and we'll do the Grindhouse questions. So we'll do those because you guys. So go back to that post if you got VIPs today, which we got tons of VIPs today. You're going to get 2 songs, and tons of VIPs. So if you got those, you have access to that comment pool because it's only for VIP members. So put in there any questions you want, and I'll do Ask the Gaming Grindhouse, and we'll do a Grinds Bite later this week, and then dabble in some news if there's nothing. but at least we'll get the Grindhouse questions in there. So do that, and we're gonna get let me get these songs queued up here. Oh my goodness. But Steve, as I queue up these songs, getting ready to tell them where they could find you, Steve. I know you visit the Thrifty show and Thrifty show on Wednesdays.
I'm probably gonna be on it
You're doing double headers this week.
I was on it.
Oh shit.
Was it this week? I'm not sure.
I think 2 weeks ago.
I do. Yes, I'm not gonna be on it. I might jump on Will's though. Will's 77.
Yeah.
I might jump on Will's this Sunday.
Yeah, check out Will's podcast as well, man. Will does a show on Sundays, right? Sunday nights. He did it last night.
And you can catch me on Discord.
There we go. Get Steve in Discord.
On Dez's Discord. I'm on Will's and also on Thrifty's.
There you go.
I set one for myself, so people could come in and say what's up. So
you should.
I got the 18 inches of Venom. Yes.
Paul. Oh yes, I got that too. Yeah.
Got that. I got my Ghost of Tsushima one coming out. My what's it called? Death Stranding. I showed that to you.
Yeah.
Show you my my moonshine fruits and vegetables I'll be getting, and go from there, man. Shoot, I'm out there. I'm in the YouTube, not the YouTube streets, not yet. Anyway, hopefully not, because man, this is killing me. Kill me a little bit. Just a little bit.
This YouTube stuff it's getting wild, and that's what I said. Somebody was posting
it's fun.
It is fun. I'm telling you, like the whole thing with that they were saying from the algorithm thing was not sharing the videos, because I thought it was. I was like, so what's wrong? I'm like, I got a cold one week, and I'm like, what happened? Like nobody, like it's not. And what they were doing was that they were taking the videos, and if you filter for content, like for restricted content, it was showing my old videos, and it wasn't even showing all my new podcasts. So just be mindful of that, grinders, because like it was not YouTube and it was also showing members videos only, and it wasn't showing my live videos like this. So like YouTube did some crazy algorithm in the last month or so, and it's really the views after the show are like less. I'm like, what's going on? And then when somebody posted that they put this algorithm out and content block or whatever, like this filter, and they're pushing for the member videos and not my new video. So like, and it blocked the content restricted. It was so strange, man. The filter's gone wild. So the best thing is to do is hit the subscribe button, hit the notification button, even though that thing probably don't work either. But really, Monday nights, Gaming Grindhouse, and then I try to get a show in on Friday. It depends. And then sometimes maybe a Wednesday before Thrifties, I'll try to get on a show. And then I do like short form videos and some music videos and stuff like that. But the podcast live, I definitely do the Mondays, and then I try to get a Friday in. But then sometimes there's not enough on Friday, and I'm taking away from the topics for Monday's show. So it depends. But again, it's all dependent on what my dynamic with work and stuff, like when I could sit down and do the show and do it with a peace of mind. Because see, I could sit here and just chat all night. Like this was great. But like that's
I can do that too.
We
both are talkers, but I like the reason why I like you is because you talk and it's meaningful.
Oh well, thank you. Hopefully,
like tonight I was hurting a little bit. I was hurting. I'm like, hungry. Tired.
Why were you hurting?
I was hungry, tired, and sleepy at the same time. That's not a good thing. And being my age, 54. I'm not that old.
Still, yeah, I'm getting up there too.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We all get there.
we'll all get there anyway. But hey, the thing is, gaming keeps us young, and you know what? It does, man. I play. It keeps my I'm engaged, man. I love it. I love playing the games. I love the entertainment. I love the immersion. I love the flexibility of with the Portal, with PCs. Like PC gaming is great as well. And I love playing the PlayStation, the Switch. Man, I was looking at the Switch too. I was like, my kids are not playing it. Well, guess what? We've been playing it for the last week or so. They must have heard me. I don't know if they may not listen to the show. Kids don't listen to the show, but like all of a sudden now they're like just we're playing the Switch like all that. Like now we're playing the Switch too. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm telling you, man, that Nintendo. As much as we glaze Nintendo, I'm telling you that IP, the way they make those games, we roll our eyes.
You know how to do it, my brother.
When you sit around with the family and stuff, it's just one of those things, man. it just clicks. And everybody just like, you know, the goofiness of the characters, the colors and the screen, it just does it, dude. It just does it, dude. I'm telling you, whatever it is, it's there. And that's why I would never not have, like with a family, I would not have a Nintendo in the house. Like it is just one of those things where everybody just shows up and we all play, and no matter different ages, what it is, like just grab, you know, even these little Joy-Con controllers, as goofy as they are, as stupid as they are and stuff, man, you have them and you're playing on this little screen. And the Switch 2 with the size screen that it has, like it's definitely playable now when you dock it or when you like use a kickstand. It's actually a decent sized screen now where you're not like cramped over. Like it's actually not too bad. And you're playing on these little things, and it's just like the little Joy-Cons. Yeah, it's not the best scenario, not the best setup, but dude, it's there. And then also too, for those that love retro games and stuff, I'm telling you, go and get those little retro handhelds or retro that Kinhank thing for like $250. You plug that into your PC and you got the whole friggin' world of arcades for your whole life in there, and games probably that came out after you were born. But it is just it's a dream collection. Like if anybody that wanted an arcade in their house, like it's everything. And I got that of Amazon, man. And that thing is plugged into your PC and you got any game your heart's desire, pretty much. So like, yeah, it's awesome. And that's why I play it all the time, anywhere I go. I don't play on my phone though. I don't play that shit. No strap-ons for me. No strap-ons on the phone. But that's what it is.
That's my wife's. That's my wife's thing. She plays.
Yes,
I didn't play on PS5. I'm like, dude, come on, I got your platformers.
It's the controller though.
Once and then it's over.
It's the controller. Like my wife, like she's that controller. Like she don't want to touch. She's like, nope, I don't know how to use that thing. Too many buttons. What to do? Like, yeah, it's the deterrent. The control's the deterrent. Like it's not. That's the thing. Like it's just it doesn't. Like what I kind of do. The only game I play on the phone is the Jackbox games. And they're perfect. Like you get what's awesome if you get like that, you just get one of those Jackbox games and you get that on like a handheld or on your console that's on a TV in the living room, man. Like those are great. Everybody loves just to play those Jackbox games. They just pull out the phone and everybody's answering questions, drawing things on. It's a barrier, Josh. It is. That's why Kinect was breaking barriers with the console, with the controller. But it's oh man, Jackbox is worth playing with phone. It's a blast. Jackbox is awesome. I get at least one of the games. I have it. I bought it I have one from Steam. I have one on PlayStation. I have one on I don't think I have it on the Switch though, but I just have them on those things because at least, yeah, because we went down to the shore and I had I had my laptop and I basically got a Jackbox game, plugged the laptop into the TV, and man, we played all the different fibbage and all that other stuff on with everybody. It was great. It worked great. You just plug the laptop in, bought it from Steam on there. So yeah. But no, that's the truth. See, you don't be no insider. I don't need to have like connections. Yeah. Just a gaming consumer. That's it, man. That's it. Same as everybody in the chat.
That's who we are.
That's it. That's who
we all got our own opinions.
Exactly. We've got opinions.
It's like what they say. Like opinions are like assholes.
Everybody got them. They stink.
Yes, they do. Well, it depends. Depends if you spray them or not, or douche them.
Oh shit! Get that douche.
Oh, I'm going there.
Oh no. Man, it is late. It is the post thing. But let me get these. Let me get this music queued up. So what we're gonna do, definitely though, you guys earned it, man. Thank you so much, the members and everything like that. Thank you again, Steven and Ron, everybody that there. Let me do the shout outs to everybody that came through. Henzo with the member chat. Wana in the house. He's out there discovering the glaze work, man. What a derail there. I got to timestamp that stuff. That was hilarious. Ron M in there. Do Sensible. Iconic Games with the Gifted. AK Do Sensible again there. JC was member chat. AK been cooking there. Ron M and then Stephen Leone. Yo, thank you so much for your memberships. And take advantage of those. There's some member videos and some member songs. And songs like this that you're going to hear here because we hit the goals of the VIPs, and also some special behind the scenes gaming grindhouse stuff. I showed 3D prints, show some cool tech, which I'm probably due for one of those anyway, upcoming here. So if you have a VIP, stay tuned, stay locked in. Might do a VIP stream where we go through and maybe even show some of the retro games. I love just like playing those because like in the chat will be like, oh, I remember this game, and I'll try to find it. and stuff like that. But grinders, hit that like button. We hit over 100 likes or 115 likes. Thank you again. And here's the songs that you deserve. So Stephen Leone, I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, but you can hear it on the video. But I want to thank you again for coming on the show. I know I asked last week, it was a holiday and stuff, but hanging in there. I appreciate it, man, so much that you came through, and you're an awesome grinder. Always welcome on the show, and you can come on anytime you want, and we chat it up. And
anytime you just say, "Hey, Steven, I need backup."
No, I appreciate it. It's great because it's good. Somebody else to talk to sometimes, even though I talk to the chat, but like hearing actually a voice. And I want to ask you, so like with the Discord stuff, so like when I was sharing my screen and stuff, you could see it, right? Like,
yeah, I can see it. It's just it comes in really clear. It comes in
good.
Way
Okay, so I'm glad that works, because that was always the problem when I had guests on, was that like I would then like start showing videos or clips or reacting, and the guests kind of got lost, and like they would either like just not talk or drop off or be delayed. So now like sharing my Discord screen that I'm sharing with everybody at the same time, I think it's cool with it sounds good that we could all react at the same time as we're watching those things. But let me get to the music before everybody leaves and doesn't get the song they deserve or listen to it in the replay. But let's grind this girl. This is the IP Graveyard Blues. These are Gaming Grindhouse exclusive songs. You heard some in the beginning, but these are the ones that you earned, and the ultimate VIPs get these in a nice video playlist to listen to. And some of the VIPs get some songs as well. So let's get you 2 songs here. We got Game. I'm definitely going to do this one. Game Time, but no, we're doing this one, IP Graveyard Blues. This is going to be a hit. All right. So turn it up if it's not too late where you are, but this one is awesome. So here's song number 1. Hit it away, Phil. New music!
Flashing screens where the legends play.
baby. Banger. Make that honey. And one more song here for the Gaming Grindhouse. Let's see if this one. Gaming time.
Pixelated heat, the kitchen's alive. Whipping up chaos to level 5. Burning pan swords in my hand. This ain't no recipe, it's a battle plan. It's gaming time.
No, that one's annoying. I don't like. No, that's sorry. Take that back. I didn't like that. I should have deleted that one. I didn't like that one. That one is annoying. Sorry about that. Sorry, Grinders. I can get you one more song. Yeah, unless we just hear that perfect dog one again. I'm gonna play this one while I find one more song. I love this song so much. We're playing it one more time. I'm gonna get one more song for you out there. Oh man, this one's great. I'm gonna play it again. We'll get another one. I'll give you another one.
Flashing screens where the legends played. Joanna's shadow. Now it fades. Banjos laugh. It echoes hollow. A graveyard of icons. No tomorrow. Once they roared, now they whisper. Golden
Thank you again, Grinders. It was awesome show. Epic show. Thank you, Steven, for coming on the show. Good night, everyone. Hit that like button, share it out, notification, and subscribe. Thanks again. Good night, everyone.